Campeonato Mundial de COD Mobile está de volta com o estágio 4. São as classificatórias regionais começando exatamente agora. Fique ligado com a gente enquanto os melhores times ao redor do mundo batalham por uma chance de ganhar um prêmio de mais de 2 milhões de dólares. Além da sonhada vaga, é claro, na etapa final do Campeonato Mundial. Após 3 estágios exaustivos de gameplay competitiva, cada um desses times e jogadores estão devidamente testados e prontos para fazerem tremer os solos dos mapas enquanto lutam por glória nas chaves de eliminação dupla dessa classificatória. Vença e avance a próxima rodada. Perca e faça uma visitinha à chave dos perdedores. Perca outra vez e você estará eliminado. Só o melhor dos melhores vai ganhar uma vaga na quinta e última etapa, as finais do Campeonato Mundial. São 40 times em 5 regiões, é a competição de COD Mobile mais monstrenga e feroz do planeta, meu amigo. No fim, quem vai prevalecer? Descubra aqui agora com o nosso Campeonato Mundial de COD Mobile ao vivaço pra vocês.
Able to get both! Louis comes in behind everybody and just drops him.
Welcome everybody to day number 2 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2021. My name's Infinity and I'll be hosting today's games alongside my good friend Austin. Austin, day number 2 of the Latin America Regional Playoffs. We're about to decide who takes the region.
Out to decide, Brody. Championship Sunday. This is what we live for. This is what we love about Call of Duty. And today we're going to get a good look at what our 3rd seed is going to be here for this region. So I'm ecstatic, man. We had some crazy plays, some crazy games, some upsets. I mean, we had it all yesterday. So, I mean, who knows what's going to happen here on day 2.
Yep, we have 4 teams remaining. Before we get into who those teams are and really what the bracket looks like in its current state, let's take a look at the schedule for today. These are the matches we're going to be kicking things off with. So we're going to be starting, Austin, with that match that you were so excited for, the losers bracket semi-final. That is going to be deciding who will be joining Full House Gaming and Skade in the 2021 World Championships as Latin America teams. That's going to be Zygnus Esports versus Godsent. And then, of course, we'll be deciding who makes it to the grand final from the winners bracket with Full House Gaming versus Skade. Austin, I am so excited for these matches.
I am too. I mean, we got to see Zygnus Esports yesterday. They're our number 1 seed coming into the playoffs here. And overall, you know, they ended up losing in the semifinal matchup in reverse sweep fashion, round 11. I mean, literally going the absolute distance. So the fact that they falter and drop down to this lower bracket and now need to make a run just like they did in the qualifier. I mean, they might find themselves, you know, close to home based off what happened there. But overall, they do need to get a lot of work done and they got to get through Godsent here first, which is looking like another top contender.
Yep, let's take a look then at the bracket to show everybody how everybody has made their runs to Sunday throughout yesterday's bracket. We'll start off with the winners bracket here then. Of course, Full House Gaming or Full House Esports, I mean, they make that run through the 3-1 victory against last year's champions and Influence Rage. But that 3-2 reverse sweep, the one that blew our tiny minds here, Austin, on the desk, versus Zygnus Esports, that was the match of the day for me yesterday. Of course, they'll be joining Skade in the winners bracket final. Skade, I would say, had a much easier run. Arguably, they shouldn't have dropped a map yesterday. They did versus Godsent in that semi-final, but it was that first map, Austin. It was a comeback from Godsent in the closing moments of the game. But Skade are looking good. They're looking scary. They're looking threatening. And that's going to be an awesome match between them and Full House Gaming. Let's take a look then at the lower bracket, Austin, to show everybody at home what our teams look like today.
Yeah, as through the lower bracket, we can obviously see a couple of teams dropping down in that first round. RWR, Influence Rage, those were our champions from last year here, coming from this region in the playoffs. They end up losing out here, getting double FR'd, which is something we wouldn't really normally expect, right? And then, of course, we get Godsent that go up against RWR. Easy 3-0 there for them. They look pretty convincing in that matchup. And then Zygnus Gaming and Loops Esports, that was a really fun one. Zygnus Gaming got it tested on a few of those maps, but were able to pull through. And then we meet ourselves in the semifinals, where it's Godsent and Zygnus Gaming. This is the qualifying spot. Whoever wins this matchup, of course, moving on to Worlds, also having a chance to also move back up to that upper bracket in the grand final too.
Yep, and let's just give everybody a refresher at home as to what the prize pool split looks like, of course. There is a 2 million plus prize pool going on for the entirety of the Call of Duty Mobile 2021 World Championships. But 50,000 of that has been allocated to the Latin America Regional Playoffs. We've already given away a solid amount of that through 5th versus 8th, but today it's all about the top 4. The teams that have made it to that placement already. You can see there, first place walks away with $15,000, Austin. And of course, I think most importantly here, and I guess we'll have a larger conversation about this in a moment, the fact that the top 3 teams, they walk away with a spot in the World Championships.
That, and they're going to be fighting for seeding today as well. I mean, just about every single team that wants to, make it towards the Worlds, like once you qualify the spot, it's like, okay, now let's worry about getting that first seed if we possibly can, so that you have the best possible matchups going into those startup matches in the World Finals. So, I mean, there's a lot of the line, man. Like, this is really pressuring. Day one, we were like, all right, what teams are going to be able to make it through? Half of our teams are gone, and now we're going in towards what is going to be, just 3 more. One's getting eliminated. It's going to be an absolute heartbreaker if it happens again, because we go back to the qualifier, Brody, and Zygnus and Godsend actually played against each other in the lower bracket, and it was Zygnus that ended up pulling up the win, sending them home in 5th and 6th place. And then they, of course, moved all the way in through that lower bracket, like we've been talking about, ended up going to the grand finals and pulled off two best of 5 wins in game 5 fashion. So they might be able to do it again, but on that other hand, maybe Godsend have what it takes to be able to pull up the dub here and upset these guys. They've had a lot of time to be able to study over the games yesterday, and who knows what they might have for us on the day 2 on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, that's the thing for me, right? And that's what makes this next match so interesting, is the fact you have 2 teams in very different positions. Austin, of course, you talk about Cygnus Esports, a team that arguably shouldn't even really be here, right? The fact that they're going up against Godsend, and also a team that shouldn't be here, but 2 teams in this position that very different paths in terms of Zygnus, now number 1 seed coming into the regional playoffs. Should they even be in the lower bracket? They were upset versus Full House Gaming. They're going to be frustrated that even happened, because they were 2-0 up. That's a reverse sweep, Austin. We love those kind of games. They certainly did not. But for Godsend, it has been a shaky path. But still, I mean, you're pretty content if you're Godsend, right? You come in as the number 6 seed overall for the regional playoffs. You make your way all the way to the final 4, and now you're in the qualification match, Austin. So really interesting to see the 2 different paths that these 2 teams have taken to this point. Before we get into talk about that match and really in depth about what we kind of expect from the losers bracket semi-final, let's talk about the Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III. None of this weekend would be possible without that gorgeous smartphone, of course. 120 hertz refresh rate. I know we kind of bang on about that, but it's so awesome as a feature for this kind of smartphone, Austin.
Well, it's also just so important. I mean, you want to give yourself the best tactical advantage when you're talking about playing at the highest level here at COD Mobile. And if you're looking at competing, looking at trying to rise up, I mean, this is the phone, right? Like, it has precision touch. It's got a very nice wide screen so that you're able to capture a lot with your FOV. Absolutely beautiful here for us, Brody. A very, very nice cell phone that you got to get yourself into, because it is just perfect for COD Mobile.
Yep, it absolutely is. And let's take a look then at the Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III phone a little bit more in depth. And Sony's Xperia is the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2021. Absolutely check it out if you're interested in getting an awesome smartphone to play Call of Duty Mobile with. It absolutely is the best way. Now, Austin, let's talk about this game that we have on our hands. It is going to be an epic battle, of course. The stakes could not be higher. Not only are you fighting for a place in the lower bracket final, a place to stay alive here in the regional playoffs, but also a spot in the World Championship.
It's so much on the line. Like, I can only imagine what it was like trying to go to sleep as these players last night, knowing that you got one more match, and this determines whether or not you continue to go on throughout the year or if your year actually ends right there. So I mean, that's high pressure, right? But that's what we're here for, and that's why the players, love doing what they do. So, I mean, that really should set it all for as far as what we're about to have. It's going to be a clash between both of these guys, and they've already played against each other before. So that's why I think things are going to be a little bit interesting, because it's like, all right, we didn't really get to see the whole full-on series score when they did play in the qualifier. We just know that Zygnus Esports ended up winning it. So it's hard to say how close it really was. Now, the one takeaway that we have is that Godsend was looking really strong in the respawn. Zygnus Esports, I would say, was pretty well-rounded across the board. So for us, as we start to look at it, I mean, really, what do they have prepared for the respawns? What are we going to get coming into it? Who's going to be able to actually step up and go big? Because there was a number of players that really were able to do that there for us on both of these teams throughout the entire day on day one.
Yep, for sure. We have our series layout ready to show you guys the map set of what's going to come between Godsend and Zygnus Esports. And it is actually an interesting affair. So if we can stay on this for a little bit, we can kind of discuss maybe a breakdown of what is ahead of us. So we're going to be kicking things off with Standoff Hardpoint. Now, this is kind of an interesting thing for Zygnus Esports. It is by far and away a map that they wanted in the map pool for this series. They're currently 3-0 it. Yesterday on Standoff Hardpoint. So that is absolutely their map. It should be an opener that they'll enjoy there. Of course, then we go to Fire and Range, Search and Destroy from map number 2 and Raid Domination for map number 3. We haven't seen either of these maps from Zygnus Esports or Godsend all weekend long just yet. So it should be interesting to see who's able to take those. When we go to Takeoff Hardpoint, though, Austin, that is kind of like the ante of what we saw earlier on with Standoff Hardpoint with Zygnus Esports, because it's actually Godsend who are 3-0 on Takeoff Hardpoint this weekend. And then, of course, Summit, Search and Destroy. Again, just like Fire and Range, just like Raid, we haven't seen these guys on that map just yet. So we have this situation here, Austin, where the hard points, we've seen both of these teams, they each have their strengths when it comes to the standoff and the takeoff, respectively. But when it comes to that Fire and Range, that Raid, that Summit, or that Search and Destroy and the Domination, it is going to be, we have no knowledge. We don't know what's going on, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, it should be interesting because Zygnus Esports, played Standoff yesterday and actually won it, I believe it was 150-60. And they looked pretty convincing while they were doing it against Full House in the map number 1. It really set the tone for us. And then they went into the map 2, and then that's when things got interesting as well, because they went up 5-1. And the one thing that we've known about the Zygnus Esports squad is that sometimes they go up, they have a really good start, but they let up on the gas pedal a little bit. I think that's something that they really have to make sure that they're on top of today, because you give a little bit of room to a team like Godsend. We saw the comeback on Skate. Remember the Raid Hardpoint from yesterday, the 150 to 148, Brody? I mean, that came down to the wire, and it came down to a last-second break. So if you give this Godsend team just a little bit of breathing room and give them an opportunity to try and break you in the final moments of a game, sometimes they clutch up, and that was against the number 2 seed. Now, of course, they're playing against the number 1 seed. We know they're capable of doing it against high-caliber squads. They can do it here again, so should be interesting to see how that actually plays out here for us against, a very good respawn team as well here for Zygnus Esports.
Yeah, I have to admit, from what we saw yesterday, I'm a little bit maybe concerned for Godsend here in this series. And the reason I say that is because I don't think so far they've come up against any team that's really properly challenged them. I think that's the first time that they did was Skade in winners round 2. And, despite that hardpoint, despite that Raid hardpoint, where obviously you and I were completely mind blown about the closing moments of the game, massive comeback. The rest of the series, it was effectively a bloodbath. I mean, Skade, they kind of skated through the remainder of the series. So a little bit concerned for Godsend here, but if they can win this map, if they can pull this one away from Zygnus Esports, it will be crazy. We will see what happens, but we're kicking things off here, Austin, on Standoff.
All right away, Mihawk. This is the player you got to watch for Godsend. He's so explosive, and already he's opened up with a couple of kills. And pretty nice start for Godsend, isn't it? They're able to clear out all of the kills right away. The aggressive push through mid is going to pay off for some early time. And now the pressure on Zygnus Esports to move back through. But Mihawk, he is still on a tear. 3-0 start for him, and finally will be shut down by Joker.
Yeah, this is going to be Godsend right off the bat here inside this hardpoint, trying to take up all of this time. For Zygnus Esports at the moment, you've got to keep an eye on where they're spawning across the map. So Godsend can effectively just cut the map in this current position, make sure that Zygnus continue to spawn on that side of the map. They don't get through the back alley. You could really chain together here this 1-2 punch of P1 and P2 if they're effective. And, Austin, I got to say, this is a little bit early on maybe to say this, but we're kind of getting an inkling here of why Godsend is so good on this map mode combination.
I mean, absolutely. This is 31 points that you're getting off of the first hill. You have all the players in position to essentially have the early setup. It's going to be on Zygnus Esports just winning out on gunfights at the moment. And this could be the first one. And there it is. Tatillo, one of the players you also have to watch out for the Zygnus roster. He was very explosive yesterday, especially in the S&Ds, but can do so in the respawn. So now you got a couple of Zygnus players in the back. Spawns look to be good. They just have to start moving into the hill and finding these kills.
Joker with an important gunfight against Tatio at the back line. Tatio's going to go for it. Also, you got Just coming in from behind, but there's the kills. It's going to be all Godsent in the kill feed. They're still ready for it, but the fight's not over just yet. Envoy and Cheeto in close proximity. Cygnus Esports is going to be spawning out to the bottom side of your mini-map. They just keep on coming. Godsent, do they have the power to deal with them? For the moment, they just keep on getting in the upper window. You can kind of see it, Austin. And that is a contest position where whoever that player is, I believe it's going to be Kimwax, doesn't actually need to move. They can just sit there, continue to contest that time, but it is going to be Null who goes up to deal with them. And the last 20 seconds of time, theoretically now, should go to Godsent as Cygnus will rotate over towards the next hardpoint. But here comes the Predator missile. It's early streaks, and we've discussed this at length, Austin. You never want to let this happen. A game can snowball out of your control if you let Specialists and Streaks go their way.
All right, looks like we got to listen in here, so let's hear how things are going for Godsent.
Tem um ângulo mais um.
Espera o time.
Acabou, eu que pegou isso. Desmoquei tanque. Trouxe fundo B.
Bateu.
Fundo B.
Mais um fundo B, não.
Por cima.
Rapaziada, vamos fazer inteligente. Quebra o trator.
O da roda.
Tem âncora.
Bora, vamos. Até o fim. Acertaram, peguei.
Boa.
Tô pelo tanque. Pegamos. Dois em cima.
Outra acidente.
Tô bancado. Vou pro próximo soldar,
E o próximo já tem. Segunda fé, não tira a cara.
Dá cor pra mim. Deram um tiro. Dá cor pra mim. Em cima. Vermelho é deles. Dá cor pra mim, por favor. Sport.
Vai ver o vermelho. Ele vem close, vai pro Golias.
Boa.
Não perde. Vai pro Golias, desesperadamente vai querer.
Boa.
Quebrado, boa. Coloca a troca. Matei um. Só tem
Dentro dois. Desmoquei âncora. Vermelho em cima, vermelho em cima.
Peguei Predator,
Relaxa. Vou quebrar os Predator.
Dois dentro.
Boa.
Peguei. Boa.
Abriu o preparo.
Well, Austin, what a crazy chain of events there. Some important time over towards the Grandma's hardpoint for Cygnus Esports. They needed that to get back in the game, and there was a moment there where they felt like they were in danger. Godsent managed to get that Goliath.
That's right, getting the Goliath, and it was actually a really nice shutdown. You got to give credit to Just for just peppering in the shots on the stairs with the death machine. That was enough to really get rid of it. But overall, a very close game. Cygnus Esports, they get themselves back into this, and it looks like they're even going to secure the scrap time here on P4, and that will be the case. So about a dead even game, going to be down maybe just about 8-10 points or so. We look at the rotation to Dillo in the kill feed. He's just found himself a 3-piece, and it looks like Cygnus Esports starting to heat up, starting to get in sync with one another as the kills starting to flood through in that kill feed, Brody.
Envoy going to be holding on here to bottom brown, looking for these kills as Mihawk and Noel try to make their way through. Cygnus Esports doing a solid job, and Noel from the top ropes. Did you see that, Austin? Oh my goodness me, the gravity spike comes on through. Unfortunately, it won't amount to all that much as Envoy going to take him down, and Cygnus Esports about to take the lead in this game. Look at this positioning from Tatio. He's just an annoyance right now for this Godsent roster. Going to whip out that one-shot shorty. Unfortunately, he won't be able to do much about it as Mihawk sniffs him out, or rather hears him out, trying to make the flank happen. But for Cygnus Esports, what a turnaround in this game has been, Austin.
Oh, truly. I mean, they got themselves the lead, maybe even going to get, some of this time, but as the words come out of my mouth, you see Godsent actually clear out the point on P1 off screen. So 15 seconds left. Now it's all about the battle for new. Last time around, I mean, Godsent were doing a good job of, one, getting time off of P1. They got 30 seconds, and then two, made an excellent rotation into green. Now, you have to battle out and try to actually get inside of the hard point this time around, and it looks like they're even going to call in another Goliath here for us. So the streaks are starting to rain on in. They're going to be down just a few points, but this Goliath might be enough to play the difference, and we'll see if they can maybe get inside, but the Predator missile takes it out. So great usage of the streaks, and now you got to battle up top of your Cygnus Esports and clear out the hill.
Yeah, you just get this position at the moment for Cygnus Esports. You can just sit up there in the contest spot, Noel at the bottom. I mean, not really much you can do until your reinforcements come on through the alleyway. Chets, oh, gets 2 kills with the shorty. Now going to be the Tempest player coming out from Dudu, trying to take these players out inside the top window. But of course, it's going to be Envoy and Meekhawk up there, Killmax, sorry, up there, ready to get these kills. It is just a constant battle inside the hardpoint. Finally, though, Joker will fall. Zygnus will now be able to get this last 20 seconds of time. And there's time running out in this game, Austin. This is not time that Godsend can give away, and give it away they will not. Noel and Dudu combine for 3. They want this last 15 seconds.
All right, so this is a really big moment right now. Last time Zygnus Esports, they had a solid hold, and if they hold correctly again, they could still win the game on Grandma. So I like this rotation, but you got to find the kills, and that's a big one because that might be a spawn out. We'll see what ends up happening here. A Goliath maybe also coming in the back as well, so they want to try and full send it on this hill. Another 15 seconds, that's all you need. Mihawk's going to try and take that Goliath. The Death Machine comes in, but it's not in time. A big moment for Godsend, and now we can see them making their way to the point. They have the numbers. Can they break into the hill?
A Goliath of a play, you might say. Mihawk comes in. That's going to be important. Joker now trying to make his way into the hill. It's going to be Kinwax in from behind. Tio trying to make his way in from the alley. It's not to be. Godsend, they have the Goliath inside. It is just and Cheeto in close proximity. Now just the former just can't get into the hill. And Mihawk with the Goliath will win game number 1 for Godsend. An important map victory as well. I said it before we came in, Austin. Zygnus 3-0 on that map mode combination today. They take their first loss, and it's down to Godsend. It's down to Godsend and the bloody Goliath.
The Goliath, man. How many did we get that map? Like 3, 4?
Yeah,
I feel like we got quite a few. I mean, usually we see like 1 or 2, maybe. Sometimes we don't see any. So the fact that we had that many kill streaks going on, was absolutely insane. But I called out Mihawk at the beginning of that hard point, and I said, listen, this is a kid that you got to watch for here because he's able to make some of those big plays. He had that hot opening. He had that 3-0 start. That snowballed a bit of a lead as they took about 30 seconds off of P1. And then he's able to secure that Goliath on the final rotation. You think if that's stolen away and Mihawk ends up going down to that Death Machine challenge, then they're able to steal that Goliath for themselves. They have the lockdown. They have all the resources to close that one out, but not in the cards, not the case whatsoever. Godsend, one of those respawn teams that has been solid the whole weekend. They get that first map to kick off this best of 5.
Oh, what a start. What a start to our Sunday, Austin. I'm so pleased with that, man. It was incredible map number 1. Just so many important moments. And, for Godsend, they kind of let that one slip a little bit as we look over towards our Xperia rewind time record for the replay. And, you kind of look at early on here for Godsend, they got that lead. But it was actually this period of time where Zygnus, they kind of felt like they might be getting the confidence in gear. They might be able to pull something together for the victory. It was that rotation from P2 over towards P3, of course, getting that crucial 40 seconds because they were down by about 60, 70 points there, Austin, at that point in time. Yeah. And then stopping the Goliath play initially from Godsend to get the majority of time on P3 also, P4 also, sorry. Very important rotation. Unfortunately for them, though, it doesn't matter. You can stop one Goliath, you can't stop the second one. Lesson learned here.
Yeah, it's tough, especially if you don't have the streaks to do so, right? I mean, we saw the Predator missile come through at the back of green that stopped one of the ones there for Zygnus Esports. So, yeah, I mean, holding on to those streaks, sometimes using them at the right time, that can play the difference. That's a moment where it happens there. Godsend winning out on a big map, but now we're going in towards a map number 2. We pull up our map set here, and we can maybe take a look to see exactly what else that we have. But a firing range coming up for us in the map number 2. Yesterday, we saw Zygnus Esports, and they were actually fantastic on this map mode combo. They went up 5-1 very early on in that firing range, and then they let up on the gas a little bit. They let their opponents kind of seep back into the map, but they're still able to get the job done 6-4. So I'm expecting some similarities to kind of play out here for us up against Godsend because they're not that strong of an S&D team. This was, by far their worst game mode throughout the entire day. They are a respawn team. Maybe they have something prepared because they're able to go back and watch over what they were doing here on the side of Zygnus Esports, but you have to imagine this one will be slightly favored here for Zygnus Esports, and this is one that you feel like you also need, considering that there's still 2 more respawns left in the best of 5.
One thing I will say, kind of an asterisk there for Zygnus Esports. I guess, it does matter that, after 5 rounds you switch anyway. But I kind of feel like, at least from what we saw yesterday, when it comes to firing range S&D, it is quite offensively sided. Again, just down to the fact that unless you have somebody effectively sat on the bomb heady on the A bomb site, you can just run down there on the offense because you have the cover of the huts on the left side of the map. It is therefore ever so slightly offensively sided, and we saw Zygnus yesterday. They actually started on the offense. That's kind of why they went full 1 up and were able to close it out from their 4th. But Yeah, this is going to be interesting for sure. If Godsent can win this one, it would be huge in this series. I mean, it's huge enough that they took that hard point, right? You cannot understate that. That is a massive, massive win, because in terms of the unknowns for them now, they can be like, look, we've done job number 1. Now let's get into this firing range search and destroy, win this one, and we can make yet another upset happen. And for Cygnus Esports, this would be sad, wouldn't it? Of course, they come in as the number 1 seed. Again, like you said, Austin, earlier on, we don't know exactly the path that they took to get that number 1 seed during the qualifiers. We don't know how close those matches were, but nonetheless, they were the number 1 seed. They take that versus Full House Gaming. To lose here versus Godsent, it would be unfortunate for the number 1 seed here at Regional Playoffs.
It would be. I will say, it feels like it's a resilient team at times. Even when we saw the reverse sweep taking place, they were still keeping things close. It came down to around 11, so can't count these guys out, but you really want to get something done early. And, well, how about that to start? Kim Wax finds the first blood. Looks like an aggressive hit over towards the A site, and they found one of the defenders. So this should be a plant going off, and it looks like that will be the case. And now you got to play a retake, and you only got 3 members to do so if you're Godsent.
Envoy just going to wait down here for the moment by the steps. Kim Wax, of course, on the other side. You can see Dudu preparing for this flank in. Should get taken down by Quimzex, but no. Dudu's actually going to win that fight. Almost gets the second as well onto Tito. Dudu still playing his life perfectly. Just will take out Joker, though. And now a 3 versus 2. Make it a 2 versus 2. Envoy takes down Dudu in response. And now it is just Mihawk all on his lonesome. And for Envoy and Just here, with 15 seconds left, this one should be done.
Yeah, you got to get aggressive if you're Mihawk. I mean, you got to go out and challenge. I like the double prone position. We'll see a nice play. We'll see the second. I don't know if he gets to the bomb in time. He's going to try to stick this to Fuse, Brody. A 1v2 in the final seconds. Not going to happen. But, man, was it ever close for round number 1? I mean, that was a 3 versus 5, and Godsent almost pulled that one off.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty close. So I was a little bit concerned that. And we're going to see a little Xperia rewind time record here of that play. I mean, Mihawk so close to making this one happen. Literally, I would say a second away. If he makes that a little bit quicker, he has a defuse, and that is one of our plays of the tournament.
Maybe even half a second. You see this the clock
so
at the top there, right? Very, but all right, into round number 2. Cygnus Esports sure taking a breath after that one. But will be a very early 4-on-4. Both teams going to lose a member here at the start. But Dudu, he's been able to find his way through for a kill that will be quickly traded. Attila will make sure that he's not finding any more value in the back. But do they know that Mihawk is back here? Apparently they do not. Mihawk finds one with the shorty, has the sniper as well. And now he's looking to play his life as there's a man advantage for Godsent.
Shorty sniper combination has just been so deadly all tournament long.
Sure has.
That's bit of a trend at the moment in Call of Duty Mobile Esports that everyone will catch on to if they haven't already. Mihawk in from behind. I think the fact that they know he's here now is causing Cygnus quite a few problems, because it's like we kind of want to move up, but it's like we know we can't just in case we get flanked from behind. And here is another problem. Araujo on the bomb site takes down Chiso. Envoy now left up all on his lonesome. He is boxed in.
He sure is, isn't he? He's even getting sprayed to the wall. He's like, I'm just trying. Does get a chance to turn, but won't be able to find any kills on the way out. So that was a very clean round from Godsent. I mean, just putting a little bit of aggression right to the middle of the map, getting inside of wood. I mean, 2 players were able to do it. Mihawk there with the big kill to create the man advantage, and then they play off of it nicely to find the second pick. 1v3, not much you can really do in that situation if you're Cygnus Esports. So tied up 1-1. Looks like we might get a bit of a change up. That bomb looks like it's working its way down the path in the upper side of the map here. So a B push could potentially be in the cards. We'll see what they want to do, but for now, they're just going to try and play passive, play some information, work for a pick.
Indeed they will. Duty. He thought about it for a second. He thought about getting a little bit overzealous. He's like, yeah, I'll try and cross the 50-yard line. We'll see what happens. But of course, it might be a bit problematic if he tries it, because Kim Wax is effectively right there watching it. Gonna rethink that play for the moment, but I suppose the oppression is enough. That is a problem. Araujo takes down Just, and now for Cygnus Esports, they made the first move, and they might soon regret it.
We're coming down to about a minute on the clock. Still got time to work with. And Cygnus, I mean, if they can just funnel their numbers into one side of the map here, it'd be great, but you have to go and retrieve this bomb on top of this now, so that is going to be the difficulty of this situation. You see it there for a really brief moment. Bomb down inside a trailer. Big gunfight up top there. Dudu not going to be able to find the kill. And, well, that's pretty key. You lose another member if you're Cygnus Esports, and this round becomes way more difficult. But 45 seconds. They're starting to make their move in the back. They got to get through Joker, and Joker's found a shot through the wall. He looks for a second, won't connect. We'll also see another kill go back over. So now in a 4 versus 3, low on time. Bomb still down in the side of the trailer.
Joker has so much to do here. It's going to be Envoy and Cheeto coming his way. Just keeping an eye on this angle. He sees the laser sight. There's one. Envoy down. There's 2 from Joker. A monumental play. Now the last player to Tio gets taken down as well. Oh my goodness me, Joker.
Joker, man. I mean, there has just been so many crazy sniper plays throughout the weekend, and I'm sure we're due for a lot more on day 2. And that's another moment where Joker is able to find multiple kills in the round. Just a really big shutdown here, making sure that Zygnus Esports aren't catching any fire, not getting anything going. And the #1 seed now really feeling the pressure. They played the last couple of rounds pretty passive, and the first round was aggressive. It was right inside of the 8 site. They feel like they don't really want to go for these same moves. And now they've kind of just let themselves give up on the gas a little bit, where they're dropping the bomb in the middle of the map. They're not making pushes together. I mean, there was a couple of mistakes being made. Have to wonder if nerves are playing, a bit of a factor right now. But once again, lots of time to play within these S&D rounds, a total of 2 minutes, down to about 1:20. It just seems like they are totally okay with playing these initial rounds very passively. But Brody, sooner or later, you have to make sure you're doing things together. And again, the bomb looks like it wants to make its way through the middle of the map at some point in time. And if that's the case, they got to do it together. But Noel, he finds another first blood.
Godsent.
Grenade out.
Gonna be in a great position here once again. Zygnus Esports. It is the struggle at the moment, right? You can absolutely tell they just want to find an opening somewhere. They just haven't been afforded that opportunity, like, at all. And they need to start carving their own opportunities. And here we go. I think they're gonna have listened to me, or I probably think they made this decision themselves about my input. But here we go. Dude, try and take him out with the katana. Gets punished for it. Envoy now with the opening onto the site. And how quickly does Zygnus react to this?
The question. Joker, though, I mean, he's so hot with a scope right now. If I'm anyone on Zygnus, I do not want to give this guy a peek. And he's waiting for someone to do it. And if it's not Joker, it's Mihawk. I mean, the scopes are too much. Mihawk for 2. Is he going to find a third? The last one here. Chance for a quick scope. Oh, it's a highlight reel. Phase up. I don't know what it is, baby. We're seeing it all. Another 3-piece with the scope in back-to-back rounds. Godsend, they're on one.
Can we get snipers? Just like a snipers only game of Call of Duty Mobile? I'd absolutely love that, man. I mean, the plays we're seeing at the moment from both of these squads, the clutch moments, but once again, it is Godsent Mihawk this time around to step up, and Mihawk again in the kill feed with that first snipe onto Tio. Noel takes down just as well. It is Mihawk with a shotty now. You know what? Just give him these one-shot kills. Mihawk, he loves the weapons that give him it, the shorty, the DL, anything he is happy with. The nade might well be a one-shot kill as well if he lands it correctly. Just walk into it. It won't happen, but Godsent, everything is looking up for them. They find themselves in a 5 versus 2, and for Envoy and Cheeto, I mean, good freaking luck, man.
That's about all you can say at this point. I mean, this has just been so defensively favored after that first initial round. I mean, they're just hesitating in a lot of them, and now because of it, they're losing numbers, they're not finding trades, and it's becoming a bit of a problem as you have to now work yourself through a 2v5, and if there's going to be a player to do it, then Cheeto would have to find some angles. You can see him getting a little aggressive, looking for peaks, and that's because he has to at this point in time. Getting a little bit low on time here. Oh my, shot through the wall. I don't know what Joker's shooting at. Maybe he gets some kind of a sound cue, maybe he gets some kind of a call out. I didn't even see him on his screen, but waiting patiently was Noel. He gets quick scope to the face, so making this a tad bit more manageable. 2 versus 4, but low on time.
You can see now kind of what you're able to look through is the little gaps where you can see maybe the feet of players, the legs, take them out. And there's going to be a kill for Cheeto. This is quickly becoming a manageable round here. Envoy and Cheeto, I was saying good luck, to be honest. 20 seconds left. This is still more than possible. You just have to get past the Bison of Doodoo. And I spoke too soon, Austin. It was possible, not probable. 4-1 now to Godsent. And we switch sides now. Godsent will be on the defense. On the offense, sorry. I think the defense for Godsent was just way too strong, way too aggressive for Zygnus to actually be able to handle.
I mean, you got to find an answer for the scopes. That's the biggest problem. Like, between the 2 scopes for Godsent right now, there is 12 kills, and now they want to use some of their aggression up close here. I love the smoke play. Have a chance for a bomb plant here. You got 2 players, though, from Zygnus Esports that might be able to find some exit kills. We'll see. The bomb is being planted. Everyone's still alive, and it's going to go down.
Yep, look at the aggression coming in from Godsent right from the off. Zygnus, how ready are they for this? Apparently very ready. The Hulkers are in full effect. Tio and his teammate able to pick up these kills. Kimwax looking for number 2. It's going to be Dudu with 2, though. Responses from Kimwax is pretty strong. Just Joker left up here in a 1 versus 4. 1 versus 3, sorry. I don't believe he's going to be able to do that much. Impressive. Zygnus on the retake. And I'll tell you what, good effort from Godsent with all the utility, all the smokes coming over. Zygnus with a fast reaction.
Kimwax just went ham. Like, he just found 4 kills and he even got a piece of the 5th. Like, talking about having a big bounce back there. That is what you needed. Some player to step up. And Kimwax, wasn't really having, the best of times before that round. So just about picks up every single one of his kills in that one. That is going to be a very nice momentum round for the side of Zygnus Esports, telling them that, hey, we can still do this. We can bring this back. We've seen them do that before, but it's a matter of closing once they do start finding multiple rounds in a row. Now with the change up, it was pure aggression over to A from Godsent. This time, Joker's going to be responsible for waiting for a peek here. And you can even see some shots on the minimap just kind of going off, looking for some wall banks just around this B site. That's where the bomb's hovering, and Noel eats a bit of damage, but is able to keep his life.
Joker still watching this backline. He's just going to put some more utility out to his teammate. Not entirely sure what the plan was there. Maybe thought that Godsent will get over aggressive into the B site, but that hasn't been the plan at all. And now we find ourselves in a very different situation where Godsent are in the position that Cygnus are in only a few rounds prior on their own offense, where they haven't made much progression at all. But here we go. A difference in strategy, a change in the plan. They're making their way towards A.
Oh, I think something was certainly calmed here. You can see everyone making a rotation, but it will be the first kill for Godsent there onto Just. So opening up with a numbers advantage. The bomb going to go down. You can see 2 players starting to work in the back there, and Envoy does find the kill and evens us up in a 4v4.
2-2 split coming in here from Zygnus for the retake. Let's see if their retake is as good this time around. It wouldn't seem so, as Noel and Dudu going to win their gunfights. Kimwax tries it against Araujo. It doesn't happen, and it's just Cheeto left up in a 1 versus 4. Does take down 1. Sniper rifle, it's not a bad weapon to have. The sniper rifle shorty combo, it works pretty well. The call actually made to Noel here, but it isn't actually. Noel doesn't react in time. And now a 1 versus 2 for Cheeto. Still 10 seconds left. Cheeto's still playing his life. He can do this. He just needs to get the kill with the shorty, but it's so tough when you need to run out into the open like that. A player on the heady. Doesn't matter which Call of Duty you're playing. That's going to be a tough to win situation.
Wow, he must have ripped the ear off that player on top of the bomb, because it looked like that had connected. And if he finds that kill, then maybe he gets out there in time to challenge the next one as well, or can go for some kind of a prediction. But look at this. Smokes go down. Godsent are sending it completely right into trailer. They have the control. Justice got his hands full right now. He knows they're inside, but he can't come up with any kills. Now you're trapped inside of trailer, and they're going to move this bomb back. Really risky play from Noel. And nobody has actually moved on the side of Zygnus Esports. They're still pretty much just sitting back 10, not looking to move inside of A. And this bomb who's kind of moved all around the map. Noel's now going to make the call to come back towards A. They have trailer control. I like this call. Let's see if they can get the bomb down.
Shots going down for Tio, trying to put a stop to this one. But look at Noel. He is completely wanting to get this bomb down. But Tio gets that kill onto Dudu. Should know where Noel is on this bomb. It's going to be effectively all onto Tio here to put a stop to this for the moment.
4v4 and playing spoiler. Araujo right through the middle, might be able to make a play, but again, Tillo able to find Noel. Now bringing us into a 4 versus 3. Zygnus Esports trying to stay alive in this map number 2. Will they just try and stick the defuse? I love this play. I love this play. Someone's got to go for a check, and Zygnus are finding kills. No one will check the bomb in time. And what a nice retake from the side of Zygnus Esports. Down in numbers, does not matter. They're able to get through a 4 versus 5, stick the defuse, and they'll secure round number 3.
Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Zygnus not dead yet here in this search and destroy. Godsent have given them a game and a half, but that was a brilliant retake from him. But look at this. Throwback Thursday. It's time for Godsent to make their way over towards A. Once again, with a lot of utility. They have taken down both Kimwax and Just in this round. A 3 versus 4. They have also lost somebody themselves. Dudu is down, and it has slowed down Godsent considerably for the moment.
And this is where, the beauty of 2 minutes really plays out for you. Make an aggressive hit like that. Yeah, you used a lot of your utility, but you could just, honestly, if you want to, play patient or look to use your numbers on the other side of the map and see if you can catch Zygnus Esports off guard. It looks like they have made a couple of rotations. 2 players are here around B. Up close, Mihawk. Oh, again, man. Finds another kill. And now it's up to 2. Have to find big plays out of Shadow here and Totillo. A 2 versus 4, a tough ask. And look at this back and forth. The mind games that have been just called here over and over again for Godsend. They've moved to B, they go back to A, and this is where they planted the bomb the majority of the time. You need another massive retake out of Cygnus Esports if they decide to drop the bomb, and they will.
Godsend gonna get this bomb down. Now it's going to be about Tio and Cheeto. I mean, this would be quite the clutch, wouldn't it, if it happened? If Noel peeks his head, that should be a kill for Cheeto, but as Tio falls, yeah, I mean, your reaction says it all, doesn't it, Austin? Cheeto in this 1 versus 4. It's possible, but the information's now gained. I mean, they kind of knew, they had an inkling where that player was coming from regardless, but Mihawk effectively confirms it. 20 seconds on the clock. I can't see Cheeto winning this 1 versus 4, though never say never. Never. I've said it. It's not happening. 6-3 to Godsend. That is a search and destroy and a half. Cygnus certainly gave them a game, but Godsend, again, it's a very similar situation to what happened previously between Cygnus and Full House. You remember that one, Austin? 4-1 up before we switch sides this time around. It was Godsend that started this before we got to the switch with that scoreline, and it was an unrecoverable position for Cygnus Esports. Just that simple.
It was. I mean, like, that was a much cleaner search and destroy play from Godsend. And I think the big problem yesterday is that they were the ones getting picked, and they were the ones throwing their lives away. And when they had numbers advantage, sometimes they were throwing away. And sure, there was a couple of rounds that Cygnus Esports were able to capitalize on, but overall, that was a much cleaner. And that's what you want to see out of a team that was struggling quite a bit in search and destroy, because they looked fantastic in the respawns. And if you can get your search and destroy right up there with your respawns, this would be a very deadly team. And now we find ourselves in a really interesting position, don't we, Brody, where Cygnus Esports, the #1 seed, are 2-0 down. We have to kind of bring up the fact again that Cygnus Esports ended up taking out Godsend in the lower bracket in the qualifier and made them place 5th to 6th. So the fact that they have now made the adjustments, they're looking a lot more solid, and they're 2-0 up, and they just need 1 more map, and they're going into 2 more respawns here, Brody. They find themselves in a pretty good spot, and I feel like you want to get it done sooner than later. That is for sure. You don't want to give any momentum over to the Cygnus Esports squad.
Well, 2-0 up now. Oh, Godsend. This is a position and a half for Cygnus Esports to be in. Let's take a look at the series layout then to show you guys what is coming next. It's Domination. It's going to be Raid. This is something, again, we haven't seen Raid Domination from either of these two teams so far this tournament. It does present a very interesting state of affairs. Now, for Cygnus, this is a redemption story potentially in the making. And I'll say it like this. Yesterday, they were 2-0 up versus Full House. Yesterday, Full House came back and made the reverse sweep possible. This time around, 2-0 down to Godsend. Could they be the ones to make the reverse sweep happen, Austin?
I mean, as you said in the last map, never say never. It is possible. I feel like the Cygnus team is maybe just not fully on the same page at the moment, and they're making just a couple of misplays. And that could be down to nerves. I mean, that could be down to a number of things at the moment. I mean, this is a very important match. Like, winner moves on, winner goes, or loser goes home. So, I mean, it is just such a high-pressure match. It's not easy to come into this and maybe play like you normally do, knowing what's on the line and the stakes. So, you have to do it now, though, because as you said, like, you're 0-2 down. You need to find 3 maps in a row. They were in a very strong position yesterday in the upper bracket when they were leading some of the series very early on. They were the ones winning the first and second map, and then they ended up choking, of course, in the semifinals. This would be, you know, such a heartbreaker, I feel like, for this entire squad, for this entire, esports team as a whole, if you were to lose 3-0 the match before the world qualifier. I mean, this would hurt. This would hurt quite a bit, Brody, but with the way Godsend's playing, it very well could happen. Let's see if we're going to a map 4 or if it's going to be done in 3.
That's the question, isn't it? Godsend, they've looked pretty hot this series thus far. Cygnus Esports need a response from them. Can they get it done here? Capturing this B flag right out of the gate would be huge for Cygnus. Right now, it feels like this 1v1 inside Laundry. Huge. Tio going to win that, and now that should be spawns pushing up for Laundry for Cygnus Esports.
Not too bad overall. Still need to try and get on B if you can. Godsend almost got that captured, but a couple of players now for Cygnus Esports starting to push outside of ring. Big kill comes through there for Totillo, and Kim Wax also going to follow up with another. So you got some numbers here. Just need to finish off the last couple of players, and Kim Wax, the one to get it done here. Long range shots looking solid. Now this is a chance for the side of Cygnus Esports to hop on top of the flag, and it looks like they're going to be able to secure it.
Huge opening, you know, getting B early on, making sure now that Godsend don't get it. That is going to be the next task. Unfortunately, the flash comes in. Dudo and Noel going to combine for 3. Look where Cygnus Esports are on the map. They've got to make sure A isn't given away by Godsend, and because of that play, you can see actually number 3 and number 4, that's going to be Cheeto and Kimwax on that flag. Godsend just are going to capture B, and immediately the initial advantage from Zygnus is gone.
Mihawk up back, and he finds 2. He's able to find the first one. Is he going to be able to actually land the shots for the second? I mean, he's finessing really well. He gets the full health back, but Tatilla will not have any of it. Able to find the shutdown here, but B still in the hands of Godsend. So all that work that you did earlier, you need to do it all over again. And Tatilla's going to be able to find himself another kill here on towards Dudu. But I think we are about to go in with the listen. And I have to assume this one is going to be over towards Zygnus Esports. These guys are down, Brody, but they just found a massive surge. And they might be able to start to build off of this. And let's see if they can do it. Let's go in with the listening with Zygnus Esports.
Tô indo sem. Vamos lá. Tem que ser. CD3. Então. Certo. Lavandria.
Lavanderia tem.
Certo, mano. Escuta.
Voltamos pra C.
Contact meio. Preta. Escada 2, escada 3. Buraco. Tem lavanderia ainda. Certo. Lavanderia. Olha essa hoje. Ligado. Peguei, morri. Tem 3 B, mano. Vai pra posição certa, mano. Meio na B. Apartamento. Domina buraco pela B. Dupla. Hein? Vou voltar pra de novo. Bora. Peguei apartamento. Pega B. CT. Deu de uma. Tira. 2 A. Tem apartamento. 2 A. CT. Tudo certo. Eu tô conseguindo pro meio, Cozinha.
Deixa pela van, tá?
Cozinha.
Pela van.
Deixa rapaziada.
Tem 3 caras pro fora. Pela escola vai ser nosso.
Escada dupla tem, escada dupla.
Aperta assim.
Ao final, rapaziada. Pro mundial, rapaziada.
Não é nem mais um mapa, é um
All right, that was our Xperia dial-in right there with Godsend. I'm not going to lie, I thought it was going to be with Zygnus Esports, considering the first map was with Godsend. But either way, getting lots of the comms right now, and there was a nice resurgence there at the end, 75-68. Going to keep this one close, but Godsend still going to have that slight lead here for us, Brody.
Yeah, Godsend in the lead at the moment. Although it's not such a massive lead that Zygnus Esports are in any trouble at the moment. However, you need to capture this B right from the word go. That has to be your immediate objective. Can they get it done? Kimwax is actually going to use their Premium Predator missile to make sure that they get it done. But Noel now firing right back with the gravity spikes. Death Machine is put away almost immediately from Envoy as Zygnus. They want to capture this B flag. They got to deal with Joker and Dudu to get it done. Now just the former as that nade is going to land rather well onto Joker. And now, of course, as they get rid of these Godsend players, they now can capture the flag.
Oh, it's a really big moment. They actually get rid of the Death Machine through the middle of the map, and they capture the flag, and on top of it, they're going to find 3 down after it. So a massive moment that ends up coming on through, but that C flag, that very well could be contested. A lot of the players starting to overextend. We'll see if Godsend can actually draw the pressure back from B and what they're going to be able to do with it now. Hopping on the flag for a quick moment. A couple kills come through. Mihawk, the player to really keep your eye open for. He's inside of Vart. He's got 11 kills to his name, and him being in your spawn, well, it's always a death trap, and you're starting to see it play out as he's keeping that spree going.
Yep, it's going to be Zygnus Esports now taking the lead here in this game. This is a monstrous start to the second half. You've got to keep an eye on what Godsend are able to do, though. This could be Mihawk trying to make his way in. Is going to be denied that 13th frag. Godsend, now at the moment, just going to be looking to find their way over towards B anywhere they can. Joker, inside Laundry, able to put that first kill against Tortillo. Cheeto and Envoy in close proximity. There are more kills on the table here for Godsend if they can make it happen, but got to act fast. I mean, before you know it, that 150-point mark will be hit.
Very likely might happen for us. I mean, Zygnus Esports, we've seen a lot of these moments where, they get a little bit of this momentum and they start to run with it, and now they're building up a lead. They're doing a good job of protecting this B flag. Anyone who tries to overextend, they've been able to deal with, at least thus far, and that's another answer on towards Mihawk. He's the player that's been trying to make plays in the back, but you're starting to see the streaks come in. This could be a big one. Predator missile only going to be able to find the first one, but his teammates clean up the second. I mean, you're just seeing everything just being thrown out on the map. The death machines are just coming into play, and this has just been one hell of a hold so far for Zygnus Esports, and Godsend haven't found an answer as of just yet.
Contact with enemy.
Esports now going to be very close to winning this game, and there is a point, Austin, where you kind of have to consider the fact that Godsent will actually need to go not just for the 2 cap, but also a triple cap as well. They've hit the 2-minute mark. They will be facing some problems. For Cygnus Esports, they will reach that 150-point mark. So keep an eye on when we get to that point. But for Cygnus, they don't care. As far as they're concerned at the moment, they are pretty content. And the gravity spike has been denied as well. Once again, the jump coming in from Joker. Godsent just cannot find their way on in no matter what happens. And I think the big problem for me here, Austin, is they keep on going in one by one. They keep on trying to make heroic plays. There isn't a team effort going on right now. And I think as I say that, look at the minimap. You're seeing number 4 and number 5 making a concerted effort to see.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter, unfortunately. There's not enough time to really do anything, and the final second should come in, and there it is. So, very nicely done. Cygnus Esports, they're not going to go out just yet. They got some fight in them, and that was being down, about 6 or 7 points going into the half. They had that incredible start to the second half there for us, and that was enough to at least build up some of these streaks. They had such a lockdown setup at B, and there was just never really any answers. We saw Mihawk get into the back at one point in time. He found a couple of kills, but his teammates were unable to follow him up. They were unable to frag out inside of ring and get control of the flag. So that was a very stellar game, very nicely done here out of Cygnus. So they're going to stay alive. They want to still fight for that world champion spot here, Brody, and it's nice to see.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And as you say, Austin, the win condition for me there going into that second half was just make sure you get that B flag straight away. But actually, I think if anything, Godsent just kind of looked like they were flailing somewhat in that second half, where they didn't really look like they were playing as a team on trying to retake. There were so many times where they just sent one player to try and make these heroic plays. And also, they didn't really have anything heroic to work with anyway, because a lot of the specialists that we talked about, how important they can be with retaking flags in Domination, they were utilized pretty early on in the round and shut down almost to begin with also. Massively well done there from Cygnus Esports to stay alive in the series. And let's talk about that series for everybody at home to show where we are going next. It will be another hard point, and it will actually be a takeoff. Now, this is going to be problematic, at least from my point of view, for Cygnus Esports, because as I said before we got into the series, Austin, Godsent 3-0 on takeoff, and every victory for me has been very convincing. It's going to be tough. It is going to be tough, I think, here for Cygnus.
I think so too. I mean, coming into a map like this, it's a very explosive one, and I think it always comes down to P3. Every single time we've seen Takeoff Hardpoint, it's what team is at P3 first, and it's whether or not they hold it, which it feels like, a high percentage of the time. That's what typically plays out here for us. You have the close spawn. That's when you also have a lot of specialists that you can look to pull out because it's 3 hardpoints in, and typically everyone has that built up, and you're saving it for that hill because you know just how influential it can be to the overall score in the map here. So, I mean, it is not possible, or rather it's possible here for Cygnus Esports to still move back into it, find themselves a big win, but you feel like they got to bring some of that same flair that we just saw in the second half of the Domination here, Brody. And maybe in the back of your mind now, you're thinking for the other side of things right now for Godsent, like, oh man, we didn't close them. All right, we want to get it done here. As much as they looked strong in the firing range search and destroy, I feel like if you're Godsent, you still don't want it to go to a second S&D, especially on the back end of a reverse sweep that could potentially happen.
Yeah, I do want to say as well, I said that Godsent at 3-0 on Takeoff Hardpoint. It was actually 2-1 because the Godsent, the Takeoff Hardpoint, that they played versus Skade yesterday was the map that they ended up losing on, and that was a pretty convincing victory to Skade. I just got the scores the wrong way around. So yeah, I mean, Godsent can lose here. You're absolutely right, though. This will come down to that P3 hill. For me as well, we've seen Hardpoints, particularly on Takeoff, where you can get the basically like 40 to 50 seconds off the first hill if you get in there pretty much straight away and are able to hold depending on which side of the map you spawn on also. So this should be interesting for sure. I would like to see a game 5. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a sucker for game 5s, you know that. It would be awesome to see Cygnus try and make it push us to that last search and destroy for sure. But the way Godsent are playing at the moment, even in that Domination, even though they looked a little bit, I guess, they didn't play as a team, really is the best way to describe it in the second half. They have looked really good all series long. So we'll see, man, we'll see. But Cygnus, they're not a roster that I think will take this one very easily.
No, I mean, they're going to make them work for it. Like, that's the factor here, is that Cygnus Esports are not just going to roll over. They're not just going to let you have this dub. If you want to close them out, you're going to have to make damn sure every single player is coming out here to do so, because this is a squad that will never go down unless you put them down with force. So We'll see what's going to happen. Godsent have a chance to close out the series here again. They can qualify to the World Championship here for 2021. On the other side, Cygnus Esports, they just got a bit of fire. Let's see if they can carry it in towards Takeoff Hardpoint.
Let's see who will start this one off strong. We're going to be seeing sniper rifles actually coming out early on here from Cygnus Esports as they look to try and get control of the hill early on. It seems they have it for the moment, but Joker now trying to find his way on in. Dudu also in close proximity. It's Cygnus Esports, though, at the end of the day, who are in control of the hill feed, in control of the hill. As long as they recognize where Godsent is spawning from, they should be okay for some time.
Hardpoint contested.
30 seconds left here. Nice high ground currently being held from Envoy. He's picking them apart. I mean, he's able to find a couple of kills. His teammates find the rest. And on top of this, he's also making sure that they have the fast rotation. And Shadow looked like he wanted to try and bring the scope out there again and able to come up with at least one before falling. But 27 seconds off the first hill for Cygnus Esports here. I mean, this is actually massive, and they're still accumulating time. Finally, Mihawk is the one to be able to come and surge through for a kill. But you have to worry about this rotation, and no one on the side of Godsent is in position.
Yep, Cygnus Esports in a great position here to really run away here with this game early on. I said this is not what you wanted to happen. We're also seeing hunter-killer drones coming out of Cygnus Esports, so keep an eye on those as we move forward. Potentially streaks being built up here by Cygnus Esports, but Tatio looking for the kill against Dudu. Coming through as well is Joker. Tatio able to pick up both. And Cygnus Esports holding on, Austin.
Yeah, look at the spawns right now. I mean, it's going to be kind of scattered for the side of Godsent. They get some splits, but it's going to be read quite nicely there for Cygnus Esports on the minimap. So it's going to allow them to still keep some numbers around the hill. But finally, with the return kills coming in for Godsent, they're actually going to clear things out 30 seconds in. And this is crucial time because now they're going to make sure that this lead does not get completely out of control. A couple last attempts do, in fact, come through here for Cygnus, but it's not looking too likely. Not before we start to see the spawns. But I think this is totally okay right now. Look at Godsent. They're like, listen, if you want to fight for this scrap time, you can have it. We want this set up at P3, and the only one here is Just, and he's got a lot of work to do, and he won't be able to find anyone.
Going to get at least a few seconds here off that hard point, and they do technically can have control of the rotation, but Tio's looking to cut off the players coming from those spawns. Noel's the first player looking to get involved in this gunfight. Joker turns around, takes him out of the equation. A big gunfight because now Godsent can spawn in close without any problems in their path, but now needs to be about actually holding on to this hard point. It's now going to be Joker inside, Envoy picking up 3 though, and now this is going to be a real problem for Godsent.
What a play. Envoy here using at the perfect time. I mean, it is still a fight for the hill. No one has full control just yet. And Cygnus, look at them. They let him defeat. The Predator missile comes through for a kill. That will be controlled for a very quick moment. But Joker able to move through. Mihawk decides to invest in a war machine of his own. Will be able to come away with a couple of kills. And well, it is putting in so much work. 20 seconds left. But the big factor here is that at least Cygnus Esports is able to keep this a tad bit scrappy for us. So sure, we might get a lead change, but maybe we won't. Kim Wax wants to at least do a bit of work before he ends up falling. The remaining 8 seconds might be up for grabs here for the side of Godsent. However, this is still a back and forth game, but good recovery out of Godsent to work themselves back in.
Yeah, this is a really close game at the moment. Just 8 points separating these teams as it currently stands. Cygnus Esports looking to fight for this rotation. Godsent players already over here. Envoy going to win that initial trade, but it will now be Noel inside the hill. Mihawk also here. These shorties have been absolutely deadly, and having one sat in the corner of the hard point, well, that's going to be a problem for any Cygnus players that want to make their way in. But look at the kill feed. It's Godsent. Araujo picking up 2. Joker with another one. Noel trying to cause some problems for this Godsent roster, but it is going to be them inside the hill right now. Kim Wax, though, comes in with a Holger, picks up 3, completely flips control.
Oh man, that's a big moment right there. Cygnus Esports with a couple of players inside of the point. If they can maybe just clear out the remaining Godsent players roaming around the hill here, could be a chance to collect 20 seconds or so, and they're doing a pretty damn good job of it. There's another 3 kills in the feed for Cygnus Esports, coming alive at the very last hill in the rotation. Just a couple players left trying to hit the scrap time here for Godsent, but they don't have the numbers to fully invest into it. So the last couple seconds will be collected for Godsent, but you have a slight lead for Cygnus Esports coming into the resets, and back to P1 we'll go.
Back to P1 we go again. Not much separating these two teams at the moment. Cygnus Esports have slightly their noses out in the lead over a Godsent. Now trade's going down for the next hard point. It is going to be Godsend in the hill for the moment, but flashes Mihawk. He can't see anything in that position, and Cygnus, just like that, able to wave chain together. 4 on 5 kills. Godsend removed from the hard point, and the kill feed is absolutely Cygnus's at the moment. They can get a huge chunk of time here as long as they control it correctly, but Godsend not giving up here.
No, not giving up. There's still plenty of time to play for the rotation, so I think it's okay to dedicate your resources into getting the remaining 30 seconds. And another War Machine ends up coming out, or sorry, Death Machine, excuse me, comes out here, and that's going to allow them to clear out some space. 4 players actually now dropping down for the side of Cygnus Esports, and they're still on the time. I mean, they've gotten quite a bit off of it. You're seeing the smokes come through as Godsend are just trying to contest whatever little time they can get. But you take a look at the mini-map on the left-hand side there. 3 members here for the side of Cygnus Esports, already in rotation for the new hill. They have the close spawn. It's just about winning it on these battles, and this hill very well could make or break the game for us, Brody.
Oh, look at Tio as well. He just had his Death Machine out. It was immediately taken out there by Joker. So Godsend still fighting for this one. Araujo looking to come on in. Needs to take out that sentry turret because Cheeto with that is causing all sorts of problems. Mihawk now trying to deal with it. Cannot do so. You need the heavy machinery. You need your rocket launchers. You need your Death Machines to take that out. And none of them are available, at least initially. But look at this in from behind now. Godsend trying to make the flank happen. They know they can get behind the sentry gun.
Behind the sentry gun into the hard point, doing everything you possibly can. Dudu finding a couple of kills there off screen. Down low, Mihawk, the explosive player, is able to find 1, make it 2. Big plays coming through for Godsend. Mihawk is still on a tear, but Tatillo will be able to shut him down. 20 seconds remaining. A massive rotation in the cards, and the best thing here is that Godsend can't win the game off this time. So if you can keep this contested, this is fantastic for you. You already got 2 members that have been able to make a rotation to P3 for Cygnus Esports. It's just about winning these rotational battles. It's about to all end for us potentially right on this next hill.
This needs to be the break coming in here from Godsend. You've only got realistically 1 chance at this before chaos ensues. They need to get in right now. Just with that first fight. Kimwax is second as well. The gravity spikes is denied. Joker only able to get 1. Cygnus Esports still winning all these gunfights. Still with all this time. 10 seconds away from victory. Godsend trying to find their way in. Kimwax with 1. Tio with another. Cheeto with 2 more. And Cygnus Esports force a map number 5.
Oh man, you wanted to get it done in the respawn, Brody, but Cygnus Esports say no, no, no. They'll find the win, and I mean, just in incredible fashion too. I mean, as we go back through the first set of hard points, there was about 6 seconds separating the 2, and it comes down to just some of those massive holds on P1 and P2, and there was just so many rotations being made from Cygnus Esports. It felt like they were always just a step ahead, and Godsend was playing catch up. You could see really the panic kind of starting to seep on through for them when they were trying to contest that scrap time. They weren't in position to make rotations, and it's just such a big moment for Cygnus Esports. 2-0 down, and now they're having the opportunity to reverse sweep to get themselves a world championship spot, the very last one. I mean, you can't make these narratives up, Brody. You just can't. This is just something incredible if they're able to do it going into the map number 5.
Dude, I completely forgot that this is for a world spot. My brain, I was just so laser focused there on what was happening in the closing moments. I was like, oh my goodness me. This is an incredible series now between Cygnus Esports and Godsend. I mean, Cygnus, I think they definitely deserved that win. They had that early advantage, I think, and really, well, we saw that rotation over towards the second set of hills where Godsend, they looked like they were going to take some time on the P1. Cygnus came in, took that away from them, got the majority of time, and then, of course, made the rotation over towards P2 as well. That really was a key moment for me in that game. Up to that point, I mean, it was a really close one between Cygnus Esports and Godsend. They were trading hard points also.
Yeah, they very much were. And I mean, as we start to take a look at everything that was kind of happening here through our Xperia Rewind Time Record replays, it was honestly, you know, just a massive snowball and collection of hills in the second rotation of hard points that they were just building up and they were just taking over. I mean, it was just full control. Great usage of the streaks too. We go back to the sentry turret that was placed really early there in the second hill to make sure that no one was able to funnel through, and that really slowed things down considerably. Had to switch to the rockets to bring it out and try to break that down, and it took them too long to really do so. That all that time was just being collected there for the side of Cygnus. So now we focus on a map number 5 here, Brody. If we could take a look at the map set for as far as what we're gonna get. The map 5 is going to be a Summit Search and Destroy. This is going to be the map that decides who moves on to that losers final, and more importantly, who moves on to Worlds, baby, for 2021. So much on the line here in this map number 5 on Summit.
Yeah, I mean, once you get past this series, right, whoever wins, it is just a case of, right, now we're fighting, obviously, to be Latin America champions. Now we're fighting for seeding. Now we're fighting for a higher share of the prize pool. But really, I think this is the most stressful one. This is like, we need to make it to Worlds, obviously, for a shot at the biggest of prize pools here for Call of Duty Mobile Esports. Not only that as well, but just to the glory of making it there as one of the 3 teams from Latin America. There's just so much on the line here for
There
this
is.
series. I am so excited to see who comes out on top. And honestly, I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. For Cygnus Esports, I mean, I kind of set it up earlier on, right? They were 2-0 down. This is their opportunity to have redemption, to make the reverse sweep of their own. Because yesterday, this happened to them. They were reverse swept versus Full House Gaming. That's why they're in the lower bracket. And more to the point as well, because we haven't talked really about sort of revenge for these teams. For Cygnus Esports, they want revenge versus Full House Gaming. And if that were to happen, if we were to get that matchup later on today, that would be a very interesting matchup. Similar story, really, for Godsend, because they got dismantled by Skade. They won another shot at that matchup.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the factor is like you said, there's just so much that happens for as far as these other series that might end up unfolding as whoever wins this moves on. I mean, redemption story. It does feel like, I mean, Cygnus Esports, just based off of their history, like it does seem like they flourish sometimes in the lower bracket. And if you win a lower bracket match like this in reverse sweep fashion, like you're going to Worlds, but I mean, at that same note, like you're going into that losers final fired up. I mean, it is just going to do so much for you when you know that you've obviously qualified, and on top of that, you have a chance to be able to move through, make some extra money, maybe even capture this very first seed. But as much as that might be lingering in their minds, they got to still focus on what's in front of them, and that is this series. That is the map 5. And I mean, we just kind of take a look at what was happening in the firing range, and I still am very impressed with what Godsent was doing, because they just seemed like they were all over the place yesterday in search and destroy. They were not finding collective rounds. They would maybe get the off one here and there, but overall they were just pretty much getting snowballed on 3 or 4 rounds in a row. Then they find one, but they were never in control. Today felt like they really had control over the firing range map, and that was a map that Cygnus Esports has actually already found a win on. So now you go into the map number 5. Cygnus Esports have taken 2 maps in a row. If you can just get back to what you were doing yesterday in your S&Ds, I feel like you shouldn't have too hard of a time, but it's really on what Godsend is going to do. Are they going to be able to pull out some of this aggression that they were utilizing so well in the firing range? I mean, that's what I think I'm really looking at coming in towards the summit.
Yeah, for sure. I think, a big reason for Godsend's success there on that firing range search and destroy was their prowess with the sniper rifles. You really can't understate it, right? Miko and Joe particularly were going absolutely off with those snipers. For some, I think the actual sniper rifles, I think they have a little bit less use when it comes to the lanes, maybe, because you got to think on firing range when it comes to the defense. You're effectively just looking over the A site with sniper rifle. That's really your only job. For this, it's a little bit less straightforward, and for that reason, there is an opportunity, an opening here for Cygnus Esports to actually get into this matchup and really deal with those sniper rifles on their own terms. Austin, I've got no idea how this one's going to go, man. I'm just so excited to see who will qualify for Worlds, who will make it into the top 3, continue their fight. Of course, a reminder for everyone at home with the format and how all of this works. The winner of this matchup will face the loser of our upper bracket final. That's going to be the match following this one. Full House Gaming versus Skade. I mean, Austin, we're talking about this loser bracket semi-final, how good of a series this has been. That winner's bracket final, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness me.
We're in for a treat. We're in for, like, so much action-packed Call of Duty today. Like, I hope that you guys at home are strapped in, ready to go. Hope you got your popcorn ready, your drinks ready, whatever it is, because viewers, we got ourselves a banger game number 5. We're taking every little look at this Summit load-in map because this is going to be the big one that comes down to it. I mean, what are we going to get at the scopes? That is what we're looking at. Mihawk and Joker were all over Cygnus Esports. I think it was 4 rounds in, 5 rounds in. They had collectively gathered 12 kills, and they only had 2 deaths. You have to have an answer for it. If you don't, we might see a similar stat line that we got in the firing range. But here we go, right into the round number 1. Attacking first is in fact going to be Godsend. They got some middle map control, but they're simply looking to scout out some information before they make a move.
Indeed they are. Duty might well be the player to make the first move. Of course, they seem to be moving towards B. You've got to be careful though, because where a sniper will more likely not be is watching down that line of sight. Now, Envoy might well have one. Of course, you've also got Cheeto in close proximity, so somebody from Cygnus will be well aware of what's about to happen. No bodies over towards A, and here we go. Envoy sitting in the corner. It's not a sniper rifle. Dudu off the back of that will be able to get that kill. He gets a looking for it.
Nice first kill. Opens up the site here potentially for a plan. Still got a couple defenders you got to worry about. And this cross here, that's going to be the big factor. Oh, Chino gets pushed off the angle. And Dudu, I mean, he's just sending it. He's just going all the way to the back. Not sure if they're going to read this or not. Will potentially be another battle. Meanwhile, still only one player dropping down. The B bomb looks to be planted, and there it is. Bomb will go down.
Now 4 versus 4, just in from behind though, is able to pick up one, and nobody reacting to this at the moment. Might just catch Neil off guard. Noel goes down. Araujo also, and look at Zygnus here, able to retake the site. It is just Joker now left up in a 1 versus 4. Is not going to get a kill there. It's actually going to be Kimwax who takes him down. So Zygnus with the retake, really well played.
Yeah, I mean, that is very well played. The fact that, you know, you opens up with a kill, you got the bomb down, not always easy to come through when the retakes there, but doing it together and just coming up with a couple of big ones there, enough to get away with it. So nice start for Zygnus Esports, a team that is, of course, coming through with the potential reverse sweep, having just all of this fire from the last 2 maps, looking even more convincing as we go from map to map. But it looks like we're going to take an Xperia dial in here with Godsend and see how things are going.
Esse smoke da B foi minha.
Eu consigo abrir bem.
Going down. Godsend once again looking for some
Eu desbloqueei, passa minha.
hold on the bomb once they get it down.
Bora.
Now, Envoy, I don't think Dudu expected that. Envoy was much further pushed up than previously.
Tem Dermac, rapaziada.
Vou fazer granada Dermac.
Faz granada. Cuidado com o Lurker aí.
Não tem Dermac. Pô, pelo menos a granada não pegou.
Volta da plataforma, rapaziada. Se conseguir comer ele rápido.
Vamos?
Você tem quadrado, à frente do quadrado. Tá. Não tá no Dermac, mano.
Tem o Chito. Quadrado tem, rapaziada.
Tem cabecinha. Não vai fazer.
Cabecinha no quadrado, tá? Colocou o trofe. Vamos plantar nessa, rapaziada. Ajuda a abrir.
Vou subir torre.
Vai. Tem que ajudar a abrir.
Pera aí.
Ah, espera o jogo.
Clara a plataforma.
Subir torre.
Espera.
Gravaram o quadrado aqui com o Alpin, tá gravado.
Só passa.
Plataforma.
Plataforma.
Plantando, tô plantando, dá cover.
Tá. Tô de short na
Plataforma é a daça.
Tô de short na torre. Vou garantir pra nós.
Costas.
Teleférico.
Levou o teleférico. Relaxa.
Target down.
Boa. Relaxa.
É o Alpin teleférico.
Tem smoke.
Bomb spotted. Enemy has
Wow. I mean, just wow. That's one heck of a way to come back into it. I mean, after our Xperia dial-in, we didn't get to listen to the comms, and well, we don't necessarily know Portuguese, but I can only imagine what those guys were saying after a 1v4 from Joker. I mean, that simply just cannot happen, Brody.
Well, he's just that good, right? Joker, he's proven a real asset to Godsend, and Zygnus not going to be happy with that one, but they've got to put it at the back of their mind going forward. And immediately, right into this round, Godsend with the aggression. Dudu's able to take out Just, and now 4 versus 5. Zygnus not with the numbers at the moment. Godsend with map control also, and it just gets worse as well, because Titio's going to fall.
Going to lose out on a couple of players. Mihawk also finding Kim Wax, and everything just seems to be falling apart defensively right now. Zygnus Esports feeling it. Look at the challenges. I mean, Mihawk feeling himself. When he's taking aggressive challenges like that, things are looking good for Godsend, and that is a very fast round where they're now going to pull ahead with back-to-backs and go up 2-1.
Yeah, it's the aggression, right? That's what Godsend have kind of been missing. They had to rely on a 1 versus 4 in the round prior to that one, and I think for them at the moment, they just need to get more rounds in like that, where they just fly at Zygnus, because I don't really know if they've got anything in the backpack ready for that kind of play. Let's see if the same thing happens again here, and I think Godsend might have just found their groove, Austin. The rhythm is starting to beat here for Godsend.
I mean, that's what happened in the firing range. That really did kind of just play out there for us, where they just start getting aggressive the first round, they slow things down, they mix things up, and they make it very difficult for Zygnus Esports to predict anything that they're going to do. And that's really, you know, what you need to try and accomplish when you're talking about search and destroy as a game mode. But this round, no one going down just yet. 35 seconds in, lots of shots have been fired, and this bomb is starting to make its way over towards B. We'll see if they can in fact drop it, but they got to get through Envoy. Smoke's going to go down. He's trying to predict the next player who's going to challenge out, but Dudu able to challenge out onto Kimwax. And that's going to bring us now to 4 players on each side.
Godsent still haven't made that much progression towards the bomb. They've also got to be careful because coming in the flank here is going to be just going to go for the shots. Unfortunately, not enough going to connect for that kill on Araujo. You can see the slightest amount of HP, so they will survive that engagement, but nonetheless, for Zygnus, they are happy with this position because now it's forcing players to turn around. Just a fine distraction for Zygnus at the moment, as Dudu and Araujo are going to try and find them. I think they have located him, but now it's about actually getting this frag. Good news for Godsent. Araujo does deal with them, and now they can get this bomb down on A.
All right, 3v3, 30 seconds left. I like the rotation, but I mean, everyone's in position right now. Zygnus Esports clearly reading this play, but can they find the kills? The bomb is not completely being watched unless we can see the angle up top there, and Envoy's been able to get there just in the nick of time. Noel will be taken out. We'll also lose a second, and we'll lose a third. Zygnus, just with an excellent read, find themselves a big bounce back round to tie us up at 2 apiece.
Drop the bomb.
It was a good attempt there, you have to say.
Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Zygnus, they managed to get it done. Godsent managed to get it done in the end. Now though,
Smoke out. Smoke
2
out.
for 2 in terms of rounds. This is the last one where we're going to be seeing Godsent on the offense before Zygnus flip over to the offense for themselves. And here we go. It's a repeat of round number 3. Dudu able to get that first blood. Joker with a snipe onto Tio, and the numbers heavily in favor of Godsent. They've got control over the site. This is going to have to be an insane retake coming in from Zygnus.
Yes, it will be. I mean, they did it a couple rounds ago. Can they do it again? 3 versus 5. Have to find a couple of big individual plays, and well, you needed that kill to come through if it was really going to happen, but Mihawk too good in those close range engagements. And now 2 versus 5, low on time. They got 1 player pinned, and there's another death there. Oh, nice 2-piece in the end. Dudu finding quite a few in the round. That puts him on 8. So we'll get a massive round here on the attack that comes through successfully for the side of Godsent, and that's going to give them a 1-round lead as we switch sides, and we'll see what Zygnus Esports have for us as they go on the attack.
Esports. Moment they're going for a bit of more of a solid repressive approach here. Just hold yourselves back a little bit. You don't want to give anything away to Godsent. And I think if anything, actually, the idea for Zygnus at the moment might be like, well, we've seen Godsent on the offense get aggressive. Maybe they'll get aggressive on the defense. And well, Kimwax does step a foot out of the line. Mihawk puts him right back down with a sniper rifle. So now numbers in favor of Godsent.
I love this. Mihawk on the attack. He's pulling out the sub. He's getting aggressive. Defense, he pulls out the scope. And we know how lethal he was with it in the map too. But this time it's Joker who manages to find another kill with the sniper rifle. And getting picked apart right now is Zygnus Esports. They're unable to really establish any kind of a team push. They're not finding trades. Their scopes aren't finding kills. But finally, Envoy able to at least take 1 of the 5 players. Just will also find an aggressive challenge on the Joker. So what was a 2-man advantage has now been brought down to a 3 versus 3. Still time to play with, 50 seconds on the clock. And that bomb hovering around A, but still is an option to move back to B.
That's the thing, isn't it? Envoy still has the option here.
Oh.
Sniper for Cheeto. Dudo, come on, step out. Oh, the shot goes in. Cheeto does it a little bit off, but now the information should be given. Of course, Envoy going to come deal with it. And now, of course, the numbers in favor of Zygnus. They have the choice in this round. Goes down, does Araujo. It is just Mihawk. 1 versus 3. Gets the first snipe.
Smoke out.
Oh, man. You can never count Mihawk out. The stun's also going to connect. He's going to take the challenger. Maybe it was the direct impact with the smoke that came out there. But he pulled off a couple of big plays so far on the day. Chance to do so again. The bomb's going to be planted at B. Mihawk does not get the correct 50-50, but can he get the exit? Just on top of the bomb. The shot's going to go wide to his left. Mihawk might have info on both. This would be for the 1v3. He's got 35 seconds to do it.
Coming in on the flank is going to be just here. So Mihawk should be dead to rights unless he turns around sooner rather than later, or he's just going to get shot in the back by Chi. So yeah, there's not really much that Mihawk can do there. It was actually a really good attempt by those last two players to come in on sort of a double flank, if you will. They're going to flank their own bomb site, trusting that Mihawk wouldn't just jump on it, because of course, why would any player do that? A really good play by the last remaining players on Cygnus Esports to hold on to the round. And as far as this final search and destroy goes, Austin, it has been an incredibly close one.
Has been, and that was a steal of a round. I mean, a 3v5 that you came back into, not going out without a bang. That is for sure. These guys just fighting for it. And now into our big swing round here on round number 7. And the attack has been interesting. The bomb's been brought over to either site, but mainly been working around B, at least in that last one for us. And the scopes, we saw Mihawk with it in the last round as well. Found himself a couple of kills. Have to see if he maybe still has that out. But everyone patiently waiting. Top control will be in favor of Cygnus Esports. They have options. You can see them throwing some shoulders out, just searching for some info. But no one making a move yet. Everyone's so patient. Everyone's so tense here, Brody, knowing how important this round is.
Cygnus Esports, they don't have any reason to move just yet. There's still 60 seconds left on the clock here for Godsent. They are the ones that need to be careful just in case Cygnus Esports do bounce and take them out of the equation. Mihawk, particularly in the skylift at the moment, will be looking to pick up this frag. Tio is just around the corner. And if Mihawk is scoped in, he might not see him.
Oh, up close. The shot goes wide, and there it is. That's going to be a costly miss up close. Mihawk just not expecting it. Tilo able to find the kill. Now man advantage. Over to Cygnus Esports. How do they play the remaining 25 seconds? The bomb looks like it's going to start to go down at A. This is the first time they've been able to get a plant off. They got 3 players in the back of the spawn. All 4 players here for Godsent essentially in front of the site. They're going to have 35 seconds to play retake, and it looks like they're going to start to come through comms in the middle of the map.
Cygnus Esports find themselves with the numbers here in this situation. Envoy, of course, just going to be looking down that one line of sight. Joker, Noel, and Arauco all going to have to make their way through to Tio, working a flank. Sooner rather than later, every single kill is going Cygnus's way. They're winning all their crucial one-on-ones, and now Noel on a 1 versus 4. I said it, you got to be careful. A player is coming on the flank, and that is a perfect execution as far as Cygnus are concerned. As soon as they get that first kill there onto Mihawk inside the skylift, it is effectively an entire bomb site all to themselves.
It really was. That was a big play out of Tilo to come through, find the entry, a big scope. I mean, just a player you always want off the map is Mihawk. Let's be honest. When you get rid of him, I feel like you get a lot more confident as the team on the opposite side to come through and make some of those aggressive plays and do it together, and that's exactly what happens. So these rounds, they've been just so slow for the first minute of play, and why wouldn't they be? When you got 2 minutes of time, you don't need to force anything. And wow, look at this. Mihawk, usually the player to open up with the scopes. This time, it's going to be Cheto there for the big kill. Will they be able to work for a second? He's looking for it for sure. Starting to cook out some nades, searching for some more info. And I mean, what a big pick. And that second will follow. Kim Wax able to find Dudu. Now 5 versus 3 in favor of Cygnus Esports.
Numbers in favor of Cygnus to put themselves onto map match point, qualification point also. Joker does have a response though. Tio will end up falling. Now for Cygnus. 60 seconds. You've got all the time in the world to make this one work. You have the numbers as well. Noel just waiting outside. Envoy should spot him out as soon as he comes out. This is a massive one-on-one for control over A, Austin.
Truly is. And Noel, does he ever have an important job right now? Kim Wax, oh, he finds the angle. Noel will go down. And now you only have player 4 here. That's going to be Joker with the scope, who's going to try to watch over A, but look at this. It's more or less a fake. They're moving back over to the B site, but it will be a kill on towards one of the scope players here for Cygnus Esports. The Lost Shadow. Now you need to try and get the bomb down. Still man advantage over to Cygnus Esports, and Kim Wax finds Joker. It's a 1v3. At least there's a scope in hand, but they know exactly where he is.
I'm a Araujo in this position. I get your holder out, ready for these gunfights. The first 3 shots go down. He is about to get swarmed by these last 3 Cygnus players. And there it is. Araujo will fall. And 1 round away are Cygnus Esports from making the reverse sweep in this series from qualifying for Worlds.
Defend the objective.
Oh, you couldn't have framed it better, Brody. 1 round away. Reverse sweep in the cards. Godsent with the aggression. They're sick of patiently waiting. They want to meet them right on the front up top in comms, and they find the first kill, but just able to trade one back. The kills coming through. Zygnus Esports now losing it on the numbers. No real scopes in play. Miak finds another. I love this call that's come through. A lot of patient plays have been here for Zygnus Esports. They're not anticipating any of the aggressive moves. And now it's going to be Godsent with a nice man advantage. Still plenty of time to play with, but they're going to have a 4v2.
Godsent with the advantage here. You do not want to give this up because, well, that would be a horrific way, wouldn't it, to lose your qualification for the 2021 World Championships. Wax in the back line. You have quite a lot of time to work with. Of course, the big issue, if there ever was one, is the fact that the bomb is down in the middle of the map. So both Just and Wax have to kind of put this one together, time it correctly. If they do, they should be at least okay to get one. The shots do go in. Araujo, though, of course, with the heady, wins that gunfight against Just. And now Wax all on his own. A 1 versus 4. What do you got for us, Wax?
Really take a lot. If you can find this first one and get the bomb, it becomes more possible. He should have spotted. Oh, I don't know if he did, but he reads the challenge. Dudu, however, sees him and pops out at the right time. So what was 3 rounds in a row over to Zygnus Esports will finally come to a halt. That's a very nice changeup. And I mean, talk about making a bold call here when it matters most. 1 more round and you're saying goodbye to a chance at a world qualifying spot here for the 2021 championship. And they just send it with the aggression. And Zygnus Esports, well, you can see it. They're going to really make sure that they're coming through together, looking for a lot of these shoulders off the start, making sure there's just no aggressive challenges right off the start here for Godsent. But this is going to be pretty much all the players caught in the back of their spawn, and the same thing here with the side of Godsent. They've very much set up very passively, just waiting for a challenge, waiting for a play call. But I mean, we've seen it. Zygnus Esports, they've just taken their time just about the whole way through the majority of their offensive rounds.
Take your time here once again for Zygnus. You're absolutely right, Austin. It has been the key to success for this roster. For Godsent. How do you deal with this? Now, previously, Dudu did end up falling in a very similar position to where he is right now, but that time around, he was on his own. Didn't have Mihawk. That's what's different here, Austin.
Exactly it. 45 seconds now. This bomb is coming over to A. You got to deal with player number 3 here. Shadow's usually had the scope out here for the majority of the rounds, defending over the A site. But he's got at least 1 player with him to play for a trade if something does go horribly wrong. But I mean, sooner or later, you got to make a call. No one's peeking anything. No picks have come through. 30 seconds on the clock. A move has to be made here very, very soon.
And they've decided to go for B. We've already got players on the site. That's why it's technically speaking safer. Araujo should be the player if anybody put a stop to this. Noel expecting a push deep into the spawn, but it won't come just yet. This bomb now will go down, and it very quickly is going to become about a retake, Austin.
It very much will. The first one good for Noel, making it now a 5v4. 35 seconds to come through for the kills. Godsent, they need them to come in, and there it is. Attila will fall. 4v4, kills back and forth. 3v2, all up to 1, and now Godsent need to find a massive play. It's up to Joker, and it won't happen. Zygnus Esports, they pull off the reverse sweep, and they will qualify to the World Championship for 2021.
There it is, the reverse sweep, as you say, Austin. Yesterday, Zygnus Esports, they fell out of qualification via a reverse sweep. They were 2-0 up versus Full House Gaming. Now, when facing themselves at a 2-0 down series, they're able to pull it back, pull a reverse sweep off of their own, and they do qualify for World Championships. We have our 3 teams that are making their way from Latin America, Austin, and what an awesome way for Zygnus to do it.
I mean, that is just resilience if we've ever seen it. Like, Well, yesterday they got reverse sweep after going 2-0 up. Today they're 0-2 down, and you're looking at those first two maps and you're thinking, wow, Godsent, they're winning SNDs, they're looking strong in the hard points, they're clutching up at the end of the maps. It's like everything really just going their way. And then it comes down to that map number 3, that second half. That's where everything changed in the series. That's where Zygnus Esports really started to take over and go absolutely massive, and it was done by every single player. You take a look at it on the map set here for us, Brody. Like the first map, fairly convincing for Godsent, making a lot of the right calls at the right times. Firing range, the exact same thing. But that raid second half, they win 150 to 120, close it out. That's where everything just changes for me. They snowball it out, they take map after map, and they go big in the final round as we start to take a look at what is going to be our Xperia Rewind time record replay.
Oh, my goodness me. What a search and destroy from Zygnus Esports and from Godsent as well. You know, I think they definitely fought tooth and nail to try and qualify. It was just those two maps previously. It was so damaging, I think, you know. And I think they will particularly be kicking themselves in regard to that domination, where, again, they were not playing up to standard. That's not the Godsent that we kind of know that we've seen from this tournament so far. We were able to do a couple upsets here and there. But their path has stopped in 4th place. They walk home with what I believe is going to be $5,000 for the team. So not a bad day's pay, but nonetheless, they wanted a shot at the big boy bucks in the World Championship, and unfortunately, they won't be getting it. But Austin, we have our final 3 teams here for the regional finals, and next up is that winners bracket final. Skade versus Full House Gaming. It's going to be a banger.
I mean, absolute banger, man. I mean, from here on out, every single match, like, you just feel like it's going to go to the distance. I mean, we take a look at that schedule that we have lined up here for you guys. Our very first series already going to a Game 5 reverse sweep fashion. Zygnus Esports take down Godsent. But up next, that's our winner's final match. Full House Gaming. They were the ones who reverse swept Zygnus Esports yesterday. Skade on the other end took down Godsent. They looked very convincing. So that's where we'll be heading to next for us, Brody. And I mean, this will be another true test of, you know, does Skade just look like one of the best teams in the tournament, or will we get something out of this other squad who did manage to take down our #1 seed?
All the questions, all the answers will be coming very, very soon. That upper bracket final, we've had a monstrous start to the day for day number 2 of the regional playoffs here in Latin America. The final 3 teams, that's what we've got coming very soon. Don't go nowhere, guys. We've got more Full HE coming right your way.
ola, la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear. Capi pone en la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar. Pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia, balado y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que sepa. Alto, que de plata estoy llamando. Pero no celebrando que estamos ganando. La vida es un si no me entiendes, googlea lo que estoy tirando. Para que tú no me sigas envidiando. Alto.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2021. The Latin America Regional Playoffs has been whittled down to the final 3 teams, and we're about to put a team into the grand finals. Austin, how excited are we?
We're very excited, Brody. I mean, we already got to see a banger first game of the day where it goes the distance, reverse sweep fashion, and we get our qualifying spot. So now these guys are fighting for money. Now these guys are fighting for seeding, and the seeding is very important going in towards a world championship where you want to be able to get your footing on that first match, and you want to have the best possible seed doing so here. So this would be a massive one. Whoever ends up taking this is guaranteed at least the first or second seed. Put yourself in a very comfortable position. So should be interesting. We'll see if Skate is looking as dominant as they were in day number 1.
Yep, let's take a look at the series layout then between these two teams, Skade and Full House Gaming, two teams with very different paths into this position. Of course, Full House Gaming, as we look over towards this one, Raid, Hardpoint, Hackney Yard, Search and Destroy, Crossfire, Domination, Firing Range, Hardpoint, and Standoff S&D. Now, looking back yesterday, this is actually kind of an interesting overall look at what we have. Hackney Yard, Search and Destroy. Remember that yesterday, of course, that was Skade beating out Godsent on that map. I mean, these are maps that, for the most part, other than Crossfire, we'll talk about Crossfire in just a second, we have seen from these two teams before.
That's right. I've seen a lot of this. I mean, Hackney Yard in specific, I think is going to be one of the telling ones here in this series because, I mean, when we were looking at Skade, it didn't really feel like there was too many weaknesses like across the board besides losing the very first map on Raid Hardpoint, where it was simply just, you know, not really closing out the final kills in the last push. That was just a clutch up play there from their opponents. It wasn't necessarily, you know, anything on them besides just maybe choking a tad bit, but they were in firm control of that game for the entire time. They had the early rotations, and it was like the same story we were telling, you know, throughout the last series in map 3 and 4, where it felt like Skade was just a step ahead of their opponents. So Full House Gaming, I mean, the key for me is making sure that you don't have a slow start to this set because you're going up against one of the best teams here, it feels like, in this playoff bracket, Brody. And when you're going up against a team like this, you have to make sure you're not going 0-2 down like you did yesterday.
Yep, that is absolutely the case. And you can see actually that 2-0 down versus Cygnus Esports in the upper bracket semi-final for Full House Gaming. I mean, fair play to them. We can talk about being 2-0 down in the series, but they ended up winning it 3-2. It was an incredibly close one as well. We will say that much in regards to those final 3 maps. Every single one was so close, but Full House Gaming were able to take it. For Skade, I mean, this is, I guess if you were to directly compare the two, Skade have had just a much easier run on the whole. Like their match versus Operation 34 was relatively a breeze, I think, for them. But even more so versus Godsent, you know, yes, they lost that first map. It was actually a Raid Hardpoint, and that was, of course, that last second comeback from Godsent, which completely blew our minds. But beyond that, they dominated the remainder of that series. It is a little bit concerning for a Full House game. You're coming in against Skade, the number 2 seed, and, well, they have to pull off yet another upset here for Full House Gaming. Can they do it? That's going to be the question, Austin.
That's the question, and I feel like, you know, what you can kind of rely on is the fact that, hey, we've done it once, guys. We took down the number 1 seed. You know, what's the number 2 seed? You know, what are they, right? We can do it again. So I feel like that's what I would be commenting to my teammates, and that's also got to give you a lot of confidence. And sometimes that happens when you're talking about, you know, tournament play. When you get through a very strong team and you do it in the fashion that they did it in reverse sweep, you know, finding 3 maps in a row, like that's sometimes like all you need to catch fire for the rest of the tournament. Now it's a matter of that happened yesterday. Will you be able to turn that into something today? And can you come out just as hot as you were looking in some of those map 3s, map 4s, and map 5s? So, I mean, that's what we're going to be really looking at here. But I think that there should be, you know, some type of confidence for this team, knowing that they can go toe-to-toe versus these guys, especially since they were looking pretty good in, you know, some of the later hardpoints and dominations. The respawns are up there. It's just a matter of, you know, can they really put it all together here against a team that has just not really shown too many weaknesses? Like, that is really the biggest factor. So coming back to it again, they got to come out here in the map number 1. They have to have a strong showing. They have to at least keep it close. That way, you know, they know in the back of their minds that we can go toe-to-toe versus these top teams, and we maybe even have a chance at winning the entire thing.
Yeah, that is the thing, right? For Full House Gaming to come out and win this one versus Skade, this is like the ultimate confidence booster. And you can't really understate as well, and we can maybe talk about this a little bit for maybe people at home who are unfamiliar with the formatting here with the double elimination bracket and how sort of grand final resets work and such. The team that comes from that lower bracket has to then win 2 best-of-5 back-to-back, whereas the team from the winners bracket only has to win the 1. That is the advantage you get by not losing to make it to that grand final. It is just such a massive advantage. It's incredibly hard to win 2 best-of-5s back-to-back, especially at this kind of level of Call of Duty Mobile. So whichever team wins this one, especially if it's Full House Gaming, I think, you know, the confidence boost, the advantage, it would be huge. But let's jump into map number 1. It's Raid Hardpoint. We love this one, Austin.
Oh, do we ever. An absolute classic here in the Call of Duty franchise. But let's see what we get out of both of these squads. So far, Skade able to get themselves on the hill early, and Abazura able to also come away with quite a few as well. 3 kills to kick this one off. Feels like he's just ripping everyone, but will finally be shut down. A couple of nice kills do in fact come through, and this has been a very highly contested hill. No one with full control as of just yet.
Yep, contested as ever in P1, and generally speaking, that's just going to be the case, I think, with P1s in Call of Duty history. They are expected to be these contested hard points, and a big reason for that at the moment is just how many kills are going down across the board. But for the moment, we finally get a moment of peace. Full House Gaming will move across to the rotation towards the new hill. Skade going to be therefore gifted about 20 seconds of time. And this is a risk, of course, because there is, again, that grace period at the beginning of any hard point where no time is given away. So there will be about, 25 seconds here where Full House Gaming have to brace themselves for what's coming.
Well, I really do like this. I mean, they've got a smoke in the back here, so that cross is going to be completely blocked. They have no idea how many players have made it back here, and Skade are finding all of the kills. This is a really good moment for them. Now the pinch about to ensue through the money window, through the back, but it's being held quite nicely right now for the side of Full House Gaming. They're dealing with it all. They still have numbers inside of the point, and now it's basically just flooding through this money window, but Leo Zura has not found any value as of just yet.
Skade trying to find their way in. They get the kills. There it is from Leazera, picking up 2. That is a great play coming out from him. And now Skade are going to start soaking up this time. Now it's going to be Leazin next up on the plate with this. Shorty, unfortunately, will get flashed. Won't be able to get any more kills as Full House Gaming trying to find their way in. But Miguelese, look at that. He will have the final say in that hard point, and the rest of the time should go his way.
Yeah, last game I called out Mihawk. This game I'm going to call out Miguelese here for Skade. He is basically the same player, very explosive, very active, and now it's going to be a bit of pressure through the back of AC as we start to look at this rotation. There will be a lead for Skade, but Trixon has now already pulled out that death machine, who's now been able to come up with a couple of kills, but you do have to get through that first before you're really going to touch the hill. The smokes have been laid down. The push is starting to come through the pool side, and everyone on the side of Full House Gaming, are they going to have a read on this? They're basically all funneling through. We are going to see another one picked up, but the trades are looking good. Skade have been able to come into the point. Just need to find this one up close. Not gonna happen. A double comes through. Looking solid inside of the hill all the time thus far, going over towards Full House Gaming.
At Full House Gaming now. Inside this hill, but there is going to be a contestant coming in. Look at GDS. He wants control of this hill. Papzera not going to be able to do anything about that. There's not really much you can do, to be honest, when you're facing down a death machine. So the rest of that time, unless Miguelese can put a stop to it, will go the way of Full House Gaming. And there it is. Bigadera going to have the last say. And now we see a streak coming in. GDS uses the Predator missile. Unfortunately, it's to little effect. It won't get any kills. It is going to be Full House Gaming, though, over here on this rotate. Or Skade, sorry, over here on this rotation, Austin.
Yeah, this is what's so good about Skade. It just feels like they're always here to the new hill first. The last time they weren't, it's because they got the last 30 seconds off of P2. But but they just need to find the kills. And we're also seeing smokes now utilized on the other side of the board for the side of Full House Gaming. It does allow them to get in there for a quick moment, but there's too many members for Skade. They're going to be able to deal with everyone on Full House Gaming. So the push now from the top. The spawns might also be in favor of Full House, but they got to get inside. That is the difficulty. You even have another death machine here if you decide to pull it out. Just a matter of do you even really need it, but that's a big shutdown. We're going to see that one come through there for Trixin. Also another kill down low from Insalin. So everything's starting to work out in their favor. They now have a chance to move through. They just got to find the remaining players, but the spawns, they're ever so close. And Miguelese, I said watch out for him. He lays on the trigger and finds a 3-piece.
Such great utility usage coming out of Skade here. They use a couple of death machines. Miguelese is absolutely on one at the moment. Pabzera also looking pretty hot. Skade off the back of that will give themselves a rather large lead, you have to imagine. 40 points or so over Full House Gaming, and therefore we need to see a good hold on this rotation. For Shin able to win one, and it is going to be Full House over here. Now waiting for Skade to try and push them through this open staircase. We'll have a couple of moments here. Some time. Leozera going to use the Predator missile. Unfortunately, won't be to any effect, at least for now. Still coming down, apparently. Now it's going to be a Goliath also coming out. This is going to be a great utility usage. Trixin using a streak of his own.
Oh, I really love that play right there. Calling in the Predator missile and making sure that we're not getting any kind of value as of just yet with the Goliath. So big plays coming through. Still very scrappy. 4 entries with 10 players on the map. You never really see a whole lot of time go over, but got to give some credit over towards Full House Gaming with the early rotation. They've had really a great read on some of the spawns, but now Skade, they're going to find 3 players, which means that they can start to make the team push happen. Just need to clear out GDS, and they do so with the trade. But the Goliath in play now in the back from Leozera. He's going to make his way over to that new hill, thinking about a rotation. But if Skade can get the scrap time, this puts them pretty darn close to closing out the map potentially on P1.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Austin, right? Even this scrap time, you can't afford to give it away. Now just 20 points difference between these two teams. The Death Machine has removed that Goliath from the situation. Full House Gaming, off the back of that, will actually have this rotation in hand. This is huge. Now you need to hold it. Skade's spawning out over towards the garage, so they are going to have a couple of hits at this. Full House Gaming in a great position. Bigadera able to pick up one. Now you can see Leozera and Linzin pushing through the driveway. Pabzera and Linz coming through the mid-map. Insulin has to deal with it, and to deal with it he does. He picks up 2. Now the cavalry is arriving.
Everyone's here, looking good for Full House Gaming. Control of the spawns for the hill after this, and they have presence inside of the one currently active. Looking solid, but Skade, they're finding kills. They're going to find 3 down. Fashion needs to go big, and he's come up with 2. Big kills out of Fashion. Does he have a 3rd? Yes, he does. Slaying out the members of Skade, making sure they are not allowed free entry. And now the grab spike. Good for a kill. Able to just rain down with the Predator missiles. Everything being thrown at P1. And it looks like, Brody, we are at least going to another hill. Full House Gaming, they can't end it here.
Everything's going to basically be even Stevens at the end of this hard point for as long as Leozin can pick up this time, but he actually is denied that as well as Trixin picks up both of those gunfights. That's a 3-piece for him, and look over at the next rotation. It's Fashin with this Goliath. Going to be looking in a couple of directions, a sentry gun as well. You have to imagine that Full House win this.
Oh, the Tempest comes out. It's only good there for a kill. They got to somehow deal with this Goliath because Fashion is just absolutely going man mode, but the flank from behind, Leozera able to clean it up. Now it's Skade inside of the point for now. The sentry turret looks like it should also be dealt with. Just waiting for the challenges. Back and forth they go. Leozera looking solid inside of the hill, but the flank from behind. Insalin finds the kills, making it ever so scrappy. Skade gonna find control, and they might be able to do it here.
There is no way this happens. There was a Goliath there, a sentry gun there. Full House Gaming, they can't afford to let this one go. Leozin able to pick up 1. Trixin now in for the time. Leozera coming in from the back. Lin's also there, but Insulin able to pick up 1. Leozera with 2. The rocket launcher to try and get number 3, but it's going to be for Shin and GDS. Now Leozin trying to find his way in. Bigadera gonna hold on. Time contested for this. Neither team can win it anymore. I think Full House Gaming might actually be able to if they get the tick over here. Now the contest. It's all going to be about the rotation, and look who is there. It's number 3, and they got the tick over. Full House Gaming able to get it done.
Oh man, the moment where they're gonna get the tick, even then they had the fast track to news, so they probably would have ended it on the rotation. But yes, that was very crazy. I mean, that's just something that we've seen so far with Skade. It feels like everything just happens on that P2 hill, Brody, and there was even a very big moment where they deal with the Goliath, they deal with the sentry gun off the back end of a beautiful flank from behind, and you think there, with the moment, with the spawns, that it might just be all done and dusted. Not the case whatsoever. We get ourselves down with the final tick coming through, and they had to start off the series like this. That's exactly what we wanted to see, and that's exactly what we get. So a very nice opening map that comes through there for Full House Gaming.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what they were down by about 30 to 40 seconds here as we go in with our Xperia rewind time record replay. Is I mean, what there was that time, what, 40 seconds? I think the difference between off the back of that basketball hold from Skade Esports, and at that point I was like, right, well, Skade should be okay here. All you got to do is just do well effectively on the next rotation. But massive props to Full House Gaming to hold on to the majority of time of P1 and then set themselves up for the next hard point as well. I mean, I will say though, Skade did a really good job of actually even breaking in whatsoever. Because what, they had the Goliath in the hard point, they had the sentry gun there as well. So Full House Gaming, I mean, they should win that. They should win that by all accounts.
Yes, they certainly should. But I mean, to set the tone and come out here, that is a must against a team like Skade. So that is one hell of an opening to come through here for us in the winners final between the two. Now we start looking at what is going to be a map number 2 coming through with the Hackney Yard Search and Destroy. And we got to see this at least once there yesterday for us, Brody. And it was very interesting because we know this to be a very offensive favored map, but there was teams that were actually finding quite a bit of favor on the defensive side of things. The retakes were even looking pretty solid across the board. And I believe that was actually Skade that we were watching over when we were casting the Hackney Yard Search and Destroy. So I imagine this would be one of their picks coming into it. And I mean, they were looking just stellar in S&D, just the trades, the coordination, everything looked like it was just so in sync and on the same page. And this will be one of the big maps here, I think, for the side of Full House Gaming. If they can get away with this, I mean, they set themselves up in the series for what could be a really big upset and a chance to be able to knock down the second seed in the lower bracket.
I think it is worth noting, though, you know, you look at Skade, they were 1-0 down yesterday versus Godsent, of course. That was a similar raid hardpoint loss there, 150 to 148 to Godsent. And then, of course, the remainder of the series was just a Skade landslide. So we don't want to get ahead of ourselves just yet, of course. But in terms of Hackney Yard Search and Destroy, in terms of the way it works, realistically speaking, if you're on the defense here, this is such a defensively heavy map just because of the fact if you get this bomb down, or if you're able to hold on to the point, it's very hard to get in there. That being said, if you get the bomb down on the site, especially on B as well, like it's just so horrible to try and retake. Like retakes are horrendous to make happen.
Yeah, it's very difficult. And I mean, I think Skade did a really good job yesterday when they were just essentially giving up the site sometimes, and then they would go just for long overextensions to the left side of the map and try to work through P4, get behind, and then they would keep a couple players out front by L and then wait for that collapse to happen. And that was what I was really impressed with when we were watching them play retake, because as you said, like we got to watch, you know, Hackney Yard when we were casting the beginning of Modern Warfare in 5v5, and we were looking at this all year thinking like, I don't know how teams are going to break these setups, especially once they get more and more time on it. But Skade actually has, you know, some kind of a setup and some kind of an idea on how they want to be able to do it. So they had a couple of successful retakes on the defensive side of things and made it look pretty convincing. But I would say I agree with you. I mean, it is almost impossible. It feels like if you create a numbers advantage, if you get that bomb down, there's too much to clear, too many corners, and you just don't know where everyone is going to be. So this would have to be one of Skade's picks. I have to think that for sure. But Full House Gaming, they looked hot in the very first map. They might be able to carry this in towards the second map too. All I know, Hackney Yard Search, it's action-packed, it's a small one, it's a lot of fun. So let's see how this one comes together.
Let's see how this one comes together between Full House and Skade. Again, Full House now 1-0 up in the series after that raid hardpoint victory. Hackney Search and Destroy could well be the breather that Skade needs, could well be the comeback that they needed. Again, it acted very similarly yesterday in that matchup versus Godsent, where they lost in a not so great fashion right at the closing moments of that map number 1. But the Hackney Yard Search and Destroy is most certainly a breeze. So Skade, they've looked pretty good, but Full House, they've acted as the underdog all tournament long. They've already qualified for Worlds. Now looking for a spot in the grand finals. And it will be Skade kicking things off here on the offense.
Sure will. And Full House Gaming, they're not messing around. They don't want any early players on the side of Skade to get inside of A, and that's fine because Skade are okay with waiting outside here, at least off the start. But look at this. Bigadura able to get himself a nice little jump up spot. Going to make his way over to the scaffolding to start maybe searching out, figuring out where some of the members are. And I'm sure they're going to figure out really quickly that, all right, he looks to be occupied. And Trixin here, he is one of the explosive sniper players. I mean, he was one of the best sniper players yesterday with how he was playing. You got to be careful for him. You can't give him any picks. But this smoke to block off the line of sight is beautiful. Should mean that the bomb will go down. But Fashion, he's been able to find 2.
Oh, Fashion looking for number 3 as well. Leazero will take him down. Numbers now actually going to be even as Miguelis wins that gunfight. Now, Skade going to look to defend this site. Oh, look at that from GDS coming in, picking up that gunfight. Miguelis going to run past GDS, and there it is with the shorty able to pick up that gunfight. Now just a 1 versus 2.
Nice work.
The round is
Next
done.
round.
I think there was defuse in there, actually.
Yeah,
I don't think we
he did.
realized it. That was a defuse.
That was a ninja.
I was like, that's going to be the shortest bomb ever, but it will actually be a defuse coming in there from Full House Gaming. That is a ballsy move.
Got the bomb.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. That's the big factor. We're used to a 7.5 second defuse. I mean, in COD Mobile, it feels like it's around 3 seconds or so. So you can really get those defuses off if no one's watching the bomb. And now look at the mid-map challenges right through the middle. Fashion is going to come flying out. Everyone on the side of Full House Gaming just bringing it to Skade. Might get a kill back here. Leo Zura will, in fact, bring home 1. But, I mean, you got so many more players to cut through. We're only 30 seconds in, and both Skade players going to be completely isolated.
I think the fact that you saw Full House Gaming there just get so aggressive on the defense right out the gate, move straight into the A building, and taking out the bomb carrier, that's horrendous. Look at that as well. Leazero gonna try and make a flank happen for Shin with the deny, and now it's literally Leazin. All on their lonesome in a 1 versus 4. Surely gonna be able to get at least 1 kill, and they do. But now the information has been given to Full House Gaming. All they have to do here is just keep an eye on that bomb. That's all they have to do.
Exactly. I mean, it's just almost an impossible round unless you just get an explosive 2-piece. And I mean, a player that could do it, could get that done, but needs to really just get a little information. And you have to know there's a stack. I mean, this is why breaking into warehouse is so difficult. Just look at the X right through the wall. Like, everyone's set up in a corner, essentially setting up crossfires. But GDS gets a little antsy. Will throw his life away. And now this makes it possible. The shorty down low. That's a freebie right now. Leo's in. A chance to go big and clutch up for his squad. The bomb is going to be retrieved. A 1 versus 1. A chance for a 1v3. Bigadura is going to spot him. Waiting patiently, the back and forth. The challenge on the bomb. Bigadura holds the cover. Aggressive play. It will be punished. And there will be no 1v3s in the round number 2.
That would have been a 1 versus 4 actually from Lee's in there, so that would have been an insane play if he makes it happen. Unfortunately, not to be though. Full House Gaming just had too many cards stacked in their favor, and they will end up winning that defensive round. Once again here though, this is something a little bit different actually coming in from Skade. Right from the off, they're going defensively towards B, very aggressively. Gonna blow up that car before it causes any problems, and that's a really good play I think overall. Just make sure that when you get that bomb down, that car isn't a problem.
Yeah, I remember doing the same thing. I would never plant the bomb at B until that car's exploded, and it's a good play to Skade, but Limbs has actually been taken low, and I mean, look at all the kills. Machine finding 2, a sniper in the back from Trixin. It's another man advantage over to Full House Gaming, and it would take another big clutch play, and that's just not going to happen. Full House Gaming on the defense, I mean, they've been all over Skade. They have shut down 3 rounds in a row, and they find themselves in a commanding position for the map 2.
I'm kind of surprised there actually, because Skade got very aggressive right out the gate, moving towards B. Full House Gaming though on the defense deal with it relatively quickly. That's great adaptation coming out of them. It really felt like that was going to be the offensive round where Skade were going to take it. Not to be though. Once again, they have to pull out something special from the hat, and well, that's a good start. Pabzera will snipe for Sheen out of A.
Nice to see the scope starting to get active now on the side of Skade, but Miguelis, as he just found an opening through the middle. There's a player over top of him, but I don't know if he's going to spot him where his position is. Meanwhile, Leo's in, finds it. That's going to be Trixin giving his position away. Will there be a trade? Miguelis, oh, he almost took him and ripped him off the top of the heady. It won't happen, but still, Skade finally in a position where they actually have a numbers advantage. It would take a full-on 1v4, now 1v3 here for the side of GDS. And he's only got 40 seconds to retake. That bomb has been planted at A.
GDS gets shots into Pabzera. There's the information needed from Skade. They have time. They have the info. This should be around a Skade, but 2-piece for GDS. Now 1 versus 1. He's weak going into the fight versus Leazero. Has he just seen him? I think GDS has seen him. And it's almost a 1 versus 3, but Leazero wins it. Some shaky shots coming in from GDS. And, well, Skade find their first round here, Austin.
Yeah, that was like a little bit of miscommunication, it felt like, because the first player that comes flying in a warehouse in the back there on the defensive side, you know, is really, or rather on the offensive side, excuse me, is like expecting them to be maybe a little bit further away. Not the case, but I'm going to hold that because we're going right in with the aggression again. Skade, this time they're going to try their hand at the A site, but they don't have a whole lot of control up top in the AC window, and Trixton is just picking them apart off screen. Skade have now dropped down to only 2 members, 1 member remaining. And this will be the very last offensive round. I'm sure Skade probably happy about it with the way a lot of this attack has went, but Milzen has to find every single member, and it is not going to be easy. Finds the first one, but can't find the full on a limb. Gets challenged by the second. A good read. Takes down Insolent.
Just too many players. That's the problem there. You're in a 1 versus 5. There's not really much you can do there, and I think you hit the nail on the head right there. You know, when you're on offense, it's not great, is it, realistically speaking, on Hackney Yard Search and Destroy. So great defensive rounds there coming out of Full House Gaming. They'll be extremely happy with that. And now the aggression coming out from Full House. Look at this, the speed at which they're hitting A. It's a double blind for pretty much everybody apart from 1 player. And Leah Zero and Linz combined for 4. Leah Zero with everybody but 1. Just GDS left up. And GDS with 3 back. What is going on, Austin?
I mean, this is a potential 1v5. He finds a 3-piece that is just unbelievable. I don't think he missed a bullet. And this is the good news. Both players from Skade, they're completely isolated, but oh, does he hear the sound cue? He takes some shots. GDS just trying to spot him out. A chance for a 1v5 up close. Oh, it's not going to happen. Migueliz with a crucial kill to make sure he does not find the 4th. GDS, I mean, getting our hopes up. I'm sure getting the viewers rowdy there for sure, but in the end, it's not going to happen. And Skade going to wipe the sweat off their brow and say, all right, we got the round.
Well, that's a round and a half, isn't it, Austin? Double blind towards A. This time around, things are a little bit more muted as Full House Gaming want a slice of the B pie. Skade have players in the mid-map presence to keep an eye on it. But mostly, they've got players over towards A. That's because they don't want to give this bomb site away. And I think Full House Gaming, for the moment, is being a little bit cautious of somebody. Skade might be sat in one of these corners.
Trixton, we haven't seen a lot of his POV, but he's been finding kills. He's already got 5 to his name. Looking for a little bit more here, as he's responsible for really just making sure no one exits from A, but oh, it looks like it's a collateral. Babazura finding 2 that line up on top of the site. That's also going to be the bomb down. We do get 1 back here for the side of Full House Gaming, but they are going to be down in numbers, and the bomb has to be picked up here on B.
Bomb in no man's land. As far as Skade are concerned at the moment, this is a good advantage for Full House Gaming, at least for now. The 2 versus 3. The numbers not in their favor again, though. Skade do have to go and retrieve that bomb. Trixton, snipe, looking for this kill. Insolent will go down. Trixton, there it is, the knife kill. Gets 1. Gets away with his life also. Remember, Skade still have to grab that bomb and get it down.
He's got some time, though. 35 seconds. And, I mean, we've seen Trixton pull off some clutch plays so far. Remember the 1v4 from yesterday with the scope. This is almost like his comfort zone, it seems, at times. But he is going to have to make a move now. 20 seconds. No real secondary, just the knife in the back pocket. Has to grab this bomb. Searching for info here. He does have a chance at a plant. He's going to have to lay it. Both players going for 50-50 checks. Leo's in. Might just peek over the wall. We'll see. Should find the kill here, and he does. Trixton gets an angle to turn around. Ooh, little body shot there as well. Leo's in letting him know, and that is going to be now Skade starting to find some success here on the defensive side, and they're going to bring us down to a 4-3 count.
Lost that round.
Well, that was a close one from Trixton. You know, really do have to give him at least somewhat props, right? Because he did move all the way through the mid-map. He made the right calls in terms of the lanes to take to try and get that bomb down. It was just, I think, jumped on the bomb, didn't really have much time to work with, and that did not pay off. So now 4-3 in terms of the round count. Skade doing well here on the defense, but Full House Gaming, look at this. That was a big risk from Skade on the defense. They've given up A completely, and I think now we're about to see exactly why that's a regrettable decision.
Trixton. He's taken low, and it looks like he's actually dealt with it as soon as we switch off. So big kill, but the bomb is down. Retake now in the cards. Leo's in, finds another one off screen. 3 versus 4. Full House Gaming trying to play defense, but everyone closing around them. Sharks in the water, if you will. Starting to smell blood here on the side of Skade, but will there be kills? That's going to be one back over. All up to Fashin. Not going to happen, Skade. The retakes just looking so solid. And once again, they do it with 3 numbers remaining as they'll bring home the defuse.
Oh, dearie me. I mean, that is not a round, realistically speaking, that if you're Full House Gaming, you'll be happy with losing. Because once you get the bomb down again, it is so hard to actually retake. And they, once again, they let Skade do it. Now 4 for 4 in terms of the round count. Skade can win it. And the defense, they're pushed very heavily here. All the way into the offensive line. LeaZero will take down Trixin. Now Miguelese takes down Bigadera as well. It's a 3 versus 5 Austin. Full House Gaming. It gets even worse as well because Miguelese just takes down Fashion.
Miguelese, man. Like, I don't know where he finds these openings. I don't know where he comes away with the multi-kills, but it just feels like everyone on the side of Full House Gaming has been dealt with. And GDS, I mean, he has to make a heroic play. There's no other way to say it. He needs to find at least Fabazura, and he should. Oh, Fabazura turns at the right time, but won't find the shots. Miguelese gets out with his life, and then there was a trade in the back. So now it really does all come down to one. GDS finding himself another kill into Leozin, but he's caught in the back of the spawn. They know where he is. He's pinned and has to get the bomb at some point in time. And this next 1 minute, and they're just going to bring the push to him.
It's a good stunt. It's a good attempt there from GDS to try and take down those players running at him. And I'll tell you what, I will rate the push that he went for there, but kind of unfortunate. Full House Gaming, they get shut down at the front, the first door. Skade, 4 rounds on the bounce here on the defense, just 1 more, and they win this search and destroy, tying our series up at 1-1. Full House Gaming getting aggressive over towards B. Skade have caught this perfectly.
Oh, the smoke actually does not go over the wall, so that could hinder being able to move into this B site, and you can see it. Skade are all in position in case they do attempt to go for a bomb plant at the B site. But they could still back up if they need to. Trixin, he's been able to find Pabazura, who's usually been the sniper player here for Skade. Miguelese, though, you gotta deal with him. He's now up top. He might be able to find a second, but the quick scope up close. Trixin going off at the moment. Finds kill number 10. Brings us to a 3 versus 2. Full House Gaming, they've seen very little man advantages, but this is one you have to capitalize on in order to get us to the round 11.
You have to be careful, though. Leozin coming in on the flank hit. It's slow for sure, but it definitely is coming. Also, you got to consider the fact that GDS is engineering a flank of their own. So both teams have something in the back pocket here. It's just who executes first. And, well, there's the answer. GDS going to take down LeaZero from that power position. And, well, now for Leozin, I mean, realistically speaking, they needed that player there. 1 versus 3, and the bomb moving over towards A as well. I mean, any hope that Leozin had of winning that on B, it's gone.
Yeah, if they were going for the blended B, it probably would have worked out. But Trixin, man, he found, what, 3 or 4 in that round? I mean, unbelievable. Just the snipes up close, he's now missing. He's just locked in. I mean, I'm getting like some Phase Predator vibes from like way back when in Modern Warfare 2 right now, because he's just going absolutely off. Not missing a shot, just going big. And now we get the round 11. It's going to be an attacking round for Skade. And they have not found a whole lot of favor on the offense. We take a look at everything that's been coming through. GDS leading the charge at 12. Trixin at 11 kills, fragging out. A lot of big plays already showcased in here. Full House Gaming, a chance to go 2-0 up. Skade, on the other hand, they want to find this map. You really need to find this map to tie up the series.
House Gaming. On the defense, they've set themselves up for any potential A push. Skade haven't quite decided yet where they want to go, although you can see Miguelese and LeaZero pushing up towards B. Trixin taking some shots in. He has been deadly with the sniper rifle. 11 frags to hidden aim. That is going to be a Kobe nade coming in. Won't connect with anything, just blow up the car over towards the site. And that could actually be an advantage here for Skade if that bomb is now gone.
Everything's on a knife's edge right now, knowing that one mistake could be the one that cost you the map. But that bomb, it's now inside of green, right beside the B site.
Contact with enemy.
You got Trixin to deal with, though. He has been lethal. You have to make sure he's not finding kills. He's going to go for the check, but he doesn't actually look at the bomb fully. And Lims is going to be able to get the bomb down. And now Full House Gaming, they have to retake B.
This has to be a retake. Keep an eye on Insulin coming in on the flank here. They're ready for such a push. Look at Leah's in. He is ready for this. It's also going to be Fashion trying it. Fashion going to fall to Pabzera. Now Insulin trying to win his gunfight as well. On the other side, Full House Gaming setting up players coming through. Bigadera and GDS have made their way onto the side, but Leahzera and Miguel's winning their fights, and now it is just Insulin. A 1 versus 4. There is a player over there.
Insulin, oh, he's got to find this one, and it's not going to happen. Leo's in, brings it home. Unbelievable comeback coming through, and it's an offensive round in the round 11 that Skade find after suffering on it when they were 5 rounds on the offensive side. They get it done there for us, Brody. They make the call to hit B. Trixon can't find value with the scope, and that was the factor. They didn't give away any life before getting that bomb down. They exited, made sure they stayed up, played the trades, found the gunfight wins, and they get themselves the map to tie us up here 1-1.
Yeah, defensively sided map, of course, and both teams had their successes on it for the most part. I was a little bit concerned, of course, when Skade went 5-4 up for a Full House Gaming. Didn't really know whether or not they'd be able to pull it off to a round 11. They get there, and again, Tricks in with the scope, and Austin, sorry, it just... Oh, what an incredible search and destroy for us. 1-1 in the series now. Skade able to tie this one up. Let's take a look at our series there to show you guys what is coming next. It's Domination for sure. It's Crossfire. We haven't seen this yet all weekend long. Crossfire has been avoided like the plague. And now we're here for map number 3. The first time we get to see it, it's the upper bracket final.
Upper bracket final, and the one thing I will say, with my time casting over Crossfire in the Masters, this is just a wallbang city map, and it is very one-sided. Like, we talk about Hackney Yard being a one-sided domination map, like Crossfire is much more one-sided than that, and it feels like it's almost impossible to ever flip out the spawns, which means that you have to be able to come up with a convincing lead on the very first half when you are on the good side. So this will be, you know, a really interesting look, just because we haven't really seen any of these teams here so far, you know, in Latin America play on it. It's been one of those hard vetoes, or it's been played or picks, you know, a little bit later in the series for like a hard point in the second rotation. So overall, I mean, I'm not really sure what to expect. All I know is that if you're on good side, you got to convert with a lead. You have to do everything you possibly can to build up a good 30 points or so, because this is just one of those maps, Brody, where it's so hard. It's so hard to get to the back and flip the spawns out, man. It almost feels impossible.
Yeah, you know, I am kind of intrigued who put this, who left this in the veto process, right? Who were the ones that kind of left this? It's kind of like, it's one of these things, and we kind of discuss this when it comes to map mode combinations and such. Obviously, you have like the knowledge when it comes to those vetoes as to what the other teams are good at, but more than anything, there's always that one map that people just don't want to play in any given map pool, or kind of leave out every so often. And then when it comes to these big important matches, they throw it in there just to try and throw off their opposition and such. That could well be the case here with Crossfire Domination. I'm really excited to see it as well, because obviously this is a map from all the way back in Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, the original Modern Warfare, one of the best Call of Duty games ever. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun for sure. Just a reminder for everybody at home, this is the upper bracket final. The winner of this one goes through to the grand final. The loser goes down to that lower bracket where Cygnus Esports awaits, and they are a hungry team. They are out for blood, especially if it's Full House. You know, in a way, Full House versus Cygnus, that would be a match and a half.
Yeah, I feel like neither one of these teams, like, obviously want to go down to the lower bracket, but it's just the main fact that Cygnus came off of like a reverse sweep and ended up winning the way that they did, right? Like, that team is just absolutely on one. And sometimes, you know, you show up on Championship Sunday and you lose a match like this, and then you drop down to play a team that's, you know, coming off of a hot series and a big comeback, and it could be tough to go tit for tat with some of those squads. So overall, I mean, you just want to make sure that you're getting through this upper bracket, you get into the grand finals, let those guys battle it out there in the losers final, and worry about your matchup after, and even getting the chance to kind of watch over them, figure out their picks, what they're doing, get a chance to study over it. So yeah, you really do want to put yourself in the best possible situation where at least if you lose the first best of 5, you have a second one to rely on here. But I think this is a little bit worrisome for Full House Gaming, and I say that because this is something that we saw yesterday where you brought it up after the raid, right? Skade, they lose the map number 1. It's in really close fashion. It's the exact same map mode combo, but then they start figuring things out. They start going on, you know, map win. They close with the series. That is something we basically saw right away in that semifinals. So I think that you have to really make sure that you come out here, and if you're on good side, you got to capitalize. And that same note, we're really going to see maybe what team did in fact pick this map, because I talk about the simple fact that, you know, this is very one-sided, but if you're not maybe getting as many reps on this because you're hard hard vetoing it, then maybe the team that is also on bad side has something, you know, set up here for us to be able to flip things out. They might be able to catch you off guard simply because you just don't have a lot of time spent on it.
Yeah, for sure, right? One thing I will say is, you know, in regard to the fact that Skade might be picking up steam here in this series, the situation is now a little bit different, because I think if you go back to that series yesterday between Skade and Godsend, where obviously Godsend did take that first map in the series, Skade, you know, this is different because it went to round 11 in the Search and Destroy. It wasn't a convincing Search and Destroy victory. There is definitely still life in Full House Gaming here. They haven't rolled over after map number 2. But I mean, in regards to this Crossfire Domination, Skade are a very scary roster. They absolutely are. If they can get things going, if they can get the control straight out of the gate, well, it might cause some problems for this Full House Gaming team. But we're kicking things off here with Skade right out of the gate as they barrel towards B.
All right, so Full House Gaming, they're going to be on the good side here first, and making sure that you essentially just lock down the right side is going to maintain you that C flag. So we're probably always going to see someone just around there, and you can even see player 4 at the top actually already starting to gather some information as you hit right through the middle of the map. So once you get B, this puts yourself in a very nice position because you can start to camp up top and just really play a little hide and seek, and it's almost so difficult for the team that's Skade to kind of move back through. Now that B flag starting to be captured about halfway through. With that kill coming in and already the streaks flying on out, it's going to be an early capture. Nicely done here for Full House Gaming as they start to get strapped in.
Skade trying to make their way down the mid street to put a stop to Full House Gaming here on the flag capture. Insolent up top could well be the player to put a stop to any players coming into the back alley. And just given how like hidden away this B flag, it is so hard to retake. But I'll tell you what, Linz is making the best of a bad situation, able to pick up 2 kills in a row. Bigadera wins that gunfight and stops the capture, at least for the moment. But Pabzera wants it. He's on the point, and they're able to get a capture.
That's a big moment right there, because look at this. Leo Zura now is also starting to threaten the left side of the map, and he might be able to pinch and actually hit this C flag, which would draw pressure away. Now, the resources here for Full House Gaming are able to at least touch the flag for a moment, but Skade, they're slaying out, and the spawn's actually starting to flip here for some of the players. They're getting splits. This would be a massive moment if Skade's able to read this to start surging forward to the C flag, but they haven't totally realized it just yet, and that means that the kill from behind from Bashin will in fact come through. But at least if you're Skade, you still maintain B, and you still have a couple of numbers here to defend it.
Yep, Skade in a good position here to try and defend this point. Trixin trying to make his way in from behind. Will get shut down. Now Bigadera, the next player up the task, has some support from his teammates. In close proximity is going to be Liazin. He will end up falling now. The players, Bigadera, trying to get in, will end up falling, unfortunately. Insulin now picking up one of his own. This man is now on streaks. He has the 100-killer drone in the back pocket, has the Predator missile ready to go as well, and incredibly close to this Goliath.
Yeah, he's getting very close. I mean, the Goliath on this map is just so oppressive, but a big shutdown does come through, and now you're starting to see everyone make their way over to the B flag here again for a quick moment. The Predator missile is going to be invested to make sure that they do not cap it back. So B still going to be held here for Full House Gaming, but I think this is absolutely fine. Like, even if you hold the 2 flags here for the remaining of the half here for Full House Gaming, they're not going to have too big of a lead. And I mean, Skade has been able to actually slip all the way through, so they might have a chance at being able to contest this even one more time.
The shorty for GDS will be covering up that lane there. Pabzera able to pick up 2 though. He will end up finally falling, and now Insulin has invested this death machine to try and clear out these players before they even reach the first line of defense. It doesn't happen. He will get shut down. And now Full House Gaming here in the lead ever so slightly. But Austin, why don't we go with an Xperia dial-in with these teams in just a moment to see really what they're having to say.
Bora, bora.
Alguém faz trofe ali na padaria, mano.
Eu vou padaria, vou fazer o trofe,
Faz o trofe lá.
Mano, acho que vão bem direto, mano. Eu vou pra B, Eles gastaram um negócio. Vem pra B comigo, Eu vou pra B, eu vou pra B. Buraco, buraco. Pega um buraco.
Plano B.
Outro buraco. Ué, não, sei lá.
Ele mata meio.
Pula B.
Ele mata meio.
Boa. O buraco é meu. Vem no meio de mapa, Não precisa fazer.
Vem ônibus. Cimento.
Tem só prédio novo. Relaxa.
Olha minhas costas, só fica olhando o restaurante, olha o restaurante. E olha lá pra você. Aqui não passa.
C é minha, você não pega, você não pega.
Tá dentro do prédio, tá dentro do prédio.
Você não pega, sube pra rua.
Cuidado, rotação.
Sube pra rua. Tem um agora.
Guarita.
Well, we heard the listening there from Skade, and as we get back into this half, Austin, it is going to be Skade in control B, but for how long you have to ask, because for Shin and GDS, they try it, but Skade shut them down.
Oh, they get here at the perfect time. They just need a single tick. Trixon wants to hop on there, but B is still gonna be captured by Skade and in their favor, and now all the numbers are on top of it to deplete that progress. That was a very close moment for Full House Gaming, but now we're at that moment where that lead change about to come through here for us, and Skade seem like they have just about all the presence they need around the B flag. They're even getting sentries set up to make it that much more difficult, so you might have to start looking at somehow overextending into that C flag here if you're Full House Gaming, or starting to find routes from behind like GDS is, but he's also going to be sniffed out. The close spawn, just too much to deal with, and now Insulin also trying to follow that exact same track to see he might be able to find the opening. This would be a big kill. He gets it, but how much can he find?
You need to get rid of the sentry, and maybe even get this Goliath as well. Insulin, is he going to take it? I think he's stolen it. Insulin, would you look at that? The quick sleight of hand play. Insulin can now get rid of that sentry, and in quick turn, capture this B flag. What a play from Insulin. And Austin, these Goliaths are absolutely deadly. Taking shots from behind will need to try and keep his life for the moment. He has very little left of it.
Oh, this is going to be, honestly, the moment that you need here, but are you going to be able to continue to stay alive? Insulin does, though. So a big moment, but still needs the resources. But look at the spawns. Player 3 here, Miguelis. He has such an important role. He has to play defense on the C flag. And will he be able to find the kills? We'll see. It looks like off screen he does. So C is not fully captured. Miguelis, though, still the last line of defense, and they finally deal with them. Brody, it looks like we got a flip.
How damaging is that, right? Because C is now gone. For a few moments there, we had Skade in control of the AC setup. B, yes, it was controlled by Full House Gaming, but now the latter team in control of the CB setup. You have Insulin coming out with the Death Machine to try and keep hold of it. Liazera has a couple of players to deal with. Now just one, as it's GDS all by his lonesome. And now Skade can look to capture this. I think they might do it before Full House Gaming get a look in, Austin, and they have done.
That might have done it. You can also see a Predator missile coming through. It'll find GDS. Everything looking solid, but how do you get to B? Let's see if they can find the kills. 141 to 127. If you're Full House Gaming, you gotta make a move, and you're gonna have to make it now. It's chaos on the map right now, Brody.
It is chaos, and you say it right. They might well have done it here. Skade just need 5 seconds. Full House Gaming 18 points away. Skade just needs to hold on to A. Look at them, how reserved they're playing at the moment. They know the score. They know what they need to do to win this game. They are perfectly happy to just make sure they hold on to A. And that right there is a championship-winning team play coming out from Skade. I mean, look, it's not too special, but just to not overextend, not to mess up in the final few seconds. You really can't understate how important recapturing that B flag was there in the closing moments, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Like, that was a moment where Full House Gaming almost had a shot at being able to steal that one away, and it's because of the flip of the spawns. I mean, Miguelis, he was left all alone. He tried to play defense, but you can only do so much when you're by yourself and they're spawning right next to you over and over again. But that was a solid attempt at a Full House Gaming. I mean, still not totally sure on whose pick it was there for us, Brody, but a very close one. The fact that it's 8 points, I mean, it just goes to show how different that could have went if that mech can maybe stay a little bit alive longer there on top of the B flag, or if we see Miguelis get dealt with just a little bit sooner and they get on top of that C flag. Who knows what ends up happening, but Skade, I'm sure, happy with how it ends. They get that B flag at that perfect moment in the final moments, and they're able to then just lock down A, as you mentioned. So very, very tight affair, back and forth, but Skade now leading the series up 2-1, and they're going to be feeling pretty damn good about that.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good domination victory for them there. There was a moment, I mean, obviously everyone saw it at home where Insulin managed to grab that Goliath. And I was very concerned. But Skade did something that was really unexpected, actually. They kind of recognized that, hey, look, we're not going to be able to get B. There's a Goliath currently sat on there. Let's not prioritize that. Let's try and capture the C flag. Let's try and capture A. And, you know, getting that 2 flag set up here and making sure that all they had was B. So integral, such a good response, because Insulin on the B flag is just kind of just like, well, I need to sit here. I need to make sure we hold on to B, because I lose B and this game is over. Really good response coming out from Skade, and of course then get B in the closing moments. They're able to go 2-1 up in the series. And talking about the series, well, I believe we can take a look over at the series layout to show you guys what map number 4 will be. We're going over to Firing Range Hardpoint for map number 4 in our series. This can be a hectic one, Austin.
It very much can be. I mean, Firing Range just feels like it's a map where, you know, you just really need to maintain control of specific positions, because it's not really a big map and there's not a whole lot of buildings per se, but everything kind of happens, you know, as you can see in the graphic here, between wood, tin, and then from this POV right behind it is trailer. And trailer for me is really where you just have to make sure you're constantly funneling your resources into. You want to really get an AR player or LMG player in there if you can, just to make sure that they're controlling some kind of the map there for you, allowing your subs to be able to fan out and really make some moves. That is really what this map comes down to for me. And when you're looking at what we typically get at a Skate, I feel like the big factor here is that they're really good at rotating, and sometimes they get broken. I think that's what Full House Gaming did a really good job of when we look back on the raid Hardpoint, but they were always getting out rotated on some of those basketball hills, you know, on the kitchen hill. That's where a lot of those points were accumulated from. So I have to see Full House Gaming come out here. They have to win these rotations. They have to make sure Skate is not staying a step ahead of them. And if so, they have a shot at being able to get us to a map 5.
Yeah, well, it was Full House Gaming who did take map number 1, a clutch couple of moments there with the last couple of hills in raid Hardpoint. Can they at least repeat victory here and force us to a game 5, our second of the day? Wouldn't that be something special, Austin? Well, it will be Skate kicking things off with control of the Hardpoint right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate, it will in fact come through already. Leo Zero, you can see it, putting some influence there inside of the trailer. Comes flying out, finds the first entry kill, might be able to combine for the second, and he does. Nice plays out of Leo Zero. Come through with a couple of big kills here off the start, but doesn't exactly mean they're getting time here. And now finally they're able to move back through. Lim's also up top, starting to control quite a bit of the map here in the sniper tower. So Skate now find themselves in a pretty favorable position where they can even start to spawn trap everyone on the side of Full House Gaming, and it's going to be a big double coming through for Lims as he puts himself on a 3 spree.
Up from Linz here as they want to get control of this hard point. It's been a good start, I think, overall to kind of get all of this time. They've already grabbed 20 seconds for themselves. Leozera tries to hold on. Bigadera, though, comes in, picks up 2, and that's a massive stop to really put a stop to Skate getting a massive amount of time off the back of P1. Now this rotation does come through. Skate with 2 players on the point already. Trixin and Insulin, though, they come on through. It's a 1v1 for the point. GDX versus Leozin over there. GDS just trying to play his life, but in doing so will allow Leozera to come in from behind off the back of the spawn and get in. So for Skade, they're happy with the current position, but Full House Gaming on the way.
Yeah, this is really scary. I mean, they're kind of just funneling through one side right now. They're not really putting too many players in the middle of the map to at least hit from a different angle. So Skade, I mean, they're just having it as easy as they would want it. They're just all funneling through. They have all the control. They got a couple of roaming players. Trixin able to open up with 1 here, but you might need a big explosive play out of someone here for the side of Full House Gaming. They're trying to run through, but it's the streaks just raining in on them. The snowball effect already currently at hand for the side of Skade. 20 seconds left, and finally we're going to see Full House Gaming get inside of the point, and this is some crucial time that they desperately need.
Yep, they absolutely do, and more to the point as well, I think it's crucial time that they're taking away from Skade. There's a very big difference between being down 40 points and what would be 50 after that, so big stuff coming out from Full House to get that time. Now it's about breaking this rotation early on. Leozera able to pick up 2. The first few fights will be theirs, and more likely than not, the first few seconds will be as well. And you can see in the kill feed now, Death Machines coming out from Linz. Bigadera and Bashin able to win some crucial one-on-ones. It will just leave Leozin and Miguelis on their own inside the point. Bigadera looking to break on through. Full House Gaming, they need to put a stop to it. Trixin able to win 1. Trixin with a second as well. And Full House Gaming, they're in the hard point, Austin.
Oh, this is what you needed. Trixin is the one that starts lighting up that kill feed, and that plays all of the difference. And now even Trixin is still on a spree. He's on 4 in a row. Insulin on 3. The grab spike is good onto 2. And now the streak can start raining in. Look at all those red arrows, only able to come away with 1, but the information is good. The kills are still good. 4 in a row. Will there be a 5th? Insulin, what are you doing? Going absolutely man mode inside of the point, and you have brought this game right back if you are Full House Gaming. Just going to be down about 30 seconds. That is a massive comeback from the 60 that we saw in P2.
That Trixin play is going to be one that we might look back on later on in this series, maybe later on in this tournament as a really important moment here in this game, and Full House do come out with the victory. And how about this from Pabzero, though? The earlier domination from Skade in the first couple of hard points has equated to a sentry gun, and now the death machine as well. This is a problem for Full House Gaming, especially as they come with spawns, but he will get shut down. There are more death machines about. It was the Azira. Trixin shutting them all down. Trixin shutting them all down. He will get more kills than Skade will be comfortable with. I think that's 3 or 4 in a row, and now it's Full House Gaming in control of the hill.
And look at the zoning. I talked about trailer before coming in the map, and this is why. GDS is essentially just laying down on the trigger. He's making sure no one's able to overextend from behind to create additional pressure from a different angle hitting the hill. And this is just so much map control. I mean, the hill is still active, and we're seeing Full House Gaming fan out and already take control of the rest of the map right now. And on top of it, they've now entered into the lead change. They're going to have just a slight couple points now in their favor. We look towards the reset of hills, move back towards P1, and this is now a hard point game here, Brody. Full House Gaming, they're doing it, and they're heating up.
Oh, if GDS gets that kill against Mealy's, I think that's one where it really sends your head for a wobble, but it's okay. Full House Gaming now in the lead. The equalizer's coming out here from Full House. I believe that's going to be Bigadera who has them. We'll end up getting one before the nade from Pabzera takes him out. So Chaos in the mid-map. Skade, however, did get quite a lot of time off the back of this hill on the first set of rotations. They've, of course, got Leas in the sniper tower, and that will be very helpful in terms of picking up that time. More kills coming in from Leas in. They just need somebody actually in the hard point to start soaking up these points.
Yeah, a lot of it going, you know, to the game clock. A lot of it just being neutral at the time. And finally, we're going to see Skade at least hop on top of it, start to collect it. Still a good 20 seconds to get for yourself here, but you also have to be wary about this rotation off screen. Player number 2 currently already thinking about that there for us on the side of Skade. This is where we saw a lot of the points be accumulated for this Skade roster. It was from P1 to P2. Now streaks might start coming through. Leo's in. He is on a 5 spree. He's got himself the Hunter Killer drone. He's very close to the Predator missile. And now we're going to see Skade start to make this rotation and off screen. That is a big amount of kills that just came through for Full House.
Well, here comes the Goliath. Lim's going to try and grab it. He will get shut down. Everybody from FHG looking for this. Bigadera might just grab it. Leazin has to put a stop to it. Will he? No, he won't in time, I believe. Okay, he does actually get shut down. So there's the Goliath still up and grabs him. Miguelese trying to fight for it. Insulin with a Goliath of his own. Full House Gaming want this. And with the Goliath, they're actually going to push for the Goliath. This is so huge for Full House Gaming if they can get it.
Oh man, I mean, you can get a second Goliath in play here. I mean, you have to worry about the time on top of it because there's 30 seconds left here, but no one's actually inside of the hardpoint right now for Full House Gaming. So if they can hold on to this, this would be big. And now 2 Goliaths are in play. This is bad news, Bears. If you are the side of Skade, you have to get inside of this point and think about a rotation. They're able to contest a few of the seconds, but the Goliath is just going off and it's too much to handle. The scrap time should be 1. It should be going over to the side of Skade.
Well, how about this for Trixin on the rotation coming in, picking up 3. There is a death machine on the way, but how quickly you have to ask because a Tempest play coming out from Pabzera is shut down. Insulin now inside, Trixin with him as well. They're about to face a couple of Skade players coming, but look at Bigadera positioned inside the sniper tower. Skade have found their way in, and now they just need 15 seconds for the victory, Austin.
This could be it. Full House Gaming might be going down to the lower bracket. They need to come through with a team push. Insolent, the one to try and do it to the front. It's not going to happen. Trixin, he has been so big here for the side of Full House Gaming, and they've now been able to enter inside of the point. The death machine, it is out, but it's quickly shut down. Bigadura watching the angles. Insolent watching the middle of the map. 2 more points. The contest. What can Skade do? They can't get here in time. And Trixin going big again to get us to a map number 5.
And something huge there in the closing moments of that game, Austin. GDS with the death machine comes in with 2 massive gunfires. Of course, Trixin after that, sure, comes in with a couple of kills. But if GDS doesn't get those 2 kills with the death machine, that hill is Full House, or is their opposition's. They lose. They're in the lower bracket, but Full House Gaming, they will never give up. And we have another game 5 on our hands here, Austin. What an awesome championship Sunday here with the Latin America Regional Playoffs of Call of Duty Mobile World Championships in 2021. I mean, wow. You just have to say wow, don't you, Austin? Completely gobsmacked, mind-boggled. Find whatever word you want to describe the situation that we're hearing on the casting desk, because it has just been an incredible day of Call of Duty so far. And yet another game 5, Austin.
Oh man, another game 5, and now we're gonna take an Xperia Rewind time record replay on the final seconds. I mean, this is just so close. Look at the kill feed. Skade get a complete wipe. They're in control of the point, and it's the push to the middle of the map. It's Trixon hitting this window at the exact same time. Some of the players coming through the front, and as you mentioned it, GDS finding that 2K with the death machine, clears out the hill, allows them to establish a bit of a setup here, Brody, and it's enough to maintain that lead, flip the score one more time, and the final pushes are just shut down as Full House Gaming lock in the final seconds. I mean, doesn't get closer than that. These two hard points have been between like 6 seconds and 8 seconds. Like, just goes to show how closely matched both of these squads are.
Yep, let's take a look at our series layout to really show everybody at home how just close this series has been. It doesn't get much closer than that, does it? 150 to 142 in the raid hardpoint. That was a Full House Gaming victory. The search and destroy all the way to round 11 on Hackney Yard. Skade able to even out the odds there in the series. Crossfire Domination, though, what a map that was. So many crucial moments from really both Skade and Full House Gaming, including a steal of a Goliath. Skade did come out on top of that one, though, and then Full House Gaming, of course, with the map 4 victory and firing range that you guys just saw. 150 to 144. I mean, as I said, Austin, that is just so close. It really does not get much closer than that for every single game in this series. If that is what we're going to have for Standoff Search and Destroy, we are in for a treat.
I mean, like just look at the map set here for a second. Like 150 to 142, around 11, like an 8-point differential in Dom, 6-point differential in Hardpoint. Like, yeah, you just said it, man. Like, this has just been such a tight affair. Like, how can you favor one team over the other? This is just the winner's final. Both of these teams showing us how bad they want to make it into the top 2, how bad they want this money, the seed, everything in between, and it has just made for some incredible Call of Duty. I mean, this has just been a blessing of a day so far. We've gotten 2 game 5s, Brody. Like, you just love to see this. This is what it's all about, man. It's a lot of fun. I'm loving it, and now we got to see how this game 5 is going to come together, because there's already been some insane plays, but here it is. Tabazura already off to a nice start, though, as he finds that first pick in round 1.
It's going to be Full House Gaming, knocks down to kick things off. GDS will actually fall to an RC car coming in from Pabzera. That's a very, or it's going to be, sorry, it's going to be the explosion of the car, actually. I thought that was an RCXD in the kill feed. I was very confused there for a second. Like, how on earth has he got an RC car in the first, with 1 kill to Full House's name? But it's okay. It's not going to happen. 3 versus 5 for Full House. Got to find a way back into this round.
Back into this round, long range shots here. Yuzura, usually good at range, even sometimes with the Bison. We'll be able to pepper in some shots, but will be quickly dealt with. And we come down to a 2v3, make it a 1v3. Excellent shot. Tabazura here with 3 in the round. And his teammate, Migueliz, will pick up the last one. Big round coming on in here offensively. A lot of big picks. And you got to look at Tabazura as one of the players that just brought that first one home.
Indeed, Pabzera has been a real force for Skade all series long, all tournament long as well. You know, it hasn't just been today. He was absolutely turning up yesterday during their indomitable Winners Round 1 and Winners Round 2 games. Now, though, can Skade continue on what they did in round number 1 with a round 2 victory? And for Skade, haven't quite chosen their site of attack just yet. They might have their eyes on A, though. Bomb moves over towards right.
Sheen needs to be a little careful. 3 players out front of this A bomb site. Lots of shots coming through. Nothing really connecting. Finally, Fasheen's able to get himself 1. He wants a challenge for 2. What a challenge it is. 2 players now down for the side of Skade. And this puts yourself in a much more favorable position, but on the flank, Bigadura's also been able to find a 3rd. And now Skade in a 2 versus 5. Not looking too good in the moment. Trixon might be cleaned up as Migueliz makes the play, and he will find 1.
Last man standing. Finish it.
Instant. Survive for the moment. It's now just a 1 versus 4. I mean, for Leah's in here, there's not really much that you can do, to be honest. There's quite a lot of time in the round as well, so if he's just going to sit there, he might as well just get a book out, start reading, you know, do what you want, find your leisurely activity, because there's not really much you can do other than just kind of do damage to Full House Gaming in this round.
Yep, from behind, Insolent. Should be able to find the kill here. Trying to figure out where he is. Oh, he off the top. Oh, he gets help on it, but I'm sure he would have found the kill either way. Just a little nice high ground coming in, enough to be able to tie us up. And yeah, that comes back to Fashin. I mean, just the big two-piece there that stops a lot of that push. He's now 4-1, having a very nice start to this search and destroy. But as the series has been, it's been so even the entire way through, every map mode combination through. I like this from Miguelese. He's got the rocket, just firing out some shots, seeing if he can get away with a nice pick, but first one will not find its mark.
For Skade here on this offense, they seem to have eyes on A, of course. Once again, they do have players watching the flank, though. As a matter of fact, Miguelese might get a little bit overzealous here. Bigadera almost gets some bad timing. Will get away with his life. No shots going in. Full house game. They're making sure they have control over that back alleyway, because if they open up that lane, it would be huge for Skade to try and get this bomb down. But for the moment, I mean, what we've had 45 seconds of the round so far. Skade haven't made much in the way of improvements towards one of these sites.
Looks like they're starting to line something up for the back alley or B. The bomb is inside of wood. They got to get through Fashin. Last time he found the two-piece. This time the timing might get the best of him, and it does. Leo's in, finds the entry, finds the opening first blood. Another challenge, Leo's in for 2, and that might have just secured the bomb plant here. Massive advantage over to Skade.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb plant goes down for Skade. Now a 5 versus 2. Insulin and Trixon, the last players left up. Trixon will fall now, just Insulin left up all on his own. The shot's going down as well. Luckily, he does have a suppressor on that weapon, so the shots, technically speaking, unless they just fly by the player, won't reveal his position. Gets one. He's going pretty fast here, Insulin. Looking for the second. Does actually get some shots into Leah's era, but fast you may be, accurate you are not. Not really much you could do, to be honest, there if you're Insulin in a 1 versus 5, but does do some damage. Picks up 1 kill.
A lot of these rounds have been determined off of just like individual openings. Like we saw it there from Fashin when he found the two-piece inside of A defensively. That round, you know, Leo's in, gets 2 of his own. And once you lose those players around the site, inside of yellow, like you don't really have anyone to peel the player off the bomb is planning. So a lot of big plays coming through individually. Trades maybe might be the key to finding yourself a round win here. And Salen will be able to find himself some shots, looking for maybe a wallbang to follow it up with the elimination, but won't be the case. So you'll see at least a little bit of information given over, but no one going down. Last time around, Skade are taking their time again. Insulin's got to be a little frustrated right now. Feels like he's done a good amount of damage, just can't finish off the full kill just yet.
Insulin.
Enemy contact.
Over there.
Targets in sight.
Trixon gonna pick up this kill against Lin. So Full House Gaming gonna be happy at least to have the man advantage for the moment. Pabzera in the mid map trying to get these kills across map. But for Bigadera, currently just watching over this bomb. He knows that Skade have to retrieve this, and that's the big advantage. But Pabzera does take out Fashin. Always gets a gunfight on a GDS. GDS going to try and win that fight. It doesn't happen. But Bigadera still with this advantage. He knows that Skade still have to try and retrieve this bomb. Is there some bad timing? Yes, there is. Leah Zero comes round as Bigadera has his back turned. And now Skade with a very clear-cut advantage in this round.
Yeah, it's looking like it might be another one over to Skade. 1 versus 4. We've seen a couple, actually, throughout the weekend, but this one looking a little bit difficult here with not a whole lot of information. Bomb down at A, is able to find that first one here, but now the position is going to be known, trying to go for a bit of a pre-fire. 1 player at the statue, 1 player at the crates, and the last one making a long rotation at the grandma's house, but doesn't even matter. Skade will hold on to their numbers, and they will put another round up.
Kind of unfortunate there, really, isn't it, for Bigadera? He held the key to that round, just let it slip out of his hand. Skade now 3-1 up. This is then a last offensive round before they switch sides. They'll be happy with the way this has gone so far. Full House Gaming have stacked onto A. They know the score. They have an inkling as to where Skade are going to be coming from. Need to be careful, though. There's not that many eyes on mid-map at the moment.
He's killing himself. He's taking an aggressive challenge, and he'll be punished. Pabzera, he's been electric so far with that sniper rifle. Gets the kill. Fashin is down. You lose a big member now if you're Full House Gaming, who's usually here defending the A site. And now it's going to be all of the GDS who needs to come up with 1 if the push does in fact come through. But the bomb has not made a decision just yet. Now you've got a flank working in the back alley here. Off screen, a big engagement came through. Leo's in has just found Bigadera. Now another. 5 versus 3. GDS needs to find value, and he can't find anything. He is shut down. Trixon gets one back, but still another man advantage. Make it a 1 versus 4. Miguelese will be able to grab himself the trade, and now it's all on Insulin to try and get through a 1v3.
The thing is, if Trixon would have beaten Miguelese there, this would be a much more manageable situation. Of course, Insulin does win his gunfight on that long flank. Now the problem is you can't really execute the flank. You just get to the bomb as quickly as you possibly can. Doesn't spot Miguelese out towards the hay bales, and this is going to be another round towards Skade. That was an important one, at least from my perspective for Full House Gaming. They were ready for that push. GDS should have won at least one gunfight there if they wanted to win the round. Couldn't get it done. As a matter of fact, GDS hasn't added any value to his team so far. This search and destroy the donut at the moment. If he can step things up, Full House Gaming might well hit their stride.
Oh, I like that. Insulin trying to see if he can maybe find that player on the tank that's usually responsible for watching over the middle of the map. But the shot just goes wide. And now on the switch of things, we obviously see our first look at what Full House Gaming are going to attempt to do on their attacking rounds. And look at this. This is almost what we used to see at the start of Garrison in Cold War here, Brody, where it's one player laying down, 2 players watching over, waiting for an aggressive peek through the corner. Shot comes through. Not sure what he connected on. Might have been a trophy. Didn't see a player in the area. But no moves made just yet. Everyone's starting to inch for a back alley push. Leo's in, might have his hands full if they decide to make it, but instead, now the regroup back to wood. It has to be maybe a B plant that they're starting to aim for here, but they're still got a good minute on the clock to work with, so they don't need to rush anything just yet.
No numbers just yet for Full House Gaming. Got eyes on B. Technically speaking, I think they should be actually okay to get this down if they go for it. Nobody is inside the map. Certainly nobody over towards the bomb, and that's actually really nice from Pashin. They just need to act on it. He throws some utilities over towards A to make Skade think that it's an A hit. Now GDS is going to go for this plant. Somebody has to be watching over him. I believe Insolent is over there with his sniper rifle. So if Leazin peeks this, it should be a kill over towards Full House. But Leazira with the RC car, or with the explosion, sorry, will now take down the bomb plant. A GDS down for the count.
Oh, they got to plan it, though. That's the problem. But Miguelese has just found another. Everything just going horribly wrong for the side of Full House Gaming. They can't get that plant off, and it has now costed them the round. Trixon misses the no-scope, but finds the secondary one. I just don't think there's a world where he gets this plant off, and he's got players all over him. He finds the knife kill, but there's no time on the clock here. So that is just another big round at Skade. I mean, they're just not over-challenging if they don't have to. It was a great bait inside of the A site to try and see if they could pull some members over, and they do so successfully. But the bomb just not going off, and that car explosion that you just so beautifully called there, Brody, was enough to really lock down the round.
Indeed, it was 5-1 now. The difference between these two teams is going to be a hell of a comeback coming up for Full House Gaming. This is a pretty good start, though. 3 kills go their way. Only 1 for Skade. Now a 4 versus 1 as Machine takes down Miguelese. Pabzera left up all on his lonesome. A shorty to work with. Only 2 shells ready to go, so we'll have to reload before he takes down the 3rd player inside the bomb. Not down yet. That's the good news, I suppose, for Pabzera, but it will be sooner or later.
Got 9 kills to his name. Oh, does he? I think he might have spotted him. He does. The battle here. I believe it's Trixon. And he does find Trixon. The bomb goes down today. He's got information. So you got 30 seconds left to play retake. The smoke comes through. He's looking to make his move, waiting for an aggressive challenge. I mean, he's got an isolated 1v1 versus Insolent.
Enemy contact.
If he can find this, it becomes manageable. Up close, he finds the hit marker. 2nd attempt. He slips away. His teammate watching over him. Finds shots into both, but no clutches come through. Staying alive will be Full House Gaming here, Brody. They're going to kick things off with another round, but they got a lot of work to do. Down 2-5.
Insolent going to clutch up there. Will not lose that one. It looked possible for a second. That 1 versus 3 would have been quite something, wouldn't it, from Pabzera, but not going to happen. Skade on the defense, but it's aggressive towards the back alley. Kills for Bigadera and GDS. They both go down. Skade with a massive advantage in this round now. Now, luckily for Full House, Insolent did not fall. They still have control of the bomb. Because could you imagine, Austin, if that bomb goes down in back alley and Full House Gaming don't have control of it? That would be huge. Now Fashion with an opportunity to even the odds here. Able to get 1, able to get 2 as well. A 3rd on the way. Fashion with 3. And now a 3 versus 2. Fashion giving the 4th as well.
Fashion! I mean, when you need a player to go big, it feels like he's the player to do it. a massive 3 kills that come through. It will allow the bomb to get planted on the ace side. In fashion, he might be going for the ace. He has found 4. Give it to him. Pabzura will look for the peak. It's a very possible ace that could come in. You got Insulin is just waiting close. 30 seconds, and I think they just spotted him. They should know where he is. He's going to throw a Hell Mary grenade maybe out, but it's not going to find its mark, and there is just very little time to work with here. And there it is. Fashion with all 5 players in the round. What a play. Gets over to A in the nick of time, Brody. And that might be the big boost you need to start bringing this one back.
That is just such an important round. They were 5 versus 3 down in terms of numbers, Austin. That is a round that should have been skated by all accounts, but Full House Gaming refusing to lay down and take this at the moment.
Look at this.
Yeah, I love this setup from Skate. I love this. The only problem is you might have an optic play. And what we call an optic play is when, or I should call it a Minnesota play, shouldn't I really? Accuracy play? I don't know. They might just line up. Effectively is what I'm trying to say for Fashion. Fashion going to take the shot off. Does he recognize this? He will do. Now, do they line up? That's the question. He gets 1. He gets 2. And they do line up. There is a response from Leazera and Linz, though.
Yeah, at least it's not going to be a numbers advantage over, but you still got a lot of information. Trixon looking for some shots here. But the big problem is that you did lose the bomb. And I think Linz is going to have some kind of information on this with the way that he's playing. He should. And yeah, you can see it. He's definitely going to know. But GDS finds a big 1-on-1 back alley. Pabzura just getting a little too aggressive there. Will be punished on the play. Trixon, a little bit wide on the first shot. But you got good information on the remaining players here. You could start to make the collapse happen.
They're putting the pre-fire in. Now, this is a bit of a play coming in from Skate. I'm kind of surprised that they're doing this because they're moving away from the bomb. They will allow the plant to happen. Not entirely sure why they've done this because they've given the entire bomb site away. They're going to have to retake now. GDS will be able to make the call as Linz and Leazera make their way over. As a matter of fact, the shots are even coming in from GDS. Not enough to actually get the kill just yet, but as long as Full House Gaming don't get over aggressive, it should be their round.
Oh, this is just going to barely survive there. GDS has pumped in a lot of damage, and you got to play retake in 30 seconds. Full House Gaming trying to stay alive in this upper bracket. A chance to move on to the grand finals. They got to find some big kills, and it's going to be Big Adura finding the first one. It's going to be all up to 1. What can we get out of Leazera? Has to find some, but it's no time. I mean, he finds the damage, but it's not there. Full House Gaming, Brody, they were down 1-5. They're starting to do this. That is 3 rounds in a row.
That's 2 rounds in a row that shouldn't have been theirs as well. Like, I have to say it. Yes, all right, fine. You know, maybe they didn't have the numbers, but Leazera and Linz, they had the bomb down. Why would you ever move when you have the bomb down? They gave that round away. They gave the A site away to Full House Gaming, and now just 1 round away from forcing this round 11. Of course, they then forward switch sides, but Pabzera gonna draw that first blood onto Instant. I believe that might have been either a jump shot or wallbang also.
Losing one of your key players here. That is gonna hurt quite a bit. But you have to make something happen regardless. And the bomb has been its way over to crates there. In the bottom of the mini-map, you can see it. Might set up for an A push at some point or another, but this is a very wide spread. And that's going to be a nice back down there. You do not want to lose a secondary player here in the round and put your team into a 3v5 situation. The bomb, however, is pretty isolated. I mean, Fashin, he's made some incredible plays. He's got 14 to his name we just saw, but we've lost him. Pabzura has taken down the key player here for the side of Full House Gaming, but there's a big response in the back alley as they get 1.
Oh, jumping over, though, is going to be Linz. He gets taken down. Now it is a 1 versus 3 for GDS. He cannot get it done. And Skade book a ticket to the grand final, guaranteeing themselves a top 2 placement here in the Latin America Regional Playoffs. Full House Gaming, there were a couple of rounds there. Maybe they shouldn't have won them, but they did it nonetheless, Austin, and they definitely fought so hard to force that round 11. And for a moment, I really thought they were going to. You know, in that back alley, I thought, you know, when they even the odds at 3-3, I thought, maybe this is going to be it. Maybe this will be the round 11. But no, I mean, regardless, really, Austin, that is an incredible upper bracket final for us here on the casting desk.
Absolutely. I mean, that has got to be, you know, one of the best series that we've seen because it was just so close. I mean, there was never really a point in any of those games where you could said, all right, this team for sure was taking it. You might have said it when we saw Skade was up 1-5, but Full House Gaming start start finding round after round, you're like, whoa, hold your horses there. Maybe this is a comeback, but Skade, they get there in the end. They're finally able to capitalize on one of their numbers advantages, which was something they were struggling with the 3 rounds previous. However, banger series, man. Excellent winners final. And now we're going to get the rematch there for us in that lower bracket, Brody. It's going to be very exciting.
Oh man, Cygnus Esports, they've sat in this lower bracket after that last victory versus Godsent. They wanted revenge versus Full House Gaming. I think that has absolutely been the driving factor for them. However, they're going to get it. They're going to get that rematch versus Full House Gaming. I'm so excited to see that series. Before we get there, though, I believe we're going to go to a break. When we return, guys, we have some more Call of Duty Mobile. It's lower bracket finalist, and every game's gone to Game 5. We don't know what's going to happen. It's absolutely insane. There's so much money on the line. Don't go anywhere, guys.
No me hagas mostrar a la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear, Capi pone la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar, pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia para adelante y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que
welcome back everybody to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2021. It's been an incredible day number 2 of the Latin America Regional Playoffs. I mean, we can't understate that whatsoever. 2 game 5s, 1 in the losers bracket semi-final, 1 in the winners bracket final. And now we have our lower bracket final ready to go. It's a rematch, Austin. Full House Gaming taking on Cygnus Esports.
It is a rematch, and you know, that is also a really tough way to lose the winners final after playing such a close set, winning the map 4 in the way that they did. And now you have to go up against a team that you've already gone up against. And I mean, every single series so far in the day, Brody, has went the distance, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to come up here, you know, a little bit better in the first couple of maps, or whether or not we're just going to see, you know, this team that has just looked so good, that is Cygnus Esports. You know, so far in the day, they've been very explosive. They've been really difficult to deal with, so it should be a fun set, that is for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Just to go over sort of what happened last time around, a little recap for everybody at home, right, in regards to Full House Gaming and Cygnus Esports. These guys faced off in the winners bracket semi-finals. There, Cygnus Esports came out in the series with a 2-0 advantage. But guess who? Full House Gaming came back with a reverse sweep, and it was an incredibly close series as well for the remainder. Just to read out sort of the map scores for everybody at home. Disregarding what the first 2 maps were, because, you know, again, Cygnus did win them 150-60, 6-4 in the search and destroy. But Hackney are Domination, 150-146 to Full House Gaming. An incredibly close domination from them there. 150-133 and Summit Hardpoint, again, Full House Gaming. And then, of course, round 11 for the final game 5. That was a raid, search, and destroy. Austin, I mean, if this series is anything like that last one, anything like it, we might be in for another game 5. We might just be in for another game. Could you imagine like every series today is just game 5? Like,
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay. Yeah.
I'm absolutely here for it if it ends up happening for us. But I mean, it's possible. Like, it just feels like, you know, now we're at this point where we had the 4 teams that came in towards day 2. Like, all of them are very evenly matched, and you can't necessarily put one over the other at any given moment, because they're just always playing, you know, really close games. There's comebacks that are happening. There's just insane plays that are being made from multiple players on each and every roster. So it really is hard to come in here as like an analyst, so to speak, and make a prediction, because of just how the way the games have gone. Like, you look back on some of those maps that happened in the upper bracket when we already had this matchup, and you know, there was definitely moments where there could have been a closeout in the map number 3. It was just, you know, clutch plays being made at the end. This is something that Full House Gaming has done in a lot of the respawns. We saw it there in the very first map in the last set versus Skade. So it is interesting, but I think the other storyline is the fact that, you know, Cygnus Esports, they had to make the run in the qualifier. They had to go through the entire lower bracket. They did it. They went up to the grand finals. They won 2 best of 5s and took the number 1 seed coming into the playoffs here. So there's something about the squad that, you know, sometimes just catches fire, starts running through the lower bracket, and coming off a reverse sweep that we have to bring up here, you know, is big for them after losing to a reverse sweep in the upper bracket. So they've been through it all, really. And now, I mean, you just can't come in here and say that one team is better than the other. It's just who's going to show up and play the best Call of Duty.
On the day, yeah, for sure, right? And on the day, I believe we have a map set to show you guys in just a second. We have the entirety of the map set now. We were kind of waiting for it. We're like, well, what maps are we going to get? Will there be any similarities? I believe there are some similarities between that last series and this one, which makes this extremely interesting once again. Because that last one, I really can't understand it. It was just such a good series between these 2 teams. It was our first, I think it was our first game 5, I want to say, of this weekend. And it was just so good to see these guys go at it. And at this point as well, there's nothing left of the table. This is everybody using all of their strategies. It's everybody giving their 110% to try and make it all the way to that grand final, of course, for revenge if you're Full House Gaming, because you did just get beaten down by that Skade roster in a game 5. And that's the thing as well. I think generally speaking, Austin, when it comes to all the 3 teams remaining in this tournament, I don't think anybody is like any worse than the rest, right? They're all so evenly matched. They all could maybe force game 5s, and that makes for extremely interesting last couple of matches. Let's take a look then at our series layout going forward for this series, and we can talk again about some of those similarities. I mean, I say some of those similarities. It's extremely similar. We're starting off with Standoff Hardpoint, just like we did previously between these 2 teams. We then go into a fire and range search and destroy, just like we did previously between these 2 teams. Raid Domination, that is introduced here between these 2 rosters. Summit Hardpoint, again, just like we saw from map number 4 between Full House and Cygnus in the semi-final. Hackney Yard Search and Destroy is different again, though, for that game 5. But 3 maps we saw in these two, the last time these two teams faced off, Austin.
That's right. So, I mean, that's kind of always one of the big factors when you've played a lot of the maps and you're like, okay, listen, this is some of the mistakes that we were making, and you can go over those. You could VOD review those the night of. I have to imagine that's what both of these squads were doing to prepare for day 2, especially inside of Cygnus Esports, considering that they had to win, the very first series in the lower bracket semifinals to even get a qualifying spot for Worlds. So the good news is that every single team here is obviously qualified now, and we're talking about fighting for prizing and seeding, but I feel like the Cygnus team, I mean, they went on one heck of a run in the lower bracket, and that was just for the qualifier. In the last set that we got to see them when they were playing all of the teams, and everyone was trying to make it to regional playoffs here. So anything could really happen coming in towards this map set. I will say the standoff has been a little bit interesting because that's been thrown into the mix quite a bit for us, and same with the firing range. So you have to imagine there's been a lot of reps played throughout this weekend on those maps in particular, because they've been at the start of just about the majority of our series, it feels like, throughout a lot of the weekend.
Yeah, we were saying actually in that last series where Cygnus, of course, in the lower bracket semifinals, they did actually lose the first standoff Hardpoint, which was kind of funny because we were like, oh, Cygnus, they look pretty good here on this, and then they end up losing that map, which is, it does happen every so often, but particularly in terms of that map between these two teams, it was a convincing victory. It was 150-60. Cygnus looks so good there on that map, so this map 1 should for sure be interesting, at least from Cygnus, and also I think for Full House Gaming, learning what they got wrong last time around. Because if you kind of remember that, Austin, it was a bad rotation that kind of caused all of their woes. They rotated early from Grandma's Hardpoint to P4, and then it all went wrong because they got immediately stopped on P4, gave 30 seconds of scrap time away to their opposition, and that point it's like it's 80 to 90 seconds that you're giving away. And when the score limit is 150 here in Call of Duty Mobile Esports for Hardpoint, that is a huge chunk of time. So those are the questions, really, isn't it, right, Austin? I mean, we've had a few games since that one. How much have these two teams learned now facing each other once again?
How much have they learned? How much have they prepped? How much have they studied? I mean, this is really what it comes down to when you're really looking at like the staff behind the scenes that's trying to prepare these guys. It's maybe helping them go through a veto process and saying, let's square up on some of these maps again. And that's really what Full House Gaming is doing. They're considering they're not looking to veto out some of those maps that we saw, obviously, and we've already been talking about here. They are looking to square up on them. And, the fact that they were able to play just about every single one of those maps, very, very close in a lot of the series that we've seen throughout day 1 and day 2 here, goes to show that they're willing to do it. They want to see if they can in fact do it. So it should be good looks. I think at the moment we're just waiting to get the players in the game so that we can kick this one off. And well, for anyone that is just about to tune in, this is for the losers finals. Whoever wins this moves up to grand finals for us, Brody. The other one will unfortunately be done here in the regional playoffs for Latin America. They will take the 3rd seed going into the World Championship. This will be a clash. This is the rematch, and well, as we set it up, looks like they are not ready just yet, Brody. So instead, we'll take a look at the prize pool and see what they're all fighting for.
Yeah, here's the prize pool. I don't know why we're looking at the prize pool, but we've got it anyway for you guys. Just to give you a reminder, really, of the dough that these guys are playing for when it comes to the final 3, of course. $50,000 on the line this weekend. We've already given away a rather large chunk of that as we're down to our final 3 teams. But top dog through this weekend, the first place takes home $15,000. Quite a lot of money, Austin. But again, more to the point, I think there's just so much bragging rights being the Latin America champions, and then beyond that as well for the seeding going forward for the actual championship itself. As you come out with the 3rd seed, you could end up facing one of the top seeds from another region. You don't want to be doing that if you can, and that's why winning this match very important for both of these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I've gotten to see, some of the teams in North America and EU and Masters, and yeah, there's some scary teams that are certainly going to be at that World Championship there. So I agree with you. You want to make sure you have that 1st seed so you can at least get warmed up. That's what I'm always a big fan of. It's like you get a really good seed, you maybe get an okay, decent matchup that you might be able to snowball off of, and you get that confidence at a World Championship, and that very much could play all of the difference there for you. So that's what you're fighting for. And then on top of it, I've kind of been hitting on this, throughout all of day 1 and day 2. It's like the money is just the cherry on top, but what they're really playing for now is really the seeding to get into a $2 million tournament. Like, Like, that is really where the cheddar is, man. You talk about $2 million for a prize pool, baby, playing on your phone in your room, getting amped, and building up all of that energy throughout that entire tournament. That's where everything is going to be happening. So it'll be a lot of fun. I think we're just about ready there, guys, to jump back into it. We apologize about the wait, but here we go. Losers final, the rematch from the winners semifinal. Zygnus Esports and Full House Gaming going head to head.
I think we're going to have a restart again, unless GDS and Fashin just want to play this all on their lonesome in a 2 versus 5. Apparently they're going to anyway. Yeah, there we go. Finally, these guys are leaving, and we should have a restart any second now. We apologize, guys. We really want to get into this just as much as you do, trust me. Joe, they're keeping us on edge. That's the big problem here, Austin. These guys are just like, yeah, you know what? We're going to make sure these casters, have to build for a long time, and they can talk about how awesome we are as a team. Is that what you guys want? Do you guys want us to just
start the game, dude? Yeah? Come on, get it going in the chat. Caster
starts
the game. Come on, we're trying to get it going here, Brody. We're doing our best. We're doing our best.
We are.
But you know what? Well, we got some time. Let's be honest. We're filming right now, so while we got the time, we've been casting over Call of Duty Cold War. We've been casting over Modern Warfare. We've obviously spent a lot of this, doing it together. Now, this is your first time casting mobile, so what are kind of your thoughts throughout, this weekend, and really, what have you enjoyed throughout this entire time?
It's fast. It's really fast. We kind of discussed this as we got into the weekend, like what the differences we kind of expect to see if you're just a regular Call of Duty competitive fan, or even maybe a Warzone fan. And with Call of Duty Mobile, obviously 5 versus 5. We had 4 versus 4 in the past Black Ops Cold War season. It is so different with the way that everybody is able to play. I have a massive amount of respect as well for these guys, because I was sitting there the other day. I unfortunately had to restart my entire profile for some reason, but when I did, I got into some games, and it's really hard to play mobile. Like I'm bad at it, right? I think that's it. It's probably not that hard to play. I'm just bad at it, and I'm just thinking like these guys are like snapping, like they're playing just like a regular console version of Call of Duty, but for mobile, like they're insanely talented. These players at what they're able to do. Some of the snipes they're hitting as well, like it's something else, man. And I've just been insanely impressed with everybody this weekend, and I've had a lot of fun as well. I think that's the main thing. So there you go. That's my first impressions. I want to do more mobile, man. It's so fun. It's exhilarating. It's very different from what you see in maybe your regular Call of Duty Esports or Call of Duty Warzone.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I think what really gets me is like how they're like slide canceling and like jumping grab spikes, like all in the moment, like all within like milliseconds apart from each other. Like those mechanics is really what like kind of gets me, really what surprises me. Like that's what I kind of get hyped up for. And obviously you guys have probably been hearing it as we've been casting over the 1 to 2 days, but I love seeing it. And I'm agreeing with you. I mean, the snipers, the fact that we were seeing, what was it? Like Tricks hitting like a lot of the crazy snipes, like quick scopes. I mean, he's pulled off a couple of like 1v3s and 1v4s throughout the last couple of days here. He's been very explosive, very difficult to deal with throughout a lot of the tournament here. And, we have a lot of great scope players left into it as well. So that's like one of my favorite things that ends up happening here for us, because it's just so hard to do, man. And if you've never played Call of Duty Mobile, obviously try it, get into it, give it a go, and you'll see just how difficult it can be to play at this level. But at the same time, it's very fun, it's very enjoyable, it's fast paced. That's what we really do love about it. I think we're just waiting on one player to get into this lobby so that we can get going. This might be a good moment too to give you guys a bit of a breakdown of how we've gotten here. So maybe we can pull up at least the lower bracket, kind of tell the entire story of what's happened up to this point here, Brody.
Yeah, here is that lower bracket, of course. So you can see Zygnus Gaming making it all the way through that lower bracket from round 2. They ended up winning that 3-1 versus Loops Esports. 3-2 versus Godsent. That is the match we got to see earlier on. An incredible Game 5 thriller. And now they get to the point where they have to go for revenge. Full House Gaming. It is going to be a neat matchup. Third time lucky, Austin. We might actually start it here.
Oh, it looks like we're okay for now, and already explosive start. Trixin, one of the players I was really talking about for as far as what he was doing with the scope, can also get it done with the AR here too. So getting a lot of jobs done here early. 10 seconds will be collected for Full House Gaming. They got some control around Courtyard, and now it's going to be up to Zygnus Esports to really try and break through mid-map to see if they can enter into the hill.
It's going to be Full House looking to get all of this first few seconds of time. Envoy in the middle of the map now waiting for his teammates, and here it goes. Cheeto also there, to Tio also there. Cheeto's able to get one before falling. Now to Tio, next up to Bap, but Insulin picking up 2. Trixon following up with a 2-piece of his own. Full House Gaming, just as quickly as they face pressure from Zygnus Esports, they deal with it.
Able to deal with it quite nicely here. Tillo also able to find themselves one. I mean, 30 seconds gathered off of the first hill. A nice start for Full House Gaming. 10 seconds up for grabs. We'll see a couple of fights over it, but it should be Zygnus Esports bringing home the remaining 5 seconds. I say that, and we do see streaks even coming out here to make sure that they're not getting the scrap time. So a good job out of Full House Gaming. They have the rotation, and now you need to make a big move if you're Zygnus Esports to make sure you're getting some time, or at least getting Full House Gaming off of the time.
Yeah, Full House Gaming, you're in a great position here to chain, the majority of the time off the back of P1, now back-to-back with this P2 hold. You need to make sure you get up top, though. That's what so many teams do. They just get a player up top and basically just sit there, contest the time. That's actually not what Zygnus Esports are doing here. They're going straight in for the time themselves. And I think that kind of, in a way, possessiveness of that time, and, you know, not willingness to just go for the contest at the top, has actually come back to bite them, because now Full House Gaming have got the first 30 seconds of this hill, and they look pretty confident in terms of pushing out of it as well to keep Zygnus away.
Yeah, the one thing here is you got to make sure you don't lose the rotation anew. You lose the rotation anew, and this game very well could be done a little quicker than I think a lot of us would have been expecting. But Shadow there for a two-piece of his own with the shorty. Should be able to relieve a bit of the pressure on the rotation. And Bigadura, the only one that you're really going to have to deal with inside of the point right now. And once you find him, you're going to find yourself in a favorable spot. The last kill is still active, so we'll see a couple players spawn out across the map here. And Zygnus, they have a few numbers. We'll see if they can utilize them and actually turn this into some time.
Full House Gaming currently in the lead. Zygnus Esports, they need to hold on to this to really, take the lead themselves, but more to the point, I think, just keep a level head versus this Full House Gaming roster. Hunter Killer Drone going out here from Just. They want to hold on, but Kimwax and Envoy come through, able to pick up 2. You've now got more players coming through as Bigadera going to have to go for the equalizers here. Full House Gaming, if they can get in, it would be huge. Cheeto going to use his Predator missile. Kimwax with a kill of his own, and Zygnus Esports continuing to find gunfights in their favor. They're racking up the time also. Insulin now looking to make his way in. He picks up 2, and Full House Gaming have a chance to pick up time of their own.
Oh, it's a big trade, though. Tatillo able to find 2 of his own, and if he can grab this scrap time or keep it scrappy, that would be great, and it looks like Zygnus Esports are going to do exactly that. I mean, that is a full 60 that just came through, and you're seeing the death machines come out here, so some specialists has been earned on the rotation. A Predator missile also comes through to clear out just a bit of the numbers here from the side of Full House Gaming at the new point. Look at the collapse on the minimap. Look at it here from this POV. Everyone looking good for Zygnus Esports. They're heating up. Insulin needs to find a big moment. He does have his specialist available to maybe break open the defensive setup, but it's not happening. A perfect rotation comes through, and Zygnus back in control.
Well, for how long? That's the question, because Full House Gaming now find their way in. TTO could put a stop to this with the Tempest. GDS is waiting there, though, with the Death Machine. Oh, no, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Because Trixin comes in, picks up 2. I don't know why, but Kimwax runs right into the line of fire of his teammate. It doesn't allow him to get those shots with the Tempest, and now Full House Gaming have an opportunity to take the lead once again. The kill feed is theirs. Full House more than happy to push out as well. They had a player on the tank. He will unfortunately fall, and now Zygnus Esports trying to get their way back in. It is just Insulin up top who could put a stop to this. He will fall to Kimwax, and now Zygnus looking for the last 15 seconds of time.
Yeah, you got a Goliath here. If you're Tatillo, I mean, you got a lot of options. The big factor for Zygnus Esports is making sure that no one is stealing away your Goliath, and just put that in a safe area where you can get it for sure. Maybe even dedicate an extra number to get there so that they're able to find it. We'll see when they decide to use it, because, I mean, maybe they don't even need to. They're calling in Predator missiles. They're just slaying out in the kill feed. Zygnus Esports really starting to heat up, and they got a sentry inside of the P1 hill. The shorty doing excellent work up close here against Full House Gaming, and now we're starting to see that lead get away from them. Zygnus Esports, they could still end it on P1.
Yeah, look at all the kill feed at the moment. It's Zygnus getting every single gunfight effectively. Full House Gaming kind of need to filter on through from P2. And it's just a horrible position to be in, because you just keep on going in. You can't really afford to do this as a team at the moment. The kill feed is just entirely Zygnus's. This is a surge and a half. And you were talking about the fact that Kimwax has that streak in the back pocket, still hasn't used it. So does Tatio. Both of them with Goliaths if necessary. Full House Gaming have found their way on in. Bigadera has so much to do. He picks up that kill just now, looking to find his way in. I don't think they're going to push through it. They're instead going to default to the rotation.
Gonna try to default to the rotation here. I mean, the Goliath's in play, the early setup. I mean, it's going to be very difficult to try and break through. Insolent, you feel like one of the big members to try and get that done. Not going to happen. 7 seconds to get through here, and the death machines are just raining on the map. It is just way too much to deal with. Here comes the Predator missile. Good read on the spawns. Another great pickup. 2 Goliaths in play. Zygnus Esports, they might have started off slow, but they ended strong. 150 to 107 coming out here, making a statement in map number 1.
Yeah, it was absolutely that P4 hold from Zygnus Esports there to get so many kills. And actually, there was a really important moment in the game, I think it was Full House Gaming, where they had an opportunity to find their way in, but Zygnus with the deny. And, well, Zygnus Esports starting things strong here with that map 1 victory, although it was shaky out of the gate, Austin, because there was an early advantage there for their opposition.
Yes, there was an early advantage. I mean, it was actually like one of those advantages that we look at and think, oh no, this is where they're going to start to snowball. This is where they're going to start getting in the specialists and the streaks. And that was not the case. It all started at P3, right? They essentially lost the first 2 hills. It was a massive lead. And then that full 60 came in on Grandma's. And when you're able to lock in a full 60 like that and then build up a couple of those kill sprees that led to a Goliath, led to the specialist with the death machines coming into play, they were able to make a beautiful rotation to P4, and they snowballed that very well. So Zygnus Esports, a team that sometimes does start off slow, but you have to make sure you don't sleep on them through the entire map, because they're able to pull off some of those comebacks, and that's a moment where they do it right there.
Indeed, it is. It was an incredible comeback from Zygnus, a solid amount of time, and that's why you do not let a team ever get streaks, right? Because the Sentry Gun was just super oppressive. Of course, they had 2 Goliaths in the back pocket that when it came to that P5 hardpoint, you just can't really deal with it, right? Well, what can you do against 2 Goliaths there on the rotation? Just really well played from Zygnus Esports as a whole, and they start as they mean to go on. They win map number 1, putting their foothold over this series. Let's take a look at the series layout then to show you guys what is next in this one. It's going to be firing range, search, and destroy. Once again, this is a map we saw in the last time these 2 teams faced off in that winners bracket round number 2 matchup. That time it was a 6-4 to Zygnus Esports. Austin, they started off here, Zygnus Esports last time around, on the offense, and they looked pretty good.
They did look pretty good. I mean, you take a look at everything that was kind of coming through. It looked like they were just finding a lot of rounds on the attack, and they were getting a lot of picks. That was really the big factor. Now, they did kind of meet their match against Godsend when we were looking at that in the semifinal, where there was just, honestly, a lot of the Zygnus Esports guys not on the same page. There was never really any trades coming through, and they were the ones being picked apart with the scopes, which wasn't something that we had really experienced or seen the entire weekend, or at least throughout day number 1. So we'll see if they've maybe fixed a lot of that, because it didn't really feel like Zygnus Esports was playing like they normally do. But at that same note, Full House Gaming, I mean, they had a lot of unique strategies that were also playing out for us there in that best of 5 versus Skade. Had a lot of big moments. I mean, interesting play calls that really did end up panning out for them in their favor quite a few times. So you have to look at both of these squads and figure that they're once again really well matched coming into it. But this is more of a bounce back for Full House Gaming, because they obviously just suffered a heartbreaking defeat in the winners final. They had a lead in the map number 1. They threw it away a little bit here. So you really want to come out with some composure heading in towards this map number 2 in my mind.
Indeed you do, and right into game 2 we go. Look at Full House Gaming right from the off, sending a few players towards B to make sure Zygnus Esports don't get their way over, but that's not where the pressure is coming in. Zygnus barreling straight towards A from the off. Envoy going to catch Trixon on the exit, and now it is full control over this A site for Zygnus. What a start here for this roster, Austin.
Yeah, this is something we've seen in Zygnus Esports. What they've done is they go for this aggressive A hit, and then the rounds after, sometimes what they'll do is they'll start to slow it down, but they still have to turn this into a round win. They have control around the site, sure, but they're just going to start to drop the bomb here. Machine on the flank might be able to play spoiler on this. Let's see if he can find this first kill. Shots come through. No, Totillo brings the challenge to him, finds it, and now man advantage to Zygnus Esports.
On the site trying to hold on here. He's in such a power position. Will get taken down though by Bigadira. He tried to fly out. Now it is Insulin and GDS in a 2 versus 1. They could make this retake work, Austin. It is just Cheeto left up. Insulin, accurate as ever with the Fennec, will pick up those frags, and for a confident push from Zygnus, Full House Gaming have quite the response.
because they took so long to get the bomb down, it really just allowed the whole team for Full House Gaming to slowly collapse. Like, you could see it on the minimap. Like, every single player from Full House Gaming was essentially blocking off any entry or exit outside of the A site. They all collapsed at the same time. It pays off, but look at this. Nice little angle there. Shadow finds the first kill. Totillo finds the second. So this is a much more convincing round. The first 2 kills are in. The bomb looks to go down today.
Once again, Cygnus in the same position they were last round, but Full House Gaming last time around were able to kind of make the retake happen. Not this time though, as Fashin gonna fall for Cheeto. Big gunfight for Assailant. Once again, this guy has been the breaker of setups for Full House Gaming. So good in his role. Fortunately, he will flashbang himself, just like gas him up. That's the caster's curse right there. Is just gonna take him out of the equation. It is just Trixin left up. 1 versus 3. Just coming around to the flank. Trixin, I think at that point, was just trying to do damage.
Comes down to the opening rounds, right? I mean, you win those first couple of battles and it's just all the control. As long as you're not throwing your life away for free, you play the trades, you slowly collapse, and everyone is able to close that one out. So good bounce back here. Cygnus Esports ties up 1-1. This time though, looks like they want to change things up a tad bit. It's been all pretty much A throughout a lot of these rounds, and oh, it looks like Cheeto off screen has found 2 kills. Are they going to anticipate this? It looks like Fashin will. He's able to get away with that first kill. We'll see if anyone can move in and try to get there, and it looks like that has been the case. So trade will follow. 2 versus 4 now. Trixin and GDS got a lot of work to do.
Oh, nice snipe coming in from Trixin though to take out Cheeto. So now makes the odds a little bit better in this 2 versus 3. Gonna have to play this one together though. You have to imagine, and I would say they have to play this one relatively quickly because Cygnus Esports, the time is ticking down for them on this bomb. Trixin, gonna get that snipe. TO peeks it a little bit too wide. That's now gonna be a 2 versus 2. The 2 versus 4 becoming somewhat more realistic now, but this shorty has been deadly for many teams. This just takes down Trixin. Now 1 versus 2 for GDS. He will get taken down from behind. You can feel Kimwax just patrolling the area with that shorty, and Cygnus Esports will end up winning the round.
I'm just loving the play calls right now. I don't know who's shot calling for Cygnus Esports, but I mean, sending, Cheeto over towards the A site, just finding picks, and then the push is actually happening by B. It's just creating so much pressure on the map right now. You feel like defensively, you don't really have a full-on read on what's happening. Kimwax finds another first blood, tricks it out of the picture. GDS responds back, but you lost one of your crucial sniper players here. And Envoy now is able to respond onto another for the trade. Everything looking good now, as there's going to be all 4 players down. It's going to come up to Insulin to try and get to a 1v4. Not going to happen. Clean round out of Cygnus Esports.
Yeah, that's the thing. Cygnus have been doing that really well, actually. The actual entrance onto the site has just been super quick from Cygnus pretty much every single time. But, for the last couple of times they tried it, Full House had a really good attempt at retaking it. At one point, of course, the one round they did win, it was a successful retake. So that's really been the difference maker so far. Because those snipes down the mid-map right from the word go. Cheeto, unfortunately, will not get a kill just yet, but the TO will take down Fashin. Trades coming in, and Cygnus not so successful about getting on the side just yet.
Trophy system over the top. Looking like a manageable round defensively. Finally, for Full House Gaming, they at least have even numbers. Can't afford to be picked, and you got a player still inside of trailer. Is all alone. So Bigadura has to find something. Was on the bomb there. Trixin tries to take a shot. Won't find its mark. Insulin gonna back up now. Try and throw a rocket shot in there. Won't find it, but do they know Bigadura's in here? It doesn't look like it. They will now. Oh, Trixin with the no-scope hit marker, and that means that just comes up with 2. Bigadura, he's gotten 1 in the round, but he's got to find 3 more, and it's just way too overwhelming. Cygnus Esports up 4-1 going in towards the half.
This is exactly what happened last time. Do you remember, Austin, when it's 4-1 at the half to Cygnus Esports off the back of offensive pushes? Well. Full House Gaming now need a response here in this search and destroy. Otherwise, they go 2-0 down in the series. It's going to be a good start. They have traded out that initial kill. 4 versus 4 now, but I think in terms of actually making progress towards the site, they do have a problem. It's a problem that Trixin has a solution to, and another one as well. Give him the third, Trixin! He's so good with the sniper rifle, and now a 1 versus 4. Trixin has single-handedly put this round on its head. He will get a hit marker, but Fashion with the final shot. Full House able to win their first offensive round.
Oh, man, I was really hoping for an Xperia Rewind time record replay on that one, man. That was just gross. I mean, Trixon, he's just one of those players. Like, he, to me, has been one of the best sniper players this weekend, and that is a glimpse of why. But look at the nade. Talk about a Kobe over the top. Tatillo found 3 of his own. Bigadura will get there for the trade, but the damage is done. 20 seconds in, we got a 4 versus 2.
Will get away with his life as well. Tricks him with the free fire around the corner. Unfortunately, just a little bit too early. Envoy takes him out, and that's why you don't shoot too early. And Zygnus going to be happy with that round. Full House Gaming get aggressive towards B and immediately punished for it. And I think that's why A is pretty much favored. It's so hard to get into B right from the word go.
Destroy the objective.
I mean, that nade was just so perfectly placed, right? Just right on top of them, stops the push, and then you lose all the numbers. But you need to find every single round from here on out. And, well, Trixon's able to come up with 1, but can he find anything more? The answer looking like a hard no. It would take Machine to pull off a 1 versus 4, then a 1 versus 3, but the trade is good. Convincing map here from Zygnus Esports with the 6-2 victory to go 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, the decisiveness from Zygnus Esports there, I think is real the difference maker. You know, Full House Gaming on the defense, you kind of expect them to lose that in a way. Yes, they still lost it in the exact same fashion. Maybe they didn't learn anything from their loss yesterday. But for Zygnus Esports, in terms of their defense, they were really decisive. They were really aggressive every single time they were acting with information. I mean, in that very last round, right, we saw that flank coming in from Just where there was just no response from Full House Gaming. I don't think there really could have been a response, to be honest. It was over just that quickly. And Full House Gaming now 2-0 down in the series, Austin. Getting a little bit of deja vu here. This is exactly what happened last time. However, this might be the next event for Full House Gaming and for their opposition. I mean, it's, I don't know. I don't want to call anything just yet because we all know what happened last time.
That's right. Yeah, you got to be careful because you're out here making all the predictions and then it's just going completely awry. But we'll see how this one turns out as we're going to take a look at our series layout again and really dive into this third map. So far, obviously, you can see all Zygnus Esports. They found themselves down in the map 1, brought it back 150 to 107. And then in the firing range, I mean, that one was probably one of the more convincing S&D maps that we've gotten to see out of Zygnus Esports. And this time they closed it, made sure there was no kind of a comeback happening. So we move in towards a raid domination and Full House Gaming. They have been able to pull off some of these comebacks. I'm not sure if this was the map or not that they did in fact do it on yesterday, but you're coming into this as Zygnus Esports here, Brody. You know you've gotten reverse swept from this team again. Just get it over with. You want the 3-0 here because you lose this map in Full House Gaming. They start saying, all right, we've done this once. We can do it again.
Yeah, for sure, right? Zygnus Esports, last time around, you know, between these two teams, it was a very close domination, 150 to 146. That was on Hackney Yard, and that was, of course, to Full House. And it was a comeback from Full House, if I remember correctly, right? I mean, they were still down in that domination. Zygnus Esports, they made it extremely tough, and they could well have 3-0'd that series. Of course, that would be an entirely different set of events, because Zygnus Esports then, of course, would be in the upper bracket final, facing Skade. Yeah, that we wouldn't even know how that would go, to be honest. Maybe we'll find out because Zygnus Esports now 2-0 up in the series. One more map victory away from guaranteeing a top 2 placement here and a ticket to the grand finals for Latin America Regional Playoffs. It's been incredible so far, Austin. Every single team has been super impressive, especially the teams we have left in the tournament.
It sure has been, Brody. Will we get ourselves another map, or will this be the last one? It would mean we'd get the rematch as well from the qualifier between Skade and Zygnus Esports, but they got to get it done on raid domination, and so far so good. A couple of kills come through there for Kimwax, but Bigadura, he's able to find himself some value. The scope in hand from Trixon. I don't know how we found that kill. Just barely gets a glimpse of the upper body, connects on it, and Bigadura, who I think has opened up with 4 in a row, already finds himself with launcher control.
Bigadura having a great start to this one. Of course, that is going to be a massive positioning to stop Zygnus Esports coming off the spawn from jungle, from tree. Nice nade from Tatio. He's been pretty good with those this series thus far. That's a nice one to take out Bigadura from that power position. But Full House Gaming, just as Bigadura dies, they want to replace them with somebody inside launch because, again, Austin, that power position is crucial to holding map control.
It is, absolutely. We'll see if they can continue to do it, but at the moment, Full House Gaming, they're going to find themselves with a nice little lead here. Starting to make their way through the ring will be Zygnus Esports. Kills need to come in, and this first one might be there, but it's just going to be an assist. Yes, able to find himself one back over, but here comes the play. Zygnus going to decide to hop on this flag. Let's see if they can bring home the capture. They do, in fact, get it there. The Predator missile just a little bit too late there from GDS. It connects with the kill, but the cap is secured, and Zygnus Esports now have the control.
Zygnus Esports with control for now. Now it's about holding onto it, of course. They're going to have a minute or so before they're able to tie things up with Full House Gaming. But look at Full House. They're coming back into this one. Trixon and Bigadera able to win a couple of gunfights. Zygnus Esports with still quite a lot of pressure, down to the fact that they do, of course, have Laundry. But look at the minimap, Austin. While all this pressure is facing from the driveway, players coming in from behind, from jungle to apply pressure to the A flag.
Oh man, it just feels like sometimes teams get set up and it can be really difficult to break into B. So as you call it, trying to make something happen over at one of the home flags, and that's going to be really well dealt with. I mean, everything pretty much coming together right now for Zygnus Esports. Another rough start that they've now turned into a lead flip, now in their favor. We're starting to see GDS maybe find a window to push on through, but Kimwax is there to pick it up. I mean, every single lane, everything just being watched, and it just feels like Full House Gaming have found themselves inside of a trap. And this is where things get scary, Brody. You don't want to feed too many streaks, and you can already see it. Tatillo, he is lighting them up with a three-piece. He is fully streaked out, and he is ready to go for more.
That's not good. You don't want to let a player like Tatillo start to go off, especially because of the fact that those Goliaths are deadly. They were the problem on that first map. You don't want to let that happen here. Zygnus Esports now with a lead, and it's continuing to grow down to this AB setup. Envoy able to pick up two. Tatillo inside art. He is making himself a modern-day Picasso. Nicely played from him, and now he has his streaks ready to go.
He has 11 in a row right now, and he wants to keep that going. He might not be able to find too much value with the Predator missile, but he gets all the info. He slows it down. He stops anyone from making a move here for the side of Full House Gaming. And as we look at the half, Zygnus Esports, they have the world in front of them. I mean, honestly, once they got B there for us, Brody, they just held on to it the entire time, and now they have so much utility to play with going into this second half.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, the one thing I will say is Zygnus did use a few streaks towards the end. They used a Predator missile and they used a Sentry gun. I'm a little bit surprised as to why they do that, but hey, maybe they're just really confident with how they feel at the moment going into the second half, especially with the amount of utility they still have on board. Insulin, unfortunately, will fall off the map. Bigadera, though, will end up trading that death off. Nobody grabbing the B flag just yet, but Zygnus do this, it will spell some serious problems for Full House.
Long-range shots here. Cheetah, what is he going to be able to do? Looks like he just wants to play his life, wait for his teammates to push out in front of him so he can get in position. Here comes some of the death machines. This is what I was talking about. So much to deal with. If you can find a big shutdown and a big wipe, that would be great. But 3 drop for the side of Full House Gaming. They no longer really have the numbers to maybe contest this. But Machine has actually found 3. Won't be able to find the 4th. Patilo able to at least respond back and hold this position so his teammates are still allowed to move up. But B has remained neutral. And finally, Zygnus able to take down 3 as they might be able to make a move for the flag.
Yeah, they're looking for it for sure, looking for this flag. They have a player on it now, and here comes the capture. You have to imagine any second for Zygnus Esports. There it is. The capture is in. It is their flag, and now they can start to earn points at double the rate once again. Full House Gaming, I said it, Austin, they couldn't allow that to happen, especially with the amount of utility on board that they have. Ready to go. Zygnus Esports in such a good position. Now you're going to start to see, I really think, Hail Mary plays coming out of Full House Gaming. Flanks, trying to contest the home flags. That is how you win this game at this point.
I mean, I don't want to make it sound basic, but at this point in time, you got to find trades. That is a big problem. We're just seeing so many multi-kills come through. I mean, everyone firing on all cylinders right now from the side of Zygnus. And is it ever paying off? I mean, they have mid-map control. They have players around the B flag. You can see the desperation now for Full House Gaming. They want to try to bust through mid, but again, another multi-kill. Justice finding it. The Predator missile might find 2 as well. Think it's able to at least get 1, but this is just way too much. I mean, Full House Gaming, they're falling apart. A full feed from Zygnus as they are just taking over. And Insulin with the death machine. You feel like he's got to make a big play right now over by B.
Yeah, again, this is what we're talking about. It's the utility from Zygnus Esports. It is just so oppressive. And the thing is as well about Zygnus right now is they're not even pushing players up into Laundry. That is like the power position where generally speaking you expect to see it. Just comes down with the Predator missile. You know what? I can't even hype the play. I cannot hype it up because that is what you expect when you have this much utility to go for Zygnus Esports. Now looking to use even more. The cluster is now coming in on the home base of Full House Gaming. They are just 15 points away, Austin, from booking their place in the grand final where Skade await.
Full House Gaming, they have to get on all 3 flags, and that's not looking very possible. There is so much that they just gotta get through. You mentioned it, a couple more seconds, and they might just have this one all wrapped up, and it's looking that way just with the 3-piece. Everyone falling to pieces, and it looks like they have done enough. Zygnus Esports, they may have lost to Full House Gaming in the upper bracket, but when it matters most, when their tournament life is on the line, their last breath comes through, and they lock it down, get the victory in the domination with a clean 3-0 sweep.
3-0, Zygnus Esports not letting the reverse sweep happen again here. Full House Gaming, they had a couple of moments where they definitely looked promising for sure, but it wasn't enough. And, you know, we talk about how oppressive all the utility can be. If you let streaks go the way of your opposition, if you let those specialists go in early on. I mean, for heaven's sake, they had so many streaks that they used some before the half was even up. They were like the last moments of the first half. Like, Zygnus Esports, so confident, and confidence is what they need now, Austin, because they've made the losers bracket run 3 matches in a row. Now they have this match versus Skade to decide who will be the Latin America champions for this regional playoffs.
And it's the rematch too. I mean, we take a look at this bracket. For anyone that is not familiar, in the qualifier, we actually had Skade and Zygnus. They went head to head. They were our first and second seed, and it's the exact same format. We have Zygnus coming through the lower bracket, making their way to the losers finals, going back up to the grand finals, and Skade in the qualifier made it all the way through the upper bracket. So we take a look at it, and we'll get to see how it kind of comes in here for us in this entire story that has been an incredible weekend. There it is, Brody. We take a look at it. Full House and Zygnus again. This is the rematch. This determines who gets the first seed and $15,000. There is so much on this match.
There is so much on this match here. It is then the grand finals. You can see the path for Skade. It wasn't easy. It wasn't. I mean, it looked it early on, didn't it? 3-0 versus Operation 34. They had that convincing 3-1 victory versus Godsend. But that Game 5 versus Full House Gaming looks kind of promising, actually, when you look at it from that POV, right? Because Zygnus, they just 3-0'd the team that gave Skade quite a bit of trouble in the winners bracket final. Austin, we have such an incredible series on our hands. I am so excited to get into this grand final. Before we get there, though, guys, we're going to go to a break. When we return, it's grand final time, baby. The lion's share of $50,000 on the line. Don't go anywhere.
sé de rapear. Capi pone en la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar. Pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia, balado y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que sepa. Alto, la vida de plata estoy llamando. Prende la mano, celebrando, estamos ganando. La vida es un, si no me entiendes, googlea lo que estoy tirando. Para que tú no me sigas envidiando. Alto.
Welcome everybody back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2021. The Latin America Regional Playoffs has reached its conclusion. The grand final is the last match of the tournament. Austin, we have had an incredible couple of days casting Call of Duty Mobile, but it comes down to this Skade versus Cygnus Esports.
Comes down to this, Brody. This is the rematch from the qualifiers. Cygnus took 2 best-of-5s, going all the way to the game 5 the last time they played, and they stopped Skade from getting the first seed coming into the regional playoffs. Now they battle off again one more time. Titans going at it. We take a look at the bracket. We take a look at the journey both of these teams really had to go through here. This one, of course, being the upper bracket. The exact same thing happened in the qualifier. Skade went through every single team, got there into the grand finals. Cygnus Esports essentially doing the same to the lower bracket, and now they clash here, Brody, to see who, in fact, will be our first seed from Latin America.
Yeah, while we're on the winners bracket, let's just talk about Skade real quick then. Well, I guess we'll talk about Cygnus in just a second. Skade, of course, I mean, early on, it looked like they were just breezing through, right? I mean, as I said before we went to the break, that 3-0 versus Operation 34, it was relatively convincing. The 3-1 victory versus Godsent, I mean, that in itself, yes, all right, they lost the first map, Raid Hardpoint, of course, we talked that one to death. But the rest of the series was a breeze. It was only when they faced Full House Gaming only a couple of series ago where it really felt like Skade had sort of, I guess, hit a brick wall in a way, a team that had finally come back and given them some resistance, but it was Skade who were able to take it out in the end. And now, of course, they're in the grand finals. But for Cygnus Esports, a very different path. 3-0 versus RWR. Of course, they did end up losing to Full House, that reverse sweep in the upper bracket semifinal. You could argue that they probably shouldn't have done that. They might be in a very different position now if that hadn't happened. But then, of course, Cygnus went to the lower bracket. Let's take a look then at that lower bracket to show Cygnus's path through there. Of course, they jumped into losers round 2, where they faced Loops Esports, a 3-1 victory there. Then what we've seen of them today, the 3-2 victory versus Godsent. They had to fight tooth and nail for that one. What they didn't have to really fight too hard for was the 3-0 versus Full House. Actually, for me, Austin, probably the biggest surprise of today. Full House losing that one 3-0.
I mean, I think so as well. And I think that's just credit over towards Cygnus Gaming because they just had such a massive boost coming out of that semis. I mean, you look at that semis, whoever wins that is going to Worlds. The other is going to fall short by a single map. And that was in reverse sweep fashion. So I think once a team like this, suffers a reverse sweep, then comes back with a reverse sweep, that just does wonders for your mental. That just does wonders for the atmosphere within the team comms. And that obviously played out for us because they had a very convincing 3-0. I mean, the last map was not even close. Full House just unable to get anything going, and that's why we talk about the Cygnus Gaming squad. They're the first seed for a reason. You give them a bit of breathing room, and they're going to run with it, and that's exactly why we keep hyping them up, man, because they're very fun to watch, and we know that the series last time around between both of these guys, Skade and Cygnus, was just so back and forth, was so close. You still can't make a prediction, but if you're coming into it, there is at least a slight advantage for Skade in the grand finals. They have the luxury of relying on a second best of 5 in case things do not go right in the first best of 5.
Yeah, that is for sure the massive advantage. We talk about to death. Generally speaking, when it comes to these games, we show the schedule. Here's what's ahead of us again. I mean, no, we're down to our final match anyway. So what you have here is effectively Cygnus versus Skade, this grand final. It could be one series, it could be two. Again, down to the fact that there is this advantage you have coming from the upper bracket if you're a Skade, where you have a second best of 5 if it's necessary. But as we've said already, Austin, I mean, the one thing we do know is that grand final of the qualifier came down to a second best of 5. It was Cygnus Esports who were able to take it both times around, therefore securing the #1 seed for today. So realistically speaking, yes, the second best of 5 does mean something, but it doesn't mean as much as it normally would, just down to the fact that we already know Cygnus Esports have already pulled back to back-to-back best of 5s previously against Skate in a grand final. So it's going to be crazy regardless of what happens, Austin.
It will be. And just based on the history, if you're Skate, you probably just want to get it done in the first set. You don't want to worry about any second best of 5s here. But on that same note, I mean, maybe Cygnus, is coming out here hot. It's been a little bit since Skate has had to play. Sure, they're probably warming up, playing some games and whatnot, but they're just coming off of a hot 3-0. And it's not just any 3-0, it's a dominant 3-0. And those last 2 maps at the very least. Map 1, very, very close for us. But yeah, I mean, you look at the S&D, it was a 6-2 victory. You look at, the map number 3 and the second side, it didn't feel like there was really anything happening for Full House Gaming. So you come off of a map like that, I just feel like you have, a lot of this, and it's just said, like, once again, like, you've done something, it just becomes easier to do it again. It's like, listen, we've already came from the lowest bracket. We were the ones that forced these guys into the second seed. So that's just got to be what's going through, every single one of these guys right now. They have to have this in the back of their mind, but at the same time, you have to make sure you're still coming in collective, because we've seen what Skate are capable of doing. Sure, sometimes they slip up in maybe the very first map, and you'll be curious to see if it will be like another raid hardpoint, and Cygnus is like, we've seen you choke this twice, so we're going to throw it in the mix and see if that will actually end up working out here for us again in the map 5 or map 1, excuse me.
Yeah, for sure. And you talk about the 3-0 that we just had in the lower bracket final, right, for Cygnus Esports. Not only is that just it's a 3-0, you've done what you needed to do versus Full House Gaming. It's a massive, massive confidence booster again, because you're playing very differently to how you played yesterday, right? Yesterday, there were a few moments where it felt like Cygnus Esports made a few key mistakes in terms of rotations on the hard points, in terms of maybe plays on the search and destroy. And while that hasn't been entirely absent today, it has been much, much better, to the point where a 3-2 loss yesterday has translated into a 3-0 victory today against the very same squad that upset them in that upper bracket final. It gives you massive confidence, because that's the validation, right? You come in today, you're questioning, like, all right, look, are we going to play better today? How are we feeling today? And coming with that 3-0, coming in with that game 5 clutch versus Godsend, that is the validation that you are playing much better. Now it's about toppling Skate once again, just as you did in the qualifier. We have our map set to show everybody at home. Finally, it is ready to go. Austin, take it away.
Yeah, would you believe it, right? It's the raid hardpoint. And either this is Skate saying, all right, we've just choked it a couple of times, we can still win this, or it's Cygnus picking this map saying, hey, listen, we've seen you guys choke this twice, so we want to throw it in the mix so that we can start the series off on the right foot. And I mean, that kind of, perfectly segues into the map 2 as well. The firing range, search and destroy, Hackney yard domination for map number 3. And then if DB, will go to a summit hardpoint in a takeoff search and destroy, which we have not seen so far on the weekend. So that should be very fun. But the first 2 maps, very familiar here throughout a lot of the game so far here, Brody. And the firing range, well, maybe that is actually Cygnus' pick, because they have looked pretty solid so far, especially on day 2.
Yeah, for sure. That firing range search and destroy is what Cygnus, I think it's that kind of bread and butter in a way so far, at least from what we've seen here on the casting desk for the UK stream, or for the English stream, sorry. It's just been incredible to see Cygnus, particularly on the offense. They seem very, very good, very, very confident when it comes to that firing range search and destroy. If they can translate that to the takeoff, they should be fine. It's the respawns that I kind of been questioning a little bit here for Cygnus. I mean, if Skate can come out right at the gate with this raid hardpoint, play extremely well, they should be all right. That being said, raid has played Skate. Like, it has been a map that has plagued them, especially when it comes to hardpoint. You talk about Godsend, that match yesterday in the winners bracket semi-final, where Skate lost it in the closing moments. We had something very similar today in the winners bracket final, where Skate, they lost that map. I am kind of somewhat concerned about them here, but hey, maybe 3rd time lucky, they should be all right versus Cygnus. But as far as the series goes, I'm very excited to see what happens between Skate and Cygnus Esports. Again, as it kind of always comes down to with these sort of things, we have zero idea what's going to happen. We have no idea. I don't have an inkling who is going to win this, especially just given, like, normally I would say Skate, they're coming from the upper bracket. They have a massive advantage here. They should be fine. And while that still is true, again, it's just the fact that Cygnus have done this before. They pulled off the double back-to-back best of 5 victories against Skate in the grand final. It has happened. It's just whether or not they can replicate that and do it again. Also, Skate has been cold as well. I think that's the other thing that we always talk about. The team coming from the lower bracket will be somewhat warmer and have the
a little bit hotter.
Coming. Yeah, exactly. That is always something you have to consider, Austin.
Absolutely. I mean, it just is like they come off a 3-0. Skade's been sitting here a little bit, so I mean, you have to factor that in. You also have to factor in that Skade, might be trying to overcome a mental hurdle here of the fact that you mentioned that Zygnus has done this. They know that they've lost 2 best of 5s. I mean, in map 5s, like it's like if it's like the first one's a 3-0, then the second one is like a map 5, then maybe it's like, oh, that sucks. We fell short, but it's like we were that close to closing them out. 2 best of 5s going the distance, like. That takes a mental toll when you go through those best of 5 series, man, and you go the distance each way. Those are long times. You're playing the team for like 2 hours. So, I mean, that can very much be a mental hurdle that you just don't want to have to deal with. So, I think that the hard points here is what I'm going to be really looking at, though, Brody, because between the two, both feel like they've been the best for as far as setting up and rotating first. But the most impressive thing that I've seen is the majority of the time that Skade actually wins the rotation is in the new hill first. It's very difficult to break them. We go back to like some of their basketball holds and they were getting like full 60s, teams unable to break through. We were seeing just, the rain of triple kills come through there for Skade, just making sure no one's allowed to entry in. And on the other hand, I feel like that's why they're going to match up so well against each other, because Zygnus has also been pretty solid on that throughout a lot of the hard points throughout the last couple of days here too. So it should be interesting. I think those are going to be the game modes that are going to be the most important for us, just because they're so well matched. But I think we're just about ready to jump in toward this one. We get to see the overlook of one of our favorite maps here, Brody. It's going to be the one that kicks off our first best of 5 here in the grand final.
It is indeed Raid Hardpoint. It's kind of plagued Skade somewhat over the last couple of days with a couple of losses that maybe I think they definitely feel they shouldn't have had. Maybe they get it done here. Oh, dearie me. Just like we thought we were going to get it started, Austin. We thought we were almost there. It didn't happen. We've been bamboozled. We've been misled. We've been lied to. Game 1 isn't ready. We'll be there soon, guys. We promise.
Be there soon. Get your cast to start the game of the chat going, so that it'll get it going faster, But you know what? I've been asked for predictions the whole weekend. We're in grand finals, Brody. I'm gonna ask for predictions now.
I'm doing it.
I am doing it. I am doing it. We got time. I have not done it once. Give me your predictions, Brody. I want it.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. Zygnus have the momentum here. So this is how I kind of approach this. Zygnus have the momentum here. We know that Raid Hardpoint, Skade have had a couple of problems closing this one out. We know that Firing S&D is coming up as well. It's past that I'm kind of questioning. I feel like Zygnus might 3-0 this first series. That's the hot take from me. Zygnus might 3-0 the first series. That's what I was like. What are you? You're not getting away with this.
All right. Oh yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. You can put me on the line too. So I think we're going to a second best of 5 for sure. Yep. I think the first set, I mean, I could see this being really close, a lot of back and forth, but I'm going to say 3-1 for Zygnus Esports here, coming through in the first best of 5. And then if we do go to the second best of 5, then I think Zygnus will absolutely close it out and steal that first seed. They've done it before. It's so hard to like bet against a team or, predict against a team that has been in this exact situation, in the qualifier. It's so hard to bet against them. So I think I got some love for the Zygnus guys here. They might be able to do it here in 2 best of 5. We'll see.
Yeah, we shall see. I don't know. Game 1, I think, is ready to get underway. I hate that you asked that, man. I'm gonna have like players from Zygnus or players from Skade by DMs when you weren't on our side. What are you talking about? Rubbish caster, get him off. Yeah, it happens. It happens, I suppose. But yeah, very excited to get into this, guys. Remember, this is the conclusion. $50,000 on the line for this tournament. Everybody has already qualified, I think, who is left on. Obviously, our third place team also there, so they don't have to worry. But in terms of Skade and Zygnus, while they have already qualified for the World Championships 2021, now it is just about who can become Latin America Regional Playoffs champion. And of course, you can take the #1 seed from LATAM in that championship.
Well, let's see if we can get in here this time. This would be the second time we're loading in. Hopefully everyone's in. It looks like that is the case. No one's leaving the game, so it looks like we're good to go here, ladies and gentlemen. This is our grand finals, the first best of 5. Zygnus Esports and Skade, the rematch for the qualifier. Let's see who kicks it off hot.
Let's see who can kick this off hot. Zygnus Esports starting with the first point on the hard point, but right away, I think both teams playing rather apprehensively here. Neither of them want to give anything away. Tio gonna go wide here. He's been in a force for Zygnus Esports today.
Well, the opening engagements look to be good for Zygnus as they get the initial time, but Skade will be able to answer back. We'll see Leo Zin and Leo Zura come away with 3 combined. And now it's up to Envoy to try and get the job done. And well, has he ever done it? He's come up with 2. His teammates get 2 more. That's a full wipe for Zygnus. And they have the fast track rotation to new once it ends up spawning. This is now a very strong position to be in, and a big rotation from Skate needs to come in.
Shots going in for just, he's unfortunately going to fall, so Zygnus not going to be able to get this rotation in hand just yet. Linz with 2. Now for Zygnus, just trying to hold on to this rotation. You can see the rotational gunfights going down. Kimwax survives, but it will now be 1 player coming out on top. It's Linz who uses his Hunter Killer drone right away. Those players should just run straight into it, theoretically speaking, as Zygnus now going to come in from the back line. They want a solid push here, Austin.
They do indeed. They have the spawns. They just need to find the kills, and Kimwax will be able to answer with 2. Tatillo from the side. Kimwax for 3. That's how you break a hard point. Incredible opening for Zygnus Esports. They take their time. They get here, and now they're inside the point. Skate with 35 seconds left. They don't want to give this over for free, so they're certainly going to send a few more teammates into this to see if they can break it.
Yeah, there's still 30 seconds left on this hill again. There's 150 points. That's the score these guys want to get to win this first hard point. So to get 30 points, that is quite a lot of time. Skade, of course, going to break in with the 3 kills, massive ones to win. Kimwax and Just will respond with 2 kills of their own. Kimwax still wants this time, fighting for it incredibly importantly. If he's able to get a second as well, Kimwax, huge time, that 10 seconds, but it doesn't, it's not a sacrifice, right? Because they've already got the rotation on time.
That's right, but you got to touch on Kimwax for a second. He's already on double digits. You see it, he's on 11. He's on a 4 spree now as he finds Leo Zura. Hunter Killer drone about to come out, but as the new hill pops, neither team having full control as of just yet, but with the death machine coming out, that will be good to clear out the P3 hard point. Limbs, though, from the side, Biden just found the angle to collapse with his team. They will be able to get now inside of the point, but still, both teams have numbers in, no one with full control right now.
Kimwax on a 5 spree, looking to gain this Predator missile. Would be huge if he can get it, of course, because that basketball kill is coming up. Look at these kills against Linz and Leo's in. Can't get it just yet, but he needs to play his life. Won't get it. Will get the Predator missile, though, on the whole. So big for him to do that. That will be important going into that basketball hard point. Zygnus Esports at the moment, oppressive against Skade. Skade just cannot do it. Look at the scoreline. Look at the scoreline, Austin. This has been a blistering start to this grand final.
We said that there is, you know, a bit of an advantage sometimes coming from that lower bracket because you are a little bit more warm, you're heated up, and that is really what we're experiencing here. The scrap time, last couple seconds, will go over to Skate, but they are down so much, and you can't afford to lose this rotation, but Zygnus Esports have been able to break it. Another big combo coming in here for Tatillo. He finds himself on 5. Everything coming together, but Skade looking for an answer back here. They get themselves inside of the point. They shut down one of the death machines, but now you got to start worrying about all the streaks. The Predator missile will be able to find a couple of kills, and now that allows Zygnus to move back through and soak up some time.
Yeah, Zygnus, they can't finish it here, but they'll get themselves incredibly close. Skade need to find their way back in. It's the utility that is a problem for Zygnus, of course. We've already seen the Predator missile being used inside this hill. Skade, they are in. Zygnus are going to try and push this at least one more time. You have to imagine Midley is able to pick up 1. Tio pushing up top for some more kills. He will end up picking a 2-piece, but Skade getting that time nonetheless. And I think for Zygnus, you kind of have the luxury here of just pulling yourself away for a second, not overcommitting, and going for the rotation instead.
Yes, I love that call, Brody. You absolutely do. You can look to just set up, try to find the exits. That's exactly what Tatillo does. Finds that first one on towards Limbs, and then Shadow ends up finding himself 2 there. So Skade, not really able to find a whole lot of success coming out of a lot of these rotations, but they're only down about 30 points. So you can still work back in. However, you're going to have to use some of these death machines and a lot of the specialists very carefully here to make sure that you're utilizing for the best ability. But maybe they don't need it. Miguelis has it, and now we're going to go into an Experience Island with Skade.
Duplo, mano. Terminando duplo.
Peguei. Dupla minha.
E pra direita, Miguel. Luzira. Vamos, Miguel. Vou desmocar direito.
Vou chamar de lote de lá.
Well, last closing moments here, Austin. Cygnus Esports there, just a few seconds away.
Few seconds away from getting the job done. One last contest. Skate trying to hold on. Can they find the kills? No, they cannot. Cygnus Esports, they will find a very convincing map number 1. They come out of that losers finals absolutely swinging in the grand final, Brody. They lock in map 1.
They lock in map 1, and that is an incredible performance in map number 1. Like, you can't understate that whatsoever. All the utility early on, an incredible rotation from kitchen to garage in the first set of hills. Just brilliantly done all around from Cygnus Esports. And that's a statement, I think, on the whole as well. We really have to talk about that. That is a statement opening to this grand finals, Austin.
Is it ever? I mean, like, it's so massive in so many different reasons, because now Skater are like, wow, we played this map against every other team incredibly close. We go up against Cygnus here, and then we end up getting worked a little bit. And it's usually, you know, Skate that's locking down the rotations. That was something I was coming in with, talking about this team. Like, their basketball hold in particular was something that I highlighted, because we've seen them get full 60s. We've seen teams send, you know, push after push with their team and not be able to break it. And this time, Cygnus are just like, no problem, we'll just come through. We've already earned ourselves a lot of the streaks. We've loosened up the defense inside of basketball, and they collapse at the right time to find all the kills. So, I mean, that is just beautiful. And that's what you want to see if you're a Cygnus fan. That's what you want to see if you're on the Cygnus roster to kick this one off now. So that is just honestly exactly what you want to see coming from the lower bracket here. Brody really setting the tone.
Yep, it absolutely is. Let's take a look at our series then going forward, because it doesn't change all that much, I would say. It does look quite stark, doesn't it, when you see that 150 to 88 scoreline in map number 1 in this series. But going into the firing range search and destroy, this has been a powerhouse map for Cygnus pretty much all tournament long this weekend. They've been so good, particularly on the offense, at taking that A site over and over again. Now, the one thing I would say here, Austin, is that Skade, if they've done the research, if they've done their prep for this final, they knew that they were kind of going to be playing, obviously, Cygnus or their opposition from that lower bracket final. They knew one of those teams will be making it here. You kind of hedge your bets that if it would be Cygnus, you'd be prepped for what they've been doing in firing range, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it just felt like we saw Cygnus play this a little bit earlier on, and it didn't feel like it was the Cygnus that we've come to know from yesterday on this map, but they really did figure things out. The last time around in the losers final, they figured it out. They had a 6-2 victory. They looked very convincing, and it was because of their first blood. So we'll see what happens. Well, would you believe it? Chino's found a first blood here with the scope, and now the push comes through with the A.
Straight away, our Cygnus towards A, Austin. It's almost like we've seen this multiple times before. Lee is in, though. What does he have to say about it? We'll get the first kill. Goes out for the shorty shot onto the second. Should be able to get it switching to the Holger. And I tell you what, those plays from Lee is in effectively put this round so heavily in favor of Skate because the bomb was not planted.
Oh, big gunfight there. And it's going to be Leo Zero able to get there just in the nick of time. And yeah, you called it. I mean, not being able to get there with the numbers to get the successful plants off with everyone kind of alive to play for a post-plant setup. It's just a beautiful collapse, and Skade now are able to get that first round after losing the first blood. So this might slow things down a little bit for Cygnus, but as the words come out, looks like they're going to get very aggressive. Trades go back, and it will be a slight advantage there for Cygnus Esports. Make it now a massive advantage. Miggy Lee is the last one left alive. It would take a 1v4, now 1v3 to get this round.
Cygnus Esports.
Targets in sight. Enemy down.
This round, it's now 1 versus 3. Miggy Lee's. Oh, it puts the shot in. Will not get the kill just yet. The good news is he has actually scared Envoy off the plant.
Smoke out.
Sun goes out. We now have the information. It's actually his smoke, and this could be the entry that Miggy Lee's needed. The pre-fire around the corner. Is he going to get the shots in? Needs to get with his life at least. Goes for the re-challenge. Not sure I entirely agree with that play. Envoy punishes him for it, and Cygnus, their approach to A works this time.
Does work this time, and it's just a full-on brawler. It's like everyone challenges everyone, and Cygnus just happened to come out with the majority of the numbers, and Miggy Lee's, I mean, in a 1v4, turns it into a 1v2, so gets a bit of work done, but not enough to come out with the round. So, sniper shots here off the bat. Shadow found himself a nice opening there in the very first initial round with the first blood. This time, won't find its mark. And now that bomb works over to B. No one's in position except for Miguelise, and just has found him. Maybe even a second. The challenge is good. What an opening to this round number 3. And now the B site completely open for a free plant.
And we will get this down. It's all about what Skate can do here in the 2 versus 4. Just coming in, looking for the kill. Oh, gets it with the shorty. Tio should be able to close out this round. And once again, the aggression for Zygnus. This time, they get it down on a different bomb site. But nonetheless, that is what Skate are struggling to deal with at the moment. They've had to rely on clutch situations, retakes, to stop that plant from going down with that round win earlier on. But so far, Zygnus have just done such a good job of getting onto the bomb site. Their entries has been a massive reason why they're so good at firing range S&D.
2-1 now. Seeing if Zygnus might be able to build off of it. They want to try their hands at another B push. This time, 2 defenders. 4 Skate in the back here. Envoy, what is he going to be able to find here? Takes the challenge. A lot of damage comes through, but Skade, with the perfect bait and switch in the back, have basically stopped this push right in its tracks. And in just a matter of seconds, we're down to a 1 versus 4.
Indeed we are. Cheeto got the sniper rifle in hand. This has been pretty good with these. Gonna have to go up against Linz right round the corner. Linz, of course, has the shorty in hand, so this should be... Okay, Cheeto! It should have been a kill to Linz. It isn't. Cheeto gifted one there. Looks down the line of sight from mid. Does spot out Miguelise, or Eliazera, sorry, transitioning over towards B. Look, at least Cheeto has time here, Austin, but still there is just such a momentous task on his hand.
Yeah, there very much is. It's just, can he get to that bomb and then find one? But the really good news is that player 4, you know, is kind of isolated here. So if you can win this one-on-one battle to your right, maybe there is a chance at being able to do it. Oh, it looked like the shot was almost lined up, but Zira on the strafe will be able to play his life. Finds the kill. Skade just able to shut B down right away. That's really what it came down to. I mean, it was a 1v4. It's so difficult to play out those situations, and that will leave us all tied up now 2-2.
Yep, Skade able to shut down that initial push from Zygnus. That's what you need to do if you want to beat Zygnus on this search and destroy map. We've done it twice now. Pabzero going to draw first blood this time around. Pabzero is second as well, and then decide that's enough, right? Look, I've got those 2 first kills. Now let's just get away and play this one a little bit more apprehensively. Linz comes around on the flank to take down Cheeto. If you're Envoy into TO, there's not really much you can do. Envoy does pick up 2. This will be for a 1 versus 5, but the shot's through the wall for Leeson. Gets it done, and that is another round for Skade.
There's been some fast rounds here as we see the side switch up, and now we're going to have Skade on the attack. We'll see what favor they might be able to find here. And I mean, the last couple of rounds have just been so convincing. Zygnus Esports no longer finding the trades, no longer opening up with the first and second bloods here. And well, right to the top of the sniper tower as the smokes go down. This will be a really strong position that we find Leozin in. And this is just going to give you so much control over the map. You can bounce between B, bounce between A. You have options to work with here. The bomb hasn't necessarily dedicated to one side or the other, but Skade, both members here, able to find a couple of individual battles. Now a 5 versus 3 as they start to inch closer to this A site.
Shots going down. Kimwack's going to win that first gunfight versus Linz. The shorty as strong as ever. Now a 2 versus 3 for Zygnus Esports. Looking to stop this bomb from going down. Tio and Cheeto just get caught out here if Leozin looks down from that sniper tower. Well, that's the big problem, isn't it? Is that Tio and Cheeto kind of need to approach this from 2 different angles. Tio has to win this 1v1, isn't able to do it. Pabzero wins it on that side. Now it's Cheeto left up in a 1 versus 3. As soon as Megalese looks up here, this should be the knowledge they need to win the round.
It should, in fact, be, and it would just take a little snapper here. Oh, I think you will see him. So he gets info on 1, but I think the info is gained on the other side as well, or maybe it's not based off the positioning there. That was almost an angle. And now they know where he is for sure. Leozin will be able to push the advantage. And I mean, this has been what I think a good 3 rounds in a row now for Skade. They've looked good on the remaining rounds there when they were defending. Now as they switch over to the attack, they're still doing the exact same thing, Brody. They're still creating numbers advantages, and they're just playing off of them just about every single time here so far.
2 up. Arcade looking pretty good here. There's been a few rounds on the bounce for them for sure. And now can they win this next offensive round? And this is a very unique strategy. They've sent Pabzera and Leazero all the way up towards B while holding the back all the way back in the bottom left building. I'm not entirely sure if this is going to work. Zygnus has pushed all the way over towards B, and it will work. Look at the Zygnus players on the minimap. They've gone all the way over towards B, while Skade now make their way towards a free bomb plant on A.
Free bomb plant. Now I think it's starting to be realized. Zygnus in position to maybe find an exit. The bomb goes down, and that will be a big kill. Leozera able to find the very first one for us. No trade has come through just yet. And now it's going to be a second. Leozera really heating up, finds Just. And it's a 5 versus 3. You need a pick to come through. And it's not looking likely. Leozera has taken down everyone. I mean, they got to get a handle on him, and they just can't. He finds 4 for the round. 5-2, 4 rounds in a row. It is complete takeover right now for Skade.
Skade are just so impressive. Leozera now 9-4 after that round. Leozin 8-2 after that round. Incredible plays coming out of these two. It's now Zygnus Esports. Got to have a flawless search and destroy from here on out, otherwise we'll have a tied series at 1-1. Skate with mid-map control. Trying to find something. Once again, it's the same kind of strategy. They've got Lins all the way back into their home base. They don't want to leave that bomb in no man's land.
The subs have been so good as you take a look at the scoreboard right now. 8-2 for Leozin. Leozera 9-4. Contributing so much to a lot of these round wins, opening up with multi-kills. And the big problem has been no trades, no picks since that first round, really. Zygnus has been struggling. And as you see the tempo really shake up here for us in the round number 8, it feels like everyone just waiting patiently until Igor tries to make a play right through mid. He might be able to catch the bomb player crossing here. This would be some crucial information. We'll see if he decides to make a move on it. You do have Patillo in position, taking the gunfight, able to at least take up Leozera.
Patillo wants to win this one. Rocket launcher sent his way. Leozera takes them down. And now 3 versus 4, making it 1 versus 4. Look at Envoy coming in for 2. Leozera has so much to do, looking for the ace in this round here, Austin. 35 seconds left to try and get this bomb down as well. Just not going to do it as he gets double challenged there towards the end. And there is a round on the board here for Zygnus. They're not done. Skade have looked so strong, and it is crazy, isn't it? Because we described this as probably Zygnus's strongest map mode combination, I'd at least say.
It feels like it's been one of them. I absolutely agree. And to be fair, we have seen Zygnus, bring things back before. We go back to that winter semifinal, and they were able to bring things at least to a round 11 while being 5-2 down. They didn't close out the round 11, but they did find quite a few rounds in a row. And now this is something that you needed to see. They're able to find a nade kill, and it's also going to be the bomb carrier for the side of Skade. So that likely means Pabzera maybe will go and pick this up, or they might leave it for someone else because he does have the scope, and that's going to be the play. They want to make sure Pabzera is still able to kind of work some angles, maybe get a pick back of his own. But that bomb has now made its way down the pathway. It looks like B might potentially be the call.
I think that would be the right call as well. As long as you can get past the TO, you should be okay here. You've already lost 1 player in the round. You don't want to lose any more. Oh, this trade's coming in as Envoy takes down Leazin. Nice snap coming in from Pab, though, as Envoy will end up falling. Now 3 versus 4. Skade still going to make the moves up, and it gets even worse, doesn't it? It just takes down Miguelis.
4v2. Big gunfight here. Pabzera gets his hands on a Bison, finds the kill, goes to the sniper, waits for the shot, but won't be able to find it. Bomb has to be picked up for him now. A 3 versus 2. Skade low on time, 30 seconds left in this round. Gonna have to make a big decision. Where are they gonna go? A looks to be the call. Right through. Are they gonna be able to spot out the player just waiting patiently here? Pre-fire's coming back and forth. Oh, Kid Wax able to find the first one, but can't get the second. Leozera will be traded right after. Cheeto there with the sniper to respond. And Brody, Zygnus Esports starting to find rounds, getting closer and closer to a round 11.
Imagine if Zygnus make this comeback. You don't want to speak it into existence, but it could well still happen here. Zygnus, like we said, they're pretty good on this map. Haven't had the best of fortunes, though, versus Skade so far. Look at the aggression from Skade in this round. Round number 10. Looking to make their way on straight towards A. The kills are in their favor. It's a 4 versus 3, Austin. They have the numbers. They have the bomb.
Oh, but I really like this call. Everyone's just going to completely back up. And on top of it, they find Envoy. Papazera able to get the big kill. And now it's you go back and look at this game they're playing, right? It's like the fake into the fake, and you have only 2 players defending on the map for the side of Zygnus Esports. I mean, there's so much weight on the shoulders of Cheeto. He does have the scope. If he can find this exit, it would be so big. But he hasn't been gifted an angle just yet. And now both players look to retake on opposite sides of the map.
This has to be some crucial one-on-one engagements coming out of Zygnus. That is how they win here. Cheeto could well be the first player to get involved. Tio do a 2. Shots going through the wall. Cheeto will pick up Liazin. So now a 3 versus 2. Still in favor of Skade, but Tio gets a little bit careless around the flank, and now it is just Cheeto. A 1 versus 3. The shorty isn't there for the kill. Liazero pushes with his weapon, and it is going to be a 6-4 victory for Skade. They're able to tie up the series at 1-1. I mean, props to Zygnus. They were 5-2 down. They're able to bring it back to, 6-4 loss. It's not a terrible scoreline whatsoever. However, that is a massive, massive win for Skade.
It is. I mean, you just needed that one back, especially after the map 1. I mean, you got beaten down a little bit. It was like 150 to about 86. I mean, you didn't really find a whole lot of value. So able to bounce back after already being 2-1 down, and they're able to find, I think, a good 4 rounds in a row, to put themselves on game point. Gets a little scary. Zygnus start to bring it back and start to make this comeback story become a little bit more of a reality, but they shut it down. They use their 3 versus 2 there to really lock it out and make sure that they tie up the series here in the first best of 5. But exactly what we wanted to see for us, Brody. Make sure things are close. Skade showing us they got some fight of their own.
Yep, Skade do definitely have some fight in them here. 1-1 in the series now just 2 maps away from being crowned your Latin America Regional Playoff champions, and of course moving into the World Championships with the #1 seed from the Latin America region. We have our series layout so far for you guys at home. Again, I mean, you look at the firing range for Skade, that 6-4 victory, fair enough, it's a great upset, but it is just that raid hardpoint victory for Zygnus Esports. It kind of is a blotch in a way, isn't it? 150 to 88. It is a dominant win, and it will hold them up in this series.
That's right. We'll hold them up. I mean, you go into what is going to be, a really chaotic Hackney yard domination. Like, this is one of those map mode combos where it is really making decisions on the fly and in the moment. And whatever team is on top of it or is doing it better than the other is the team that's usually going to come out with a Hackney yard dom win. It's just a lot of chaos and a lot of picking up lanes at the right time to make sure, you're not losing out on the good side here on the map, which is something that we obviously talked quite a bit about on Crossfire when seeing it there in the last set. So having to come into this here, Brody, making sure that you're just on top of everything, counting numbers, not letting people flip things out. This is what Hackney yard dom is all about.
Yeah, Hackney yard domination, there is a good side. All right, this is what we will say. There is a good side to Hackney yard domination. And if you spawn on that good side, and that really is going to matter, isn't it? When it comes down to the vetoes and such, you get to choose the side. If you can hold on to that, I believe I want to say it's the A-B setup. I want to say it's the A flag that you need to hold on to. It's basically the tire shop side of the map. If you can hold on to that setup, you should be okay because it's just so easy to spawn trap, right? I mean, you have players up inside the L wall, inside the B building, and it's so easy to spawn trap in that position. It is whoever does that better. That is how Hackney yard domination has always come down to. Back when you and I casted it during the 2019 Call of Duty Modern Warfare season, it always was a case of who can hold that setup better, who can spawn trap better. And that was the case the other day. I believe we got to see a Hackney yard domination where that effectively happened. So we'll be seeing that again here between these 2 teams. One thing I will say is, I kind of mentioned it before we got into this one. Of course, Skade, they were a little bit cold coming into the series, and you can imagine that might play an effect in the map #1. That will have worn off now. They've played a couple of maps here versus roster. They'll be feeling a lot hotter going into this map #3. It's Hackney yard domination.
Hackney yard dom. Have to match the slaying power of Zygnus, and you have to make sure things are just not going to snowball going in towards either half, because streaks are very valuable on a map like this for getting that mid-map control. But right away, we are going to have our Zygnus Esports squad on the favorite side already. Skade, though, are coming out with a couple of big openings and entries here. They're going to find 3 down right away, and this very well might just mean the B flag, and they actually have not captured C just yet here. Zygnus Esports, you know, trying to move all the way over as they're going to start spawning C. There could be a bit of a pinch, but already that early chaos we talked about starting to unfold.
Yep, indeed it is. Skade looking to capture this B flag. They've already got it in their favor. And now for Zygnus Esports, it's just a case of trying to take this one away from them. The kill's going their way. They should be able to get B now. It shouldn't be a problem. And there it is. B for Zygnus Esports. They now have the desired setup. Now it is about holding it. What can Skade do really here? That's going to be the question for me to retake this B side.
Ooh, big kill right up top there, but Tillo not able to keep that going. Now it's going to be on to Envoy, who's been able to at least lock things down a little bit, play some defense around the B flag. Skade trying to bait out a couple of shots from multiple different angles. Some players down low, some players up top, but they're just not finding the kills right now. Cheeto really doing a good job of finding everyone just about through the middle of the map. And now you've got one player who might have been able to slip through, but it will be dealt with. So everyone really just doing their job here for the side of Zygnus Esports. Leo's in, the first one to finally enter in. We'll see if he can maybe make a play.
Zygnus Esports doing kind of what we expected out of them right now in the position that they're in. Kimwax able to pick up 2 inside B. Skade have had many attempts at getting through in or behind. So far, every single one of them has just been unsuccessful. Megalee's going to pick up 2 though, and now they just cannot get in though. It's Zygnus Esports. They're inside. They're very happy at the moment. Skade though, I believe we're about to go in with an Xperia dial-in with these guys to really see what they can get going in the last couple of minutes here. The dial-up will come in just a second as Zygnus at the moment. Actually, going to end up losing this one to Skade, Austin.
Yeah, we'll lose this one there for now, but still a chance to be able to flood through the top of L. We'll see if that will result in some kills. It is still C and B currently being held from the side of Skade, doing it all. And, well, they're also going to have some of the streaks built up for themselves. You can see a Sentry also having a death machine, so that snowball that's starting to play a factor for us, looking good. And Zygnus, though, do get some numbers back in. They're able to clear out everyone inside of the warehouse. So that means that they're going to have the control. They're going to hold the 2 flags that they would want. And just up top in the power position, looking to lock things down and watch over his teammates, but he will be dealt with.
Envoy and Kimback's able to pick up 2 here. Zygnus Esports still holding on for this flag. It's what you kind of expect out of this roster. Skade trying to retake it as they look to continue on to try and grab this flag away from Zygnus Esports. But if you're Zygnus, you're really happy with this position. 3 points away from victory, at least in this half. Skade, I mean, look, I wouldn't be too displeased at that. You're down by 25 points on the unfavored side, Austin. That is never a bad scoreline.
Not terrible. I mean, it's still okay for Zygnus Esports, but that's right. It's manageable. You can still work yourself back into it. So we'll see if they can, in fact, get over to the B flag very quickly here for the side of Skade, get some control, start putting up some points on the board. That's what's going to matter. Either way, the death machine's already going to come out basically right away here to kind of kick this one off, clear out some space down low. They've been able to do so. Skade trying to run through the doors, and oh, it's a beautiful double right there from Envoy. It's a triple for Envoy, and Cheeto cleans up the remaining 2 with the Predator missile. What an opening coming into the bad side here for the side of Zygnus Esports.
Yeah, Zygnus Esports, this is the start they wanted, and realistically speaking, they're on the worst side of the map, right? That is not the start that you want to see if you're Skade. Even better now, they've just set up a sentry inside the window. That'll be overlooking B. It'll be a massive problem for Skade. Zygnus, extremely happy with this position at the moment. It is just so indomitable, and even you can't even hide behind barrels. You can't hide behind barrels with that sentry gun being there, Austin.
Oh, you really not. I mean, you just got so much work to do, but I do like that. They're trying to get rid of the sentry. The rocket goes up, finds a kill, does some damage. Let's see what Pepzera can do up top here as well. He's cleared out enough space to maybe give them a little bit of entry inside of B. You can set up a spawn trap up here. Pepzera here on 9 now, as he is getting all of the work done. Zero throwing out some of the streaks. Hunter Killer Drone will be able to get it, and this is everything that you want if you are Skade, as they're able to finally move in and get themselves a second play.
Oh, look at LeaZero at the moment with this death machine. They get the second flag. There is still an opportunity here for Skade to win this half. They still have it. Let's go in with an Experience Island for Skade.
Mais na B na van.
Bora, a gente tem que jogar agora. Vamos lançar.
E vocês vão.
Também direitinho pra mim.
Matei.
Vai. Pula e crava ali embaixo. Pula ali embaixo. Ele apaixonado.
É de cima, nice.
Peguei.
Uma gente
Vai pela B. Olha, vai pelo ar.
Peguei 2.
Nice.
Vai, tem Tem o P1.
Boa.
Em cima dele, desvinte.
Isso é sério.
Ele em cima dois. Um tiro.
Ele em cima, desceu o meio. No meio do P1. Cadê, Gado?
Bota isso na bota.
Eu vou lançar
Posicionado.
Eu não pego,
Olha bem. Tá no B2.
Também, foi nice.
Tô indo C.
Vamos pegar você. Vamos pegar essa B. Pega B.
Well, a big moment there. Austin Skade, they lose control of B. LeaZero tries to re-grab control of it, but might that have been the dagger?
It could have been. I mean, Cygnus Esports having the 2-cap this late into the game. It's just way too much here for Skade. They would have to hold a triple cap. And that's a triple cap on Hackney Yard. So we know how difficult that can be to actually coordinate and pull off. Another 5 seconds, and it looks like we are good. Cygnus Esports in the response. They've just had Skade's number here thus far, Brody. A very solid game. Once again, looking very dominating as they will find themselves the 150-115 victory and pull ahead in the series 2-1.
That's massive. You just can't understate that whatsoever. They were on the worst side there going into the second half. To actually come right out the gate, pull off what they did for the first minute or so, huge. Not only that as well, but I mean, for Skade to even come back there to take the flag away once again, and then they lost it. Cygnus came in during the dial-in. You guys heard all the comms and such when Cygnus were able to come on in. A little bit of panic, I think, for Skade. Now 2-1 down in the series, Austin. Just one more map, and we have a reset in our grand finals. And you called 3-1 as well. I'll give you a little bit of gas here, Austin. You called that this would be a 3-1.
I did, and maybe it will be done in map number 4. Everything that's happened in the respawns, it just looks like it has been one-sided so far. Skade have just not looked nearly as good in their setups, have not looked nearly as good in a lot of their map movements where they're typically finding multi-kills, and it's usually done maybe a little bit easier for the most part through their upper bracket run. But against a team like Cygnus Esports, they're going to make you work tooth and nail just about for every single kill, and it's not going to be a free rotation for you here. So they've been feeling the pressure, and I mean, we take a look at our series layout, we can really dive into what we're going to get, because we have gotten a little bit of a different map that's come through near the end. If we do go to a map 5, then we'll get to see something we haven't seen throughout this entire weekend as well. So it'd be very fun if we end up going the distance here for us, but it really is just on what we get out of Skade coming in towards the summit hardpoint. And there you can see it. I mean, the map number 1 on Cygnus looked pretty good, 150-88. The Domination, 150-115. So if Cygnus Esports keep doing what they're doing, they very well might be able to do it in 3-1 fashion.
Yeah, for sure, right? And Cygnus Esports, they've come in with a real fire for this series, again, specifically in those respawns. It's the raid hardpoint that kind of gets me. There is a side to me that's just like, well, Skade, they haven't been that great at raid hardpoint this weekend thus far. Maybe it was just unfortunate that they even got into the map pool here for the grand final. It's the summit hardpoint, though. While we are on a different map, it was just the way that Cygnus, we're playing Hardpoint earlier on. It was just so perfect, the way that they were using all of their utilities correctly, the way that they were able to play as a team for all of the correct rotations and such. Cygnus have just looked so good here in the grand final, and today by extension as well. You do look towards that last series versus Full House Gaming, where it's just they look so good. Cygnus have just looked so good. If they win it in the 4 here, it's going to be an interesting second best of 5. It is absolutely going to be an interesting second best of 5 for sure, because you got to ask a question about how Skade are going to bounce back if they do it at all. Because at the back of your mind, you already lost 2 best of 5s to Cygnus Esports, and to lose it 3-1 in the first best of 5, that didn't even happen last time. It was 2 game 5. So for sure, Cygnus in a great position here.
Yeah, great minds think alike, Brody. That's exactly where I was going with that too, where it feels like you're almost playing two battles. The first battle is the grand finals here, versus Ignis Esports. The other battle is with your mind, making sure that you're not remembering what happened previously in the qualifier. And that's a lot easier said than done when you're talking about competition. You're talking about high stakes, seeding, money on the line, you name it. I mean, you could throw it all in the mix, and there is just so much that these guys are going to have to try and handle and go into with, in a Summit Hardpoint, which is something that we haven't really seen a ton of. I think we've maybe got it once on day number 1, at least for broadcast. This is a map that isn't typically played, as often here. So maybe this is one of the picks here from Skade where you're like, this is our pocket pick. We've been saving this. We're going to pull it out, and hopefully this will result in a map win. On the other hand, that could be the same case for Ignis Esports here. So we'll see what happens. This very well could be the last map in the first best of 5. Let's see what Skade got for us coming into the Summit Hardpoint.
Yeah, Skade going to kick things off on the hard point. They want to win this one. They want to force a game number 5. They do not want to go to that second best of 5. But Cygnus, they have a fire lit under them from that lower bracket run, from that reverse sweep earlier on in the tournament. And right away, they're looking to gain some time off the back of P1. But you can see the sweep of Skade players trying to come in from behind. Leazira able to pick up 2. Looking for number 3. Cheeto takes him out from behind. Now Migalee's next up to bat. He will unfortunately fall. But look at Cheeto in the kill feed.
Ooh.
3 kills for that man.
That's a little bit scary when you start seeing a player already popping off, and that's in the first hill. But Ignis Esports, they've come out with the majority of the time. 15 seconds left. Both teams could still fight for it, but it's the fight for comms. Everyone trying to get the high ground because we know that P2 hill, it's going to be down low, and you want to make sure you have control up top so that you are the ones that are able to drop down from above, find the easy cleanup kills, surprise your opponents if you can. And so far, Ignis Esports looks like they're the ones that are able to secure it. On top of it, they get a big 33 points off of P1.
Yep, they do indeed. Ignis Esports will be happy with that one. Now it's all about the rotation towards P2. Right now, Skade are in there, but just trying to get control of the top side, that control room. It won't happen though. Skade still looking to grab all of this time. Now, Cygnus should have a fair bit of utility off the back of that 33 seconds they got on kill number 1. We just saw one of them, but they don't need to use it. They'll do it all with the shorties and, of course, the Holgers. It's all going to be in for Cheeto. He sits in the corner, and he doesn't need to do anything, because with the shorty, he'll just be more than happy to sit here and wait for players to challenge him.
Yeah, it also helps when Just is getting 3 pieces. I mean, he's just clearing out so many of the players here, making it easy for Cheeto to move up here and then find some of the cleanups as they're flooding in the front. But he has now found himself already with 7 kills. Ignis Esports running away with a bit of a lead early. 15 seconds up for grabs. Have to start thinking about this rotation. Skade going to give this one last go. Just again with a 2-piece. Going to make things just a tad bit dicey. But numbers inside of the point right there for Skade. They're going to clean up the last couple of seconds here on the scrap time. And now everyone looks to funnel into P3.
Skade know how important this rotation can be. They're already about 15 points down in this one. You don't want to go down 60, 70 points if Ignis were able to break. And here comes the utility to Tio pushing forward. You can see Justin, Cheeto trying to make their way up the cliff line towards that sky. Wait, I'm trying to push on in. He's already picked up 1. Players inside, but it's going to be Pabzera sat in the corner. He's able to pick up 1. Kim Wax in from behind. He gets shut down by Pabzera. Cheeto has a shorty. He's been so proficient with it. Now just in there as well. Liazin able to deal with 2, and Skade holding on.
Yes, an incredible resurgence here, and now it's going to be Skade taking the lead for what feels like one of the first times in a long time, but you can see it. Envoy ends up popping a multi-kill. He's now allowed to move right in. Cheeto with the shorty up close, finding one, but the stun's going to lock him in place. So the trade is there. Just has just about gotten a multi-kill every single time we look at that kill feed, and he comes up with another, but the scrap time will end up going over to Skade. So we shift across the map. Positions look to be good right now for the side of Ignis, and even got Totillo in the middle of the map, cutting down everyone, making sure there's not going to be an easy exit. He's only able to come up with 1, but the spawn's going to be held for Ignis Esports.
Spawn's going to be held for Ignis Esports. Now needs to hold them for the remainder of this time. Kim Wax picks up 3, and here we go in with an experienced Island Skade. They even up with Ignis. Let's see what they're up to.
Abre pra mim.
Vou abrir.
Assim, âncora.
Se âncora pra lá. Aqui pra esquerda.
Traga pé.
Neve.
Boa. Precisa muito.
É nada. Pega esse tudo.
Passa dela.
Boa.
Ah, entrou. Eu já tô dentro do próximo, tô próximo.
Peguei um passo.
Botei quadrado, né?
Eu não moro, mano. Fica embaixo.
Eu vou ali.
Bota tempo.
Ele leve costa.
Pula Meg.
Desceu no passo, me matou, tá PC. PC, Golias.
Também vai. Passa. Puxa tempo, Léo.
Eles estão muito miados.
Vem.
Abriu.
Vamos aí.
Eles estão um tiro.
Faz um quadrado.
Eles estão um tiro.
Pega Golias.
Vem entrar aqui. Até mais, hein, calma.
Bora ganhar, vamos.
Tiro.
Well, Austin, Skade, they're behind by about 30 seconds. Cygnus, they are 19 points away from forcing a bracket reset.
Oh, there's just Goliaths all over the map, isn't there? It's looking like we might be going to a bracket reset right now, Brody. The Predator missiles, the Goliaths, the hill time, everything swinging the way of Cygnus Esports. They can get it done right here on this hill unless Skade can say something about it. They do find a couple of entries. They do get numbers on top of the time. This could be their opportunity, but look at the investment of the sentry gun. That might have just been it. They got to get here, they got to destroy it, and they got to find all of the members of Cygnus, but it's not looking possible. And Cygnus Esports have done it once in the qualifier. They'll do it again. We're going to a bracket reset in the second best of 5.
Yep, and it will be even better than the first time they did it, right? Because last time they had to go to a game 5 to force that second best of 5. This time they don't. They get it done in 4. They win every single respawn in the series. They just lost the search and destroy. For Cygnus, the momentum was just too strong for their opposition. Skade, they didn't look as confident, as calm, as cool, as collected as they have throughout the entirety of the tournament. Austin, what an incredible showing from Cygnus in our first best of 5.
That was a very nice showing. The respawns in particular, I mean, I really highlighted it before we got into it. I said that this is really going to come down to the hard points because both of them looked like they were evenly matched coming into the set based off of all of the additional matches they played to get here. But it feels like Cygnus really just has their number at the moment. I mean, they lost their search and destroy and firing range, which is something that Cygnus has been good at. But they're like, all right, you can have the S&D. We're just going to apparently become a better respawn team throughout every single map with combination. And that's exactly what happens there for us. Very convincing. I mean, there was a moment in time where there was a lead change for Skade. It looked good in the map 4 on Summit, but we get to that point in time where there's just an early setup, the snowball of streaks, the Goliaths start coming out. It's just too much to handle, and we see it there. So Skade, they fall short, and now they might be really thinking about what maps they want to throw into that second best of 5, because the first 2 in this one, I mean, they were basically getting running.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Because you can beat them. Like, we know Skade can take this team here on some of the best maps, like Raid, Firing Range, Search, and Destroy, right? That, theoretically speaking, is something that Cygnus should be winning, but they didn't in this series. So we know that Skade definitely have the propensity to beat these guys. It's just whether or not they can. Raid Hardpoint is not something I want to see in this second. If I see Raid Hardpoint, I'm asking so many questions about what Skade are doing during this veto process. Maybe they just really dislike the rest of the Hardpoints, honestly.
Maybe.
Maybe that is the case. But yeah, Raid Hardpoint, I think they definitely need to avoid that here, Austin. That for me is the main thing, because they just got battered on that first map. Yeah, it was a regretful decision for sure. But I think Skade will want to sort of walk away from this a little bit rejuvenated and go, look, we lost one series, we're not going to do it again.
I mean, that's what we hope as the casters for sure. But I mean, for the players, it could be a different story. So, I mean, we'll have to see. It's just because they haven't beaten them yet. That's like the biggest factor. They haven't actually overcome the series. And we take a look at the series layout and we can just see how good they looked throughout the entire thing. Like 150 to 88 in the raid, the firing range 6-4, almost a comeback too from Cygnus Esports after going down 5-1. But the closeout was good for Skade. And then we just saw the Hackney yard where even on bad side, Cygnus Esports still putting putting their foot down, showing us what they can do, and even the slaying department, because it just feels like that has been one of the differentials so far in a lot of what we've gotten between both of these teams. And then we get the summit, and we just saw it, 150 to 106, still looking to be pretty solid in favor of Cygnus Esports, not even needing the 5th map, and the 3-1 victory in the first best of 5. And those guys right now, Brody, I mean, we haven't got to do any listen-ins with Cygnus Esports, mainly because they're not a Portuguese team, but I can only imagine the comms with that atmosphere right now after knowing they took the first best of 5 and a chance to be able to take the second 2.
Yep, for sure. And again, here is a little reminder for everybody at home. Maybe you're just joining us as we get ready for a reset here. We're going straight into it. No break between this one and the next one. Cygnus Esports, that 3-1 victory in the grand finals, it really is something, isn't it? Especially with the lower bracket run of which they have made. For Skade, though, their first loss of the tournament, and it has to be gutting in a way, but it does feel a little bit like, not in a necessarily way that it was a long time coming, but we saw them go game 5 with Full House Gaming, and that maybe is an indicator that they weren't as dominant as they were in the first day of play.
For sure the case here for us, and you need to take a couple of walks right now if you're Skade. You need to just completely forget about every single series you've ever played against this roster, and you just got to go into this with a fresh mindset. You got to reset. You got to regain. You got to do something to get your mind at ease coming into this next best of 5, because this very well might be the best of 5 that ends up being your very last one here, of course, and it might be the result of a second seed going in towards the World Championship. And on top of that, not going to have as much money to play with either from the regional qualifiers or regional playoffs. So it's a lot on the line here. I mean, I don't know if they can do it. I think it's just a massive mental block. That is going to be the biggest hurdle going into it. And on the opposite end, I mean, you just got to throw in maybe a bit of a different map pool just to shake things up, get some freshness in there, because at this point in time, I don't know what you do differently, because every single time Cygnus has had your number.
Yeah, every single time. And I think the big thing is, for me, is Cygnus are just playing so confidently right now that the amount of pushes we're seeing from these guys, you know, how confidently they're playing in every single respawn as a team, right? And that is the big difference maker. Yes, you're right, fine. You're seeing these individual plays coming out from these players. You're seeing these 2 pieces, 3 pieces that can absolutely turn the tide of any game. But they're doing it as a team. You're seeing great team rotations coming in on the Hardpoint, for the Domination particularly as well. We're seeing great map control coming out of Cygnus Esports, where Skade, a lot of that just seems absent in a way, which just feels weird, because Skade, what we saw from them in day number 1 was them playing so well as a team, so well put together, probably, in my mind at least, the best team that we saw on day number 1. They played so well. Apart from that Hardpoint again against Godsend, it was unfortunate that they ended up losing it in that way. But it doesn't look like the same team whatsoever. So for Skade at the moment, just get back to that day 1 form. You hit that mental regain, as you say, Austin. That is what is important to me.
Got to hit the regain. Got to do something a little bit different here for us, and we'll see if they can do it. I'm sure they're going to be doing all their vetoes and getting ready to jump into it, so I'm not sure if we're going to be taking a break or not, but looks like they might just be doing it on the fly here for us. So while we got the time, Brody, I mean, like, what predictions do we have for the maps that might come in?
God.
Because we don't want to see Raid. That's one that we don't want. I'll tell you what I would like to see. I'd like to see a Takeoff Hardpoint, and that's, of course, if Cygnus isn't actually vetoing it out, because we got to see Skade play Takeoff, and I think it was in the map 4 yesterday in one of their semifinal matches, or it might have been winners finals, but either way, they looked very convincing on it. I mean, they had dominated. They just looked completely in control, made very few mistakes, capitalized on a lot of their opponents' mistakes, and I mean, that is something maybe that you throw in, knowing that you've already won and had success on it before.
Yeah, for sure. It was 150 to 63 to Skade, and that was versus Godsend yesterday, which obviously we learned today. Godsend are not a team that goes down easily whatsoever. They're a pretty good team. And it was that match yesterday. That to me actually is what I want to see more of generally. And I'll answer the question about what maps I want to see in just a second. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten it. Yeah, that's what I want to see here today from Skade. I want to see that confidence, that exuberance coming. And really, to be fair, if we can get those maps in, I think that would actually doubly answer the question. If you can get those maps in where they looked so good yesterday, you know, we want to see the Hackney Yard search and story coming in from Skade. We want to see Standoff Domination. We want to see the Takeoff Hardpoint. Those would be great for Skade. I think they'd be extremely happy with that. They have proven successful on that. It's just whether or not they can actually get them in. Because again, you know, there is space between day number 1 and day number 2. Cygnus aren't idiots. They will have done their research as to what to veto out. I think for Skade really here, it is more to the point. Yes, you want to see the maps that you want. in this map set. Just get rid of the ones that aren't working. I don't want to see Raid. If I see Raid, I'm gonna cry. I don't want it. I don't want it anymore.
I might too. I mean, it's like they haven't really won on it at all, and sure, they've been close. Like, I think it was what, like a 2-point differential when they lost the heartbreaking final push, you know, through the middle of the map, and then on top of it, I think there was like a 6-point differential. So it's like, you know, you're seconds away from winning, but as you said, it's just not working. So just cut it out, get it out of the map pool. Just try something a little bit different, just so that if you do come out here and you do, you know, end up matching, you know, Zygnus and the Slang and then win the map, like, it's like, okay, we can beat them on respawns and just come into a best of 5 after, you know, losing to these guys, 2 best of 5s before in the qualifier and already another best of 5 here in the playoffs. I mean, you just need something different. You just got to go onto the map and just have some kind of freshness. That's just like really the key, I think, for me. Like, it really is basic, and it's also, you know, building your teammates back up and making sure that everyone is coming into this knowing that we can still beat these guys. Because as you said, man, like, we looked at Skade yesterday, and me personally, I was like, this looks like the best team currently in the tournament, and that's because we saw weaknesses from Zygnus. They lost a reverse sweep. They went down to the lower bracket. They showed that they, you know, they can be punished on some of their maps, and it was happening by, you know, some of our 3rd, 4th, and 5th seeds here. So you look at a 2nd seed that has ran through the upper bracket throughout both of these tournaments, and you just look at them thinking they have what it takes, but, you know, can they put it together? Like, that's it. It's just it, Brody. Like, can they put it together? Can they match the Slang? It just comes down to going to the fundamentals of Call of Duty and being able to perform on them like they've been doing throughout all of day one.
Something that I think is incredibly important coming into this second best of 5, though, Austin, right, is if you're Skade, you need to win map number 1. Like, you need to, because you talk about sort of the importance of mental resilience coming from losing 3-1 in your first match, obviously, in the context of also losing 2 best of 5s in the finals of the regional qualifier for the Latin America region. And it's like you're already thinking in the back of your mind, you can't, the best players in the world cannot stop the thoughts in your head like, look, well, we could lose this. Like, we're already, we've lost the first best of 5. It could well happen again. For them, I think winning that first map will be such a massive confidence boost. If they can get that one done, they're right back in the series. It'll be a mental regain for them. And of course, I think just a massive momentum boost as well, because then you win map number 1, you think, all right, well, we can win map number 2 now. Then we can win map number 3 and we 3-0. It's just that simple. I make it sound simple. It's not that simple. But that is for me the big key, because if they don't win map number 1, if they don't, then your mental regain is immediately crushed, right? Because you spend this time just regaining. That's what you said it, right, Austin? You spend this time in between the last series and this one.
Get some water.
Yep.
You know,
just hit the regain. But if you don't do that, if you lose map number 1, that is completely crushed. That is gone. It's out the window.
It is out the window, man. It's so tough to know if they're going to be able to do it here for us or not. There's been a lot of highs, there's been a lot of lows, and a lot of those highs have really been on the side of the other matches. I mean, whenever they go up against Zygnus, it's so tough, man. Very, very difficult. And these guys, on the opposite end, we're talking about like Skade and like, you know, like their mental hurdle right now. On the other side here for us, like Zygnus Esports, like I said it at the top of the grand finals, like they've known they've already done this. Like, I think that's really the best part about competing, is like when you're in these little mental battles with yourself and you're trying to put yourself in a position where you're going to be able to win. I mean, this intensity of knowing that you have to find a dub and you have to start up a series hot is never easy to do with the way that Zygnus is playing, because it's kind of simply said that they've been playing really well today. And we looked at the first 2 maps in the semifinals and we're thinking, oh no, our first seed in Latin America might end up falling out. And to really think about that, you know, it was crazy within itself. So we'll see what happens, but I think we got our map set ready. So let's see what our series layout is going to look like. And Brody, what do we got in the map 1 there, buddy?
What? It's a Raid. Okay, look. Quite clearly, Raid Hardpoint, they feel confident that they can win this versus Zygnus Esports. We'll see. We'll see. Like, Zygnus have looked really hot on this, and Skade not so hot. So we'll see how it's going to get underway. I believe map number 1 is ready to go already between these squads. Of course, Hackney Yard, Fire and Range, Takeoff, and Summit will close out our series after this raid. I said this map 1 is really, really important for Skade. Even doubly so now, because if they can win this, then it's just a massive mental regain, right? It's like you've overcome your demons.
You've overcome your demons. They're gonna send it another time. They've struggled on Raid Hardpoint the entire time, but this is the second best of 5 in the grand final. Winner takes the first seed to the World Championship and takes away 15,000. The other falls in second place. And of course, not as much money. And so far, Skade, well, they've had a decent opening as they'll lock in the first 14 seconds, and they got plenty of numbers around the point.
You need to have a decent opening. You need to continue on this tear right out the gate here, and every single kill is going their way. Leazin picks up 2. Pabzera have one of his own, but Envoy, he has been a 2-piece, 3-piece mastermind, a specialist in that category all weekend long, and he gets yet another one. That will open things up for Cygnus for at least contesting this hard point.
Able to get away with it. Now you see if you can maybe just contest a few of these points right now. Kimwax, one of the big players here for the side of Cygnus Esports, explosive in a lot of big moments. This could be one of them. Will get tagged up to his left, but he's contesting all of this time, and this is at least good enough to make sure that Skade isn't coming away with an early 30 points. Because you take a look at the mini-map, and you have players in position actually winning gunfights there, as Attilo and we have Envoy both win one-on-ones to get the initial time early. The setup is in. Now they just got to hold.
Now you have to hold. Cygnus Esports, they're in for the next hard point. Skade, if they win this hard point, it would be huge momentum going forward. But Cheeto and Kimwax combined for 4. Cygnus Esports now holding on to this hill. Skade will be spawning out over towards the driveway, over towards the Zig. So they should be a few seconds here for Cygnus to hold on, to be happy. But Envoy now going to use his Hunter Killer Drone. You can imagine him starting to build some streaks up beyond that as well. A 3 spree for a Cheeto. He picks up at least one with a shorty there, and there just is no contention from Skade. Cygnus Esports holding on to their own to this time. I think there's 20 seconds left. They decided to go for the early rotation.
Yeah, I love this call because if you find kills, then you might get some players maybe spawning out behind the old hill that's still active here on the side of Skade. But I like this little route that Leo Zero is actually about to take. He comes in from behind to see if he can shut down some of the early rotators, and he does actually manage to come up with one off screen. So all of that time really does end up going over. That's essentially a full 60, and Skade have some numbers at least in the new hill, so now it's their chance to try and hold. But the specialist has been built up. You can see it through the X-ray. Envoy, he has himself that death machine, but it will be shut down. A big kill to make sure the specialist does not enter in to find the break.
Esports giving away this time to Skade at the moment. It was a good call to make this rotation happen. Now it has to pay off for the remainder of this hard point also. And well, the kill feed is Skade. I think that's the best way we can talk about this at the moment. They're getting every single gunfight in their favor. They're doing such a spectacular job at closing up both sides of the hard point. But as I say that, it's Cygnus Esports have been able to filter through onto the other side. Cheeto and Just in here behind the car. They deal with the players on the other side of the garage, and now, at the very least, they contest for this time. Make at least if he falls as well. It'll be an extra 15 seconds for Cygnus one.
Just need to find this last one. Mickey Lee's finessing a little bit. Just though finds the nade. We'll be able to clean him up. Scrap time will be over to the side of Cygnus Esports, but this rotation, I touched on this in the very first set, that we've usually seen Skade be so good on this hill. They have numbers here. They have the rotation. It's just a matter of trying to find all the kills and getting yourself a good amount of time. They're going to be down about 15 seconds. In Cygnus, though, they're going to be able to find a couple of the entries, and right down the stairs, we get another. Oh my goodness, would you believe it? The immediate break is there for Cygnus Esports. They once again stop Skade from setting up, and it's all Cygnus in the feed as they are just going off. A 7 spree now comes through there for Just, and this is starting to look a lot like the map #1 in the first best of 5.
Cygnus, they look confident. Skade, they've let this one slip away. That could be a massive moment in this game. Kimwax picks up 2. Now looking for number 3. It's going to be Pabzera just sitting inside the cubicle. The shorty coming in from Kimwax. He tries it. Pabzera, though, his shorty is apparently a lot better. Envoy now inside trying to hold on for his team. He will pick up 1 before falling, and it is going to be Cygnus now inside for the last 10 seconds of time. Skade come in. They're able to pick up a couple of rotational gunfights. Just is the last player in. There's still 5 of the scrap time, and it really does just show Austin how contested even the scrap time can be between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Skade feels like they're always getting scrap time because they're down so much they just have to win. That is never a position you want to be in. Like, you're losing rotation after rotation. If you're winning the rotation, then you're losing the setup. Like, this is just an excellent performance in Hardpoint right now from Cygnus Esports, and for some reason they decide to run the Raid Hardpoint back. And Cygnus Esports, I mean, they're just having their way with it. Like, this is what we've seen. The snowball is in. You can see it. Just has a Goliath down low. He's got 21 kills to his name. You got Envoy, who's got 85 seconds inside of the Hardpoint. He's been literally living inside of it, getting the objective time, finding the kills. 2 pieces in for him. And now Cygnus Esports, another 15 seconds would get the job done for the first map.
This is more like Cygnus, isn't it? The kill feed is theirs. They're just 10 seconds away from victory. The death machine coming out from Envoy. You might as well style on to close things out. There's a Predator missile to have the final say in this game. Skade didn't even get a kill in the last 20 seconds there or so. Cygnus are just that dominant. And that is, yet again, a dominant scoreline. Skade, they came out so strong. And Garage Hardpoint was really the last we heard of them. And then Cygnus just imploded. They exploded. Incredible stuff from Cygnus Esports. Austin, Raid Hardpoint. It happened again.
It happened again. They got away with it again, and Cygnus are probably happy. They're probably laughing, like, all right, they want to keep playing us on this map. We're gonna keep taking it away from you. And I mean, now you're going into a search and destroy where you have won that in the first set, but I mean, this is just a matter of a simple question. It's like, you know, are they just completely broken? Like, are they shattered? Do they have what it takes to send this the distance like they did in the qualifier? But in the playoffs, like in day 2, it just feels like Cygnus is just a little bit ahead. But we'll take a look at everything that kind of went through there for us in the Xperia Rewind time record replay. And this was the moment where we're like, all right, like Skade aren't too far behind. They have the early rotation here, but this is where everything just starts to get a bit out of hand.
Yeah, again, like I said, well, for the last 30 seconds or so, the kill feed was just effectively all Cygnus. And when that happens, there's not really much that you can do. Here is that scoreline reflected in our series, and maybe we can talk about this one a little bit more in depth now that we have the time. 150 to 59. Even better for Cygnus than the last time these two teams faced off, which was, let me check my watch, about 30 minutes ago or so. We go on a Hackney Yard search and destroy next. It was Fire and Range Domination in map number 3. Takeoff Hardpoint, we were asking for that one, actually. Austin for map number 4, and then Summit Search and Destroy to close out the series. Now, this Hackney Yard, we did actually ask for this also because Skade, we saw them beat Godsent on this map in that winners bracket semi-final. Is a really dominant victory for them there, 6-3, although Cygnus, different beasts.
Different beast indeed. And yeah, this is the must win. There's no doubt. Must win here. They found some success in the S&D, and if you can take the S&D, then in my mind it's like, all right, we just got to worry about taking one more respawn, guys. If we can take one more respawn after this S&D, we can get to a game 5, and that respawn very likely could be the takeoff. If you can get there to the takeoff, to the map 4, then I do truly believe that Skade have a chance and have an opportunity to still win out on this series. But if you can't, and you know, we just see what this team has been doing here time after time for Cygnus Esports, then I mean, it very well could be done in 3. Like that was probably the most dominating map that we've seen so far, and that is in the very first map in the second best of 5. So it feels like they're getting better and better, and Skade, you know, very well could be getting worse and worse knowing how this day is going longer. So Hackney Yard has been one of their picks. They've looked good on it. I love their strategy. I think they're one of the best teams at retaking on Hackney Yard, especially when the bomb gets planted inside of Warehouse. They have looked stellar in a lot of moments, and you're calling for those moments desperately here, Brody, as you just need it. In my mind, you can't go down 0-2, man. You just can't.
I'm genuinely curious, and I hate to keep on banging on about this, but I'm genuinely curious, like, what the call is behind bringing Raid Hardpoint into the series. I feel like it is maybe a massive gamble just to try and bring your mental state back around. Like, you know, like we said going into it, if you win the Raid Hardpoint, then it kind of washes away all of your qualms about the series you just played, because obviously you got wrecked on Raid Hardpoint in the first best of 5. You haven't had a good go on Raid Hardpoint pretty much all weekend long. And it's just I don't know, it's not a gamble I would personally take here in the grand final. But regardless, Skade 1-0 down in the series. We go to a map in which they have looked good on in the past. Let's see if they can tie up the series.
Let's see if they can do it. First kill already though. Over to Just. Finds the pick. And that's going to at least allow you to have a little bit more room here on the defensive side. You also got a player positioned inside of A, off screen, make you leave, be able to take him out. So that brings us to an even life on each side of the board here. 4 versus 4. 40 seconds left, though. Getting pretty low on time. You're going to have to make a decision. Now you have to try to make this retake happen. We'll see how they do it. Kimwax able to find that first kill. Cheeto with the second. And now you got a massive advantage.
Leeson does pick up 1, so 1 versus 3 now as just trades things out, takes down Miguelese. Leeson going in for a flank on their own bomb. This could be huge if they make it work, but Cheeto checks it. Leeson has to turn around. The information has been gained, and well, you're going in a 1 versus 2 in that particular engagement. It's just not going to happen as Zygnus Esports able to retake the site.
That was really nice. I mean, that's usually what we see from Skade, right, on their retakes in this site, but that was Zygnus doing it, and that was after, you know, evening up the odds there in the 4 versus 4. A couple of big plays there from Just finding the opening, then going right after him will be Tatillo. I mean, coming with away with a couple of kills too, so very well done. Zygnus Esports at the first round, and now it's going to be another first blood, but the trade is good. Kimwax will offset the numbers in favor of Zygnus Esports. The bomb looks like it's being planted today. They're going to try for another post-plant setup.
Got to hold on to this one. They're in a 3 versus 4, so they don't have the numbers to make it work, but hey, you have the positioning, and that's an advantage in on itself. Leeson goes for the pre-fire around the elbow. Nobody there just yet, though. And Leazera will take down Just, so now 3 versus 3.
Target down.
Haven't got the retake going just yet, but that kill for Envoy will be extremely helpful. Megadis, I think he just got caught on the door there, trying to get back into the site. Now it is just a 1 versus 3 for Leazera. Play time if you're a Leazera. That's exactly what they're going to do. The call will be made to Cheeto that that player's coming around the outside, but Leazera wins the gunfight. Now a 1 versus 1.
Oh no, there's no time really to play with. It's just going to try to stick to the fuse, and Leazera calls the bluff, says no way, Jose. Gets there in time, finds the 1v2. Big plays coming on in to make sure that you are going to find a round. You don't want to go 2-0 down after getting destroyed in the map 1. So a big round here for Skade. Able to even us up, and now the aggression continues. They are not looking for anything over to the B site, but it's going to be 2 kills early over to Zygnus.
Tio starting strong here. This is a very aggressive round out of Cygnus here, right out of the gate. And now it is just a 1 versus 5 for Leazera. 1 versus 3 in the prior round. 1 versus 5 is more than possible. The second kill against Just, but as he runs out, doesn't expect Envoy to be there. Maybe he does and thinks, well, heck it, I'll do it anyway. That is going to be a round for Zygnus, and that's a great response after that clutch from Leazera in the prior round.
Is it ever? Finding it, making sure that you're going to shut things down, and you know that they've been going for this A push over and over again, so why not just match it? I really do like the play call here defensively, and that will be Zygnus Esports. Up by a round, Tatillo. Oh, he hasn't spotted anyone. Finally finds that first one, tries to line up the second. Won't connect with the shot. Meanwhile, we'll also lose another, but Just will get the trade for his teammate, making a double. What a snapper to come on through. Zygnus somehow, some way, creating advantages, but that's a little too aggressive. Just will be punished. Limbs evens us up 2v2 with plenty of time to play with.
The good news here for Skade is they have players on opposite sides of the map, so they should be able to cover multiple lines of sight, and there it is. Pabzera takes down Envoy. Unfortunately for Cheeto, not able to react fast enough, so now he'll find himself in a 1 versus 2. Has to traverse the mid-map here. Gonna try and make the gamble that this bomb will now go down on B, but it won't be. It will be A. And we talked at length, Austin, about how hard this site is to rotate. Cheeto will be relying on his shorty, picking up these players who are, hopefully for him at least, hiding in corners. But I think as soon as he walks up here, we'll run into a long-range engagement with Pabzera. Switches over to the sniper rifle to try and get this kill.
They have to know, Cheeto, one of the sniper players here for Zygnus. Don't want to give him an angle. I like the discipline. Everyone just patiently waiting. Little bomb check comes through. The repeat up top. Pabzera gets the kill. And back and forth. I mean, definitely got to credit Skade here. Playing their numbers well, playing disciplined, even in situations where they have numbers advantages. And they've been able to work themselves out of a hole here in a couple of the rounds where they've lost the first initial engagements, but they're making 3v4s work, making 3v5s work out. And they'll tie us up 2-2. Last round here, attacking for the side of Skade. And Limbs has apparently killed himself somehow, so unfortunate there. We'll get a couple more kills that come through. Now Zygnus Esports, massive advantage. 4 versus 2, 4 versus 1.
That doesn't help that Linz is out, does it? 1 versus 4 for Leazera. He's been put in this situation so many times today. Now finds himself picking up the first kill. No more to be done though, as Just comes out flying from the window. Of course, as we said, Linz falling early on in that round to his own devices is probably the most unfortunate thing that could have possibly happened there. Now we switch sides. Cygnus Esports now going to be on the offense.
Pushing it up a little bit. Take a look at the score lines coming into the half. 7 kills right there for Just. He's been big, and Tatillo this time with the 3K. Oh, baby, that's how you get it done. You want the site cleared out? Well, look no further than Tatillo. Finds just about everyone but Skate. Have answer back. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 2. Envoy gonna drop this bomb here on A, and he loses his teammate.
Abzera has been a solid player here this weekend. Will be picking up that 1 kill. Now makes it a 1 versus 1. Turning around, it's going to be Envoy trying to put the shots in through the wall. The nade goes out for Pabzera. Looks for the sniper, and it's going to get it. Pabzera with a 1 versus 2. What a play from Pabzera.
What a shot from Pabzera. I mean, that is a difficult angle, but just reads it so well. Like, what position are you going to hold when you get information on the player retaking from their side of the map on L? You're going to hold that bottom heady. And just what a read to come through. Pabzera on 7, just 6 rounds in, finds the 1 versus 2. That is when you needed someone to go big here for the side of Skate. It might be enough to catch some momentum, and Pabzera almost finds an initial first blood. Blows the leg off of a player, but it's Just here who has just been so difficult to shut down. Once again, just finding another first blood.
Well, in this round, Cygnus Esports seem to have their eyes on that A bomb site. Envoy going to pick up that first blood against Leozin. 3 versus 5, making it 2 versus 5, just taking down Pabzera for Skate. Not looking good in this round. And Cygnus Esports have a major advantage. Lin's shots there. I think he might have done. And will get taken shots from him anyway. So they absolutely know where he is. Lin's is just a case of now him trying to survive.
Lin's is just waiting, looking back and forth for the challenge. And as this bomb goes down, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done here for Skate. And they're not even going to have a chance to get inside of the site. So 4-3 we go. Cygnus Esports here know that Skate like to take their time and move all the way to the back. They read it well. They make sure no one's getting inside of warehouse, and just a really nice perimeter just being set up there for Cygnus after the post plant. And they want to bring that aggression right in, but it's going to be matched. It's a full-on brawl inside of the warehouse.
And look at this from the off to Tio once again. The first blood mastermind picks up 2 with a shorty. Envoy follows up with a 3rd, of course. I mean, they might have lost 1 player, but Cygnus are making a very quick go of things here in this round. This bomb will go down. Miguelis can do what he wants here. I mean, there's a lot of guns aimed directly at him. Miguelis, at this point, if you're Miguelis, just try and take out players, you know, before they earn any more kills. We'll pick up that first. We'll fly out for the second. Gets overzealous, though, to Tio and Envoy there. And it is going to be Cygnus Esports 5-3 up here in the search and destroy. They are on map point.
Oh no, Brody. Oh no. Cygnus Esports, I mean, they just are looking so good right now. I mean, I don't know what you do to stop them. Gate's gonna try to just send it through the middle of the map here on the defense. I feel like this is our very bold call, and that call is being punished. Already losing 2 of their members, running out of options, running out of plays. Gate want to change something up, and they're gonna be down 1. Nice play there from Tatillo. And now it's another 1v4 situation. Miguelis. Hands are full, has to cut through 4 as the bomb's being planted.
He's going down from Miguelis, wants to put a stop to it, but he won't, not at all. Cygnus Esports, just too strong, Austin. They go 2-0 up here in the grand final. It's a worrying state of affairs for Skate Esports. I mean, this Cygnus roster, Austin, they just look so solid in the Search and Destroy as well, which I think is important to note because we talked about the Search and Destroy in the last series, and that was the map that Skate won. A gun firing range as well, by the way. So for Cygnus to come out here and win this map right now on Hackney Yard Search and Destroy, I mean, it just puts them in a solid position. 2-0 up. Cygnus looking really, really good.
Sure are. I mean, you can't really say, enough nice things about these guys right now because they're just doing everything right. I mean, they're doing everything right, and it's also every single member here from Cygnus that has been stepping up, and we get to really take a look at it here in our Exterior Rewind Time Record replay. Like, this is just the final round. I mean, it is just complete domination. They make a full send call where they want to try to make a play through the middle of the map, and I mean, Cygnus Esports, they're just playing so patiently for those initial kills. And then, of course, Miguelis, another 1v4. He was in a 1v4 the round before. It's just too much to ask for. The timing is good there for Tatilo to come on through, finding the remaining kill, and now everything has just been coming together. We take a look at the series layout. The first 2 maps are good for Cygnus Esports. We're going to move into a different domination map. It will be firing range. And I mean, if you're a betting man, you're certainly betting on Cygnus Esports to get it done in 3 right now, Brody.
And if you're a Skade, you're not in a good mindset whatsoever, are you? You know, you lost your first best of 5, 3-1. You lost the domination there. I would say it was a pretty convincing domination victory for Cygnus Esports. I mean, yeah, all right, fine. The first half of that Hackney Yard Dom was pretty close. I think it was a 25-point differential. But the fact that Cygnus Esports were able to come off on the second half from bad side and still end up winning that Dom, it spells not disaster necessarily for Skade, but it's not a great situation to be in. Now they come into firing range domination with Cygnus Esports being 2-0 up in the series. Everything is in favor of Cygnus. I can't believe the position we're in. I will say one thing. I don't want to curse it, but Cygnus, you know, they got reverse swept versus Full House earlier on in the bracket. There is absolutely a possibility here where maybe Cygnus will have that at the back of their mind, which is like, look, we've been reverse swept once. It might be a problem for them if Skade can come back and do that. That would be insane. I kind of want a game 5. I'm not going to lie. It would be a great way to end this weekend. It has been an incredible weekend of casting Call of Duty Mobile with you, Austin.
Oh, it has been. I mean, there's been a lot of great series. I mean, this one, even though it's been, a little bit one-sided in the second best of 5, it's still been a great series throughout a lot of these maps for us here. And you know what? I think you bring up a fair point where you do talk about, yes, there has been a reverse sweep on the Cygnus roster. And if you maybe just find a respawn win, which it is at least a different map that we have not seen a whole lot of, like firing range, domination, hasn't been in a lot of the map pools here. I mean, maybe this is the one that you've been saving up into this point where it's like, all right, this is the one where we start to build off of. This is where, we find the map win. And if you find this, then it kind of sets the story for our potential map 5, because they have Takeoff Hardpoint after this. And that has been a map where they've looked pretty dominating on against some of the other teams that we have throughout this playoffs run. So maybe there's an opportunity, maybe there's a chance, but it starts here. I mean, it's going to take like a big speech. I don't know if they got some coaching staff here on Skade. Like, someone's got to amp these guys up and say, listen, one map at a time, one side at a time. It's possible, we can do it, but someone's going to have to take charge here and get these guys on the same page, because this might be their last map of this entire Latin America regional playoffs. We'll see if they can do it here, Brody. It comes down to this. We got to see something from Skade Esports. Let's see what they got for us.
Let's see what they've got. Skade Esports now, right out of the gate, going to try and grab B. This is an incredibly hard flag to capture. So if they go for this, if they actually manage to grab it, it'll be huge. Cheeto going to put a stop to Leo Zera. But Pab Zera getting in that position, that advanced position, should be huge, trying to hold on, but just going to shut him down.
Cheeto here, going to be able to pick up the middle of the map right now. You can also maybe take a look at B in case someone does hop on it, but a nice concussion grenade to stop them in their tracks for a quick moment. A couple of long-range battles will be won there for the side of Skade, making sure that they do maintain control in the trailer position. That is something that we'll heavily talk about throughout this entire firing range Dom. On top, you also got Migueliz, who's going to be able to put in a little bit of kills and pressure throughout the middle of the map, but he has been able to find the window to push and surge through, but can't keep his life to get on the flag.
Can't keep his life just yet. There is progression for Skade, though, on B for the moment. So if they can jump it for a couple of seconds, they should be all right. Cygnus haven't had as much of an opportunity as Skade have just yet. But now with those wave of kills, look at them jumping on the flag. Consequences for Skade here as Pab Zera with 3. That is a response and a half. It looked like Cygnus were about to make the first foot forward, but Pab Zera picking up that 3 will absolutely change the situation. But Kimwax and Cheeto combining the 3 of their own. Now Leo Zera with 2. It's 2-piece, 3-piece central. It's like a KFC.
Target down.
It is indeed. I mean, everything's looking good. They're finding kills, but no one's making a move to get on top of the flag right now. It has still remained neutral this entire way through. And I'm not saying it's easy to get the capture off, but once you find 2 or 3 down, you got to make sure a couple players are sprinting in, and Envoy might be that player halfway on the capture. A smoke is going to block the line of sight from American, and there it is. Finally, the capture comes through a couple of minutes in. We'll see if Cygnus Esports can now hold on towards A and B.
Leo Zero picks up 2. Cygnus Esports now have done what these teams have been battling for that for 2.5 minutes now almost. Cygnus are the team that manages to grab it first, and now off the back of that, you're going to start to see some specialist usage coming out from Cygnus. Just had his death machine ready to go. Cheeto with 2, and it's an attempt from Miguelis and Leazin that is immediately shut down. Now for Cygnus, what do you do in terms of positioning here? That's going to be the question for me, because if you push up into Skade's spawn effectively, you can just spawn trap them and hold this as B8 setup for the remainder of the half.
Yeah, and this is where you don't want to start feeding streaks here, and well, we're starting to see it, but that's a big shutdown right now. Leo's in, being able to find him to make sure that he's not going to just start mowing them away with the death machine. I mean, you really have to look at that moment as something that might be able to allow them to come out and get onto B, and would you believe it, they've been able to do it. Leo Zero, he's got a death machine of his own. He finds a 2-piece, but up top, I mean, Cheeto's been alive this entire round. He's on a 5 spree. He's working closer and closer to the rest of those streaks. Miguelis just going to throw his body on the flag, trying to just get that decap right before we see the switching sides, but this very well could almost happen on A as well, as we might just get a little flip of the map, both teams trading out on the home flags, and just a couple remaining seconds will come through before we see the second side.
B's about to be captured here before the closing moments. Oh, okay, it is just able to get 1, but that B flag, it will at least save a couple of points before we get into the second half for Skade. But I'll tell you what, I mean, Pabzero there played extremely well. It was just Cheeto up top. He was there for so long, right? He only got, I think it was a 6 spree in the end, I want to say it was, but nonetheless, so valuable, keeping Skade away from that B flag for as long as they did. And now for Kimwax, going to utilize whatever streak he has available. Cygnus Esports, they want to start strong here in this half.
I think there's a lot of streaks available. I think a couple of Predator missiles might have been, gained right before we got in towards that second side here, which means that it's going to be even more difficult to get this B flag. And Cheeto's already been able to get some progress done just about halfway through. Justin's going to invest that Predator missile I talked about. It's going to be a kill, but it doesn't exactly gain you anything here. And now we'll see Leo Zero coming in with 11 kills to his name. He's going to try to throw his body on that flag. He needs to play his life. You need kills right now. You got to slay out, and instead it's on the opposite end. It's all control inside of trailer. I mean, this is just so much to handle, and Justin's also killing you inside of your spawn, finding kills, spawn trapping you single-handedly. You might not even need the B flag because they are still gaining points, holding control, and you got the world to play with for as far as utility.
It's the sentry gun as well, right? Because that sentry gun is so damaging, especially towards mid. You get that one down, it effectively just looks over the B flag for you, and then, of course, you can get some pressure for yourselves elsewhere on the map. Every second that goes by here, Skade are in more and more danger of being 3-0'd and losing in second place once again. An attempt there from Envoy to grab the Predator missile in. Miguelis will use his death machine, but here it comes. The Predator missile will save B, and that's the Predator you were talking about right there, Austin. Cygnus Esports have just so much in their favor at the moment. They almost lose C for a second there, but it's going to be Cygnus saving the day.
Cygnus saving the day. C also does not get fully captured. They're starting to deplete it, and this is looking like Cygnus Esports want that first seed. They have played like they deserve that first seed, and unless Skade come out here, get this B flag, start getting some points in their favor, this is just going to be so difficult to mount to come back in on a map like Firing Range, where it can just be so chaotic. It's very close range. It's not easy to hold a triple cap, so it's going to happen very soon. The next minute at least here for us, Brody. They got to get on top of the B flag.
I'm 90% sure now that they need a triple cap, right? Because there's more than 36 points of difference between the two. 3 minutes have passed. So, yeah, the mathematics of this are we need a triple cap now from Skade to survive. That is how this one works. I'm sure a massive player is telling me I'm an idiot, but I'm pretty sure that's how this is going to work now. So, for Cygnus, all you need to do is just hold on to one of these flags at any one point, or you can do what they currently do in Austin and hold on to A and B. Hey, why the hell not? 20 points away from victory. Cygnus have been solid all tournament long. They had a hiccup here and there. That reverse sweep versus full house, that was a problem for them. But Skade, they've also been pretty good. They might not be out of this one yet. They need to get that triple code effectively now.
It's got to happen right now. It's got to happen right here, but it's not looking very likely. A maybe could go over, but then you still got to make B happen. Papsira is making the play. He's able to find himself a big triple kill, but now you got to move over to B. A sentry will be set up. Hold on here. Maybe they can get on it, but as long as you play a bit of defense around the B flag, it's almost going to be impossible. And now the final couple of seconds might just be enough. Leozid will try to make the remaining play, but no one's left in. There you have it. Zygnus Esports, they did it in the qualifier. They won 2 best-of-5s, and they win 2 best-of-5s here in the regional playoffs. They are your #1 seed heading into the World Championship from Latin America.
What a team, Zygnus Esports. Just awesome display from them to do what they did in the fashion of which they did it. You know, they came back from what was a terrible mental state, right? I mean, you're in the lower bracket. You enter into the lower bracket in round number 2. You make one hell of a bracket run. And, you know, Austin, it was just an incredible grand final from them. 3-1 victory in the first. Could have been a 3-0 as well. That search and destroy was pretty close. 3-0 in the second best of 5. But before we talk about Zygnus Esports, because I think we are going to talk about them at length, I do want to talk about Skade for a second here, because it is unfortunate they do end up finishing in second place. They have been a powerhouse roster today.
Yes, I don't think they lost because of skill. I think they lost because of what happened in the qualifier. 2 best-of-5s that go the distance. I mean, that just stings. And then you lose the first one, and it's a dagger in the back. And you know in the back of your mind that they've done this to you before. They've done it again. I mean, you take a look at the entire run. Skade looked so good here, getting through the first round 3-0, 3-1, then 3-2 in the grand finals, of course, as we see it here today. Zygnus Esports have their number. And I mean, you got to talk about their run. Zygnus Esports, they had a tough run today. I mean, they had to come back from a reverse sweep just to get into the losers final, Brody. Like, I mean, that in itself is honestly absolutely, I mean, incredible for as far as what they've been able to do. They make that run, they get up here, they force the bracket reset, and they looked like they were just on top of it. No one really could match them on day 2 after that semifinal victory in the lower bracket. It was just beautifully done.
Yeah, beautifully done from Zygnus Esports. Let's take a look at the lower bracket run from Zygnus, because it is quite special, isn't it, really? And when you look at what they managed to achieve, obviously, into round 2, they went with that reverse sweep from Full House Gaming. And ever since then, I mean, what, Zygnus 3-1 over Loops Esports. That, to me, was an incredible scoreline. Loops are actually a pretty good team. And to be able to beat them in the fashion that did, incredible stuff. Then 3-2 versus Godsend. I will give Godsend quite a lot of props, because that was a great display from them to even push Zygnus to that game 5. And then, of course, the upper bracket or the lower bracket final, 3-0 versus Full House. That was pretty good, I think, from them. And that was the moment where it looked like Zygnus were really going to fight for it. But here is our Xperia MVP for the weekend, Tatillo from Zygnus Esports, an incredible player.
He is. He is a very explosive player. There was a lot of moments where you needed someone to go big, and you could always call on him to do it. I mean, you just take a look at this, and he's a walking highlight reel, baby. You wanted someone to step up for you in some of the bigger moments here. And I mean, we see it here versus Full House. He's just on a tear, lighting things up. I mean, every single time you look to the right, it feels like he's almost on a spree, going off. And on top of that, he's always fragging out, finding the important kills. That's always the big thing, especially in COD Mobile. When there's 10 players on the map, there's a lot of fluff kills that come in that I'd like to call that aren't necessarily important or impactful. But Tillo, one of those players that is finding the impactful kills, the influential kills, that is either gaining you hardpoint time, winning you spawns, winning you S&D rounds, you name it. Found a ton of them throughout the entire weekend here for us. Very much deserved.
Yeah, very well deserved. Austin, it has been an incredible weekend of casting you, my friend. I have enjoyed every single second of it. Call of Duty Mobile is truly something special. Before we send everybody on their way home ready for the North American and the European regional playoffs when they happen, Austin, I mean, do you have any final thoughts?
Final thoughts, man, on the day. You got to give some credit over towards the Zygnus roster. I just have so much respect for a team that has the mental resilience to bounce back 0-2 down, make the run, go through the lower bracket, and not do it just once, but did it twice, like through both tournaments, through the qualifier, through the playoffs when it really mattered. I mean, this is absolutely the best seed coming outside of Latin America. I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to make some waves happen at the World Championship. I've been very honored and very happy to cast alongside you as well throughout this entire thing. So many moments, a lot of memories made. It was overall a great time.
Yeah, we're entering September. The European and the North American regional finals are next as we close out. Who will be joining these Latin American teams in the World Championship? Austin, it's been an awesome time casting for you this weekend. It's been an awesome time casting for G Mobile. Generally speaking, for everything for G Mobile Esports, make sure you subscribe to this channel. That's when those European and the North American regional playoffs will be taking place, and of course the World Championship itself. But for myself and Austin on the English broadcast, thank you everybody for tuning in this weekend. We'll be seeing you